This is Audible.
New Millennium Entertainment presents O Jerusalem, written by Larry Collins and Dominique Lapierre, performed by Theodore Bickel. Part 1. Jerusalem, a time to mourn and a time to dance. November 29th, 1947 to December 20th, 1947. Chapter 1. Decision at Flushing Meadow. In the afternoon of Saturday, November 29th, 1947, in a cavernous gray building that had once housed an ice skating rink in Flushing Meadow, New York, the delegates of 56 of the 57 members of the General Assembly of the United Nations were called upon to decide the future of a sliver of land set on the eastern rim of the Mediterranean. Half the size of Denmark, harboring fewer people than the city of St. Louis, it had been the center of the universe for the cartographers of antiquity, the destination of all the roads of man when the world was young. Palestine. No debate in the brief history of the United Nations had stirred passions comparable to those aroused by the controversy over that land to which each of its members might in some way trace a part of its spiritual heritage. Before the General Assembly was a proposal to cut the ancient territory into two separate states, one Arab, one Jewish. That proposal represented the collective wisdom of a United Nations Special Committee instructed to find some way of resolving 30 years of struggle between Jew and Arab for the control of Palestine. A mapmaker's nightmare, it was, at best, a possible compromise. At worst, an abomination. It gave 57% of Palestine to the Jewish people, despite the fact that 2/3 of its population and more than half its land was Arab. The Arabs owned more land in the Jewish state than the Jews did, and before immigration that state would contain a majority of barely 1,000 Jews. Each state was split into 3 parts, linked up by a series of international crossroads upon whose functioning the whole scheme depended. Both states were militarily indefensible. 20 years later, after the Six-Day War, ruling a territory 3 times the size of that allocated her in the partition plan, the State of Israel would actually have frontiers half as long as those accorded her in 1947. Most important, the United Nations plan refused to both states sovereignty over the city of Jerusalem, the pole to which since antiquity the political, economic, and religious life of Palestine had gravitated. Holding the attachment to Jerusalem too widely spread and deeply felt, its potential for prompting strife too great to entrust it to one nation's care, the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine had recommended that the city and its suburbs be placed under an international trusteeship. The proposal had been a staggering blow to Jewish hopes. Recreating a Jewish state in Palestine without Jerusalem as its capital was anathema to the Jewish people, the resurrection of a body without its soul. 2,000 years of dispersion were summed up in the phrase, "If I forget thee, O Jerusalem." The most important wall of the synagogues of the diaspora faced east to Jerusalem. A patch of wall in every Orthodox household went unattended in Jerusalem's name. The Jewish bridegroom crushed a glass under his foot at his wedding to show his grief at the destruction of the temple and prayed that his marriage would provoke joy and dancing in the streets of Jerusalem. The traditional words of Jewish consolation, "May the Almighty comfort you," and all the mourners of Zion and Jerusalem, evoked the city. Even the word Zionism, defining the movement to reassemble the Jews in their ancient homeland, was inspired by a hilltop in Jerusalem, Mount Zion. Through the generations, men with neither the interest nor the intent, nor even the remotest possibility of ever gazing on Judea's hills, had nonetheless solemnly pledged to each other at the end of their Passover feast, next year in Jerusalem. Beyond those spiritual concerns lay strategic ones. 2 out of every 3 inhabitants of Jerusalem were Jewish. They represented almost 1/6 of the entire Jewish settlement in Palestine. With Jerusalem and a wide access corridor to the sea, the Jewish state would have a firm foothold in the Judean heartland of Palestine. Without it, the state risked becoming a coastal enclave clinging to the Mediterranean. Urged by the Vatican, the Catholic nations of Latin America had made it clear to the Jews that the price of their votes for the plan to partition Palestine would be the internationalization of Jerusalem. Without them, the Jews had no hopes of mustering the ballots needed to pass partition. With a heavy heart, they had yielded, and Jerusalem's loss was the measure of the price they were willing to pay for a Jewish state. Despite the loss of Jerusalem, the partition plan proposed by the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine still promised the Jewish people, and above all, the 600,000 Jews of Palestine, the fulfillment of a 2,000-year-old dream and an urgent present need. With a constancy, a tenacity, unequaled in the annals of mankind, the Jews had clung to the memory of the biblical kingdom from which they had been driven in AD 70, as the centuries of their dispersion had stretched toward an eternity. In their prayers, in their rites, at each salient moment in the passage of a lifetime, they had reminded themselves of their attachment to that promised land and the transient nature of their separation from its shores. Their ancestors, the first wandering Hebrew tribes fleeing Mesopotamia, had barely set foot on that land before history condemned them to 10 centuries of warfare, migration, and slavery. Finally, fleeing Egypt under Moses, they began their 40-year trek back to the hills of Judea to found their first sovereign state. Its apogee, under David and Solomon, lasted barely a century. Living at the crossroads of the caravan routes of Europe, Asia, and Africa, installed on a land that was already a beckoning temptation to every nearby civilization, the Hebrews endured a millennium of unremitting assaults. Assyria, Babylon, Egypt, Greece, Rome, each in turn sent its cohorts to conquer their land. Twice, in 586 BC and in AD 70, their conquerors inflicted upon them the supreme ordeal of exile and destroyed the temple they had built in Jerusalem's Mount Moriah to Yahweh, their one and universal deity. From those dispersions and the suffering accompanying them was born their tenacious attachment to their ancient land. Reinforcing its appeal, giving it a continual contemporary urgency, was the curse of persecution which had followed the Jews into every haven in which they had taken shelter during their dispersal. The roots of Jewish suffering grew out of the rise of another religion dedicated paradoxically to the love of man for man. Burning in the ardor of their new faith to convert the pagan masses, the early fathers of the Christian Church strove to emphasize the differences between their religion and its theological predecessor by forcing upon the Jews a kind of spiritual apartheid. The Emperor Theodosius II gave those aspirations legal force in his code, condemning Judaism and, for the first time, legally branding the Jews a people apart. Dagobert, king of the Franks, drove them from Gaul. Spain's Visigoths seized their children as converts. The Byzantine Emperor Heraclius forbade Jewish worship. With the Crusades, spiritual apartheid became systematic slaughter. Shrieking their cry, Deus vult, God wills it, the Crusaders fell on every hapless Jewish community on their route to Jerusalem. Most countries barred Jews from owning land. The religiously organized medieval craft and commerce guilds were closed to them. The Church forbade Jews to employ Christians and Christians to live among Jews. Most loathsome of all was the decision of the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 to stamp the Jews as a race apart by forcing them to wear a distinguishing badge. In England, it was a replica of the tablets on which Moses received the 10 Commandments. In France and Germany, it was a yellow O, forerunner of the yellow stars with which the Third Reich would one day mark the victims of its gas chambers. Edward I of England, and later Philip the Fair of France, expelled the Jews from their nations, seizing their property before evicting them. Even the Black Death was blamed on the Jews, accused of poisoning Christian wells with a powder made of spiders' frogs' legs, Christian entrails, and consecrated hosts. Over 200 Jewish communities were exterminated in the slaughters stirred by that wild fantasy. During those dark centuries, the only example of normal Jewish existence in the West was in Spain of the Caliphate, where under Arab rule the Jewish people flourished as they never would again in the diaspora. The Christian Reconquista ended that. In 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella expelled the Jews from Spain. In Germany, Jews were forbidden to ride in carriages and were made to pay a special toll as they entered a city. The Republic of Venice enriched the vocabulary of the world with the word ghetto from the quarter Ghetto Nuovo, New Foundry, to which the Republic restricted its Jews. In Poland, the Cossack revolt, with a ferocity and devotion to torture unparalleled in Jewish experience, wiped out over 100,000 Jews in less than a decade. When the Tsars pushed their frontier westward across Poland, an era of darkness set in for almost half the world's Jewish population. Fenced into history's greatest ghetto, the Pale of Settlement, Jews were conscripted at the age of 12 for 25 years of military service and forced to pay special taxes on kosher meat and Sabbath candles. Jewish women were not allowed to live in the big city university centers without the yellow ticket of a prostitute. In 1880, after the assassination of Alexander II, the mobs, aided by the Tsar's soldiers, burned and butchered their way through one Jewish community after another, leaving a new word in their wake: pogrom. Bloody milestones on the road to Hitler's gas chambers, those slaughters succeeding one another through the centuries, were the constant of Jewish history, the ghastly heritage of an oppressed race, to whom the crematoriums of the Third Reich might seem only the final, most appalling manifestation of their destiny. Yet, by a strange paradox, the event which produced the decisive Jewish reaction to that blood-stained history was not a pogrom, not a slaughter, not a Cossack troop's brutality. It was a military ceremony, a ritual whose killing was spiritual, the public humiliation of Captain Alfred Dreyfus in Paris in January 1895. In the midst of the crowd massed on the esplanade of the Champ de Mars to watch the ceremony was a Viennese newspaperman named Theodor Herzl. Like Dreyfus, Herzl was a Jew. Like Dreyfus, he had led his life in comfortable, seemingly unassailable assimilation into European society, little concerned with his race or religion. Suddenly, on that windy esplanade, Herzl heard the mob around him begin to cry, "Kill the traitor! Kill the Jew!" A shockwave rolled through his being. He had understood. It was not just for the blood of Alfred Dreyfus that the crowd was clamoring. It was for his blood, for Jewish blood. Herzl walked away from that spectacle a shattered man. But from his anguish came a vision that modified the destiny of his people and the history of the 20th century. It was Zionism. With the energy of his despair, Herzl produced its blueprint, a 100-page pamphlet titled Der Judenstaat, the Jewish State. The Jews who will it, it began, shall have a state of their own. 2 years later, Herzl formally launched his movement with the First World Zionist Congress in the gambling casino of Basel, Switzerland. The delegates to Herzl's Congress elected an international Jewish executive to guide the movement, created a Jewish National Fund, and a land bank to begin buying land in the area in which he hoped to create his state, Palestine. Then they picked two indispensable symbols of the state, whose foremost claim to existence was in the fervor of their speeches, a flag and a national anthem. The flag was white and blue for the colors of the talit, the shawl worn by Jews at prayer. The title of the Hebrew song chosen as the national anthem was even more appropriate. It represented the one asset Herzl and his followers disposed of in abundance. It was Hatikva, the hope. At no time had Jewish life wholly disappeared in the Palestine to which Herzl's followers proposed a return. Even in the darkest hours of the dispersion, small colonies of Jews had survived in Safed, Tiberias, and Galilee. As elsewhere, their cruelest sufferings had come under Christian rule. The early Christians had had them banned from Jerusalem, and the Crusaders burned the holy city's Jews alive in their synagogues. Palestine's Muslim rulers had been more tolerant. The Caliph Omar had left them relatively unmolested. Saladin had brought them back to Jerusalem along with his Muslim faithful. Under the Ottoman Turks, they had been able to take the first steps toward a return to the Promised Land. Sir Moses Montefiore, an English philanthropist, built the first Jewish suburb outside Jerusalem's old walls in 1860, offering his kinsmen £1 to spend a night beyond the ramparts. By the winter day in 1895, when Theodor Herzl witnessed the degradation of Alfred Dreyfus, 30,000 of Jerusalem's 50,000 inhabitants were already Jewish. A series of pogroms in Russia, just after the turn of the century, sent a new wave of immigrants to Palestine. They represented the fruit of the first decade of Herzl's movement. Practical idealists, those immigrants were Zionism's first pioneers, and from their ranks would come half a century of leadership for the movement. They were men like Reuven Shari, a lawyer from Crimea. His wife was a concert pianist. "I took my law degree and went out and dug ditches," he would recall. "And my wife took the hands that had been trained to play the concerts of Brahms and Mozart and used them to milk cows, because that was the way we could develop this land." Among them was a 19-year-old lawyer's son named David Green from Plonsk, a small Polish factory town 38 miles northwest of Warsaw. He had absorbed his Zionism, eavesdropping at the door of his father's study, the favorite meeting place of Plonsk's lovers of Zion. Unlike the men who debated in his father's study, however, David Green wanted to live Zionism, not talk it. He lived it hard. Like so many others of his generation in Palestine, he learned at first hand the pains of hunger, malaria, and exhausting physical labor struggling to reclaim the soil of the land he had sworn to develop. A year after he had arrived in Palestine, he made a 2.5-day hike from Jaffa through the gorge of Bab el-Wad to discover for himself the symbol of the cause to which he had committed his life, the walls of Jerusalem. What he discovered was a Tower of Babel. At the spiritual center of Judaism, the shocked young man found Jews speaking to each other in 40 different languages, half of them unable to communicate with the other half. Without the bond of a common language, the diverse communities of Jewry, he was persuaded, could never hope to found a modern nation. Shortly afterward, he returned to Jerusalem as an editor of a Zionist trade union paper committed to a revival of the Hebrew language. As he finished his first editorial, he stared at his own signature at the bottom of the page. There was little that was Hebrew about Green. He thought for a moment, then he scratched out his last name and replaced it with a new one in Hebrew, the name he would carry for the rest of his life. It meant son of a lion cub. It was Ben Gurion. Partly out of a sincere sympathy for Zionism, partly in an effort to rally Jewish support for the Allies in World War I, Great Britain offered David Ben-Gurion and his fellow Zionists the first concrete opportunity to realize their dream. In a 117-word note to Lord Walter Rothschild, head of the British branch of the great Jewish banking family, Arthur Balfour, Lloyd George's Foreign Secretary, promised, "His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. The promise, soon known as the Balfour Declaration, contained one condition: that the development of a Jewish national home did not prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. The promise was of grave importance. Great Britain was, at the moment it was issued, in the process of seizing Palestine from Germany's wartime allies, the Turks. Balfour's solemn pledge was incorporated into the terms of the League of Nations mandate assigned to Britain in Palestine after World War I ended. Slowly at first, the national home in Palestine promised to the Jews grew. Immigration, disappointing to the Zionists in the first decade after the Balfour Declaration, leapt up with the rise of persecution in Poland and Nazi Germany, reaching a peak of 60,000 in 1935-36. Jewish investment went along with it. In the first 15 years of Britain's mandate, it totaled £80 million, almost doubled the British budget for the period. Beyond the ties of history, the promise of Britain and the beginnings of the Palestine national home, however, a ghastly tragedy had driven the Jews to demand of the United Nations a state of their own in the autumn of 1947. The end of the war had brought the Jewish people face to face with a reality so overwhelming in its horror that not even a history which seemed a catalogue of the cruelties man was capable of imposing on man had prepared them for it. It was the systematic slaughter of 6 million of their kind in the gas chambers of Nazi Germany. One central preoccupation obsessed the Jews at the United Nations: to gather the survivors of the catastrophe into Palestine as swiftly as possible and to construct there a society so strong and self-reliant that a similar disaster would never again menace the Jewish people. The United Nations' recognition of their right to such a state seemed to the Jews no more than just reparation for the sufferings the world had inflicted on them. For the Arabs, and above all, for the 1.2 million Arabs of Palestine, the partitioning of the land in which they had been a majority for 7 centuries seemed a monstrous injustice thrust upon them by white Western imperialism in expiation of a crime they had not committed. With few exceptions, the Jewish people had dwelt in relative security among the Arabs over the centuries. The golden age of the diaspora had come in the Spain of the caliphs, and the Ottoman Turks had welcomed the Jews when the doors of much of Europe were closed to them. The ghastly chain of crimes perpetrated on the Jewish people, culminating in the crematoriums of Germany, had been inflicted on them by the Christian nations of Europe, not those of the Islamic East. And it was on those nations, not theirs, the Arabs maintained, that the burden of those sins should fall. Beyond that, 700 years of continuous occupation seemed to the Arabs a far more valid claim to the land than the Jews' historic ties, however deep. In Arab eyes, the Balfour Declaration had been an act of pure imperialism, a mortgaging by Britain of the future of a land to which she had no rightful claim, without any effort to consult the wishes or the desires of the Arabs who had constituted 92% of Palestine's population when the declaration was issued. For the Arabs, the Palestine conflict was the outgrowth of an era supposedly laid to rest in World War II, an era whose excesses now had to be righted. That period in which the colonial powers of Europe had felt free to dispose of the destinies of the non-white peoples of the Afro-Asian world. Like so many of those peoples, the Arabs had their claim to lay before the nations which had so long dominated their affairs. Less than a year after David Ben-Gurion had signed his first editorial in Jerusalem on the eve of World War I, 7 young Arabs, 2 of them Palestinians, had met in Damascus to found a secret society. They gave it a seductive name, Al-Fatat, young girl, not to be confused with Al-Fatah, the contemporary Palestine liberation movement. Its aim was the liberation of the Arab world from Turkey's Ottoman Empire. More important, it represented the first manifestation of a renascent Arab nationalism that disputed Jewish claims to Palestine for half a century. The Arabs, too, had their Balfour Declaration. Anxious to foment an Arab uprising against Germany's Turkish allies, Great Britain pledged her support to Arab claims to a vast independent state in return for an Arab revolt against Ottoman Turkey. The pledge was contained in an exchange of 8 letters between Britain's resident in Egypt, Sir Henry McMahon, and the dominant spiritual leader of the Arab world, the Sharif of Mecca. Remarkable for the diplomatic imprecision of their language, McMahon's letters failed to mention the word Palestine, but their tone left the Arabs persuaded that it was included in the area promised them for their state. In 1916, spurred by T.E. Lawrence, they launched their famous revolt. As they did, Britain, in secret negotiations with France, was in the process of substantially diluting the promises her resident in Egypt had made to the Arabs. If the Ottoman Empire was to be dismembered after World War I, the French insisted on their share of the spoils. A secret treaty, known as the Sykes-Picot Agreement, for the 2 men who signed it, Sir Mark Sykes for Britain and Jacques-Georges Picot of France, finally awarded to the French, without the Arabs' knowledge or consent, a sphere of influence in much of the area in which Britain had promised to support an independent Arab state. Feeling themselves betrayed by the British and the French, their claim to Palestine thwarted by the Balfour Declaration, the Arabs lived a rude awakening in the aftermath of World War I. As was perhaps inevitable, the focal point of their fury became the Zionist return to a land the Arabs felt had been promised to them. For their part, the Jews coming to Palestine to build the national home promised them by the British tended to imagine the country in terms not unlike their biblical image of the land. That it was already settled by an alien people prepared to dispute their claims to it often came as a shock. Officially, the Arab presence and claim to the land were not recognized by the Zionist leadership for years. Herzl never mentioned the Arabs in any of his speeches to the World Zionist Congresses, and he dismissed the Arab problem as unimportant in his writings. It was not until 1925, 8 years after the Balfour Declaration, that Chaim Weizmann warned, "Palestine is not Rhodesia, and 600,000 Arabs live there who have exactly the same rights to their homes as we have to our national home." Influenced by the first prophets of Marxism, with whom they had shared the scourge of Tsarist persecution, Zionism's early pioneers longed to build a state that would marry Jewish tradition and social democracy. They had transformed Zionism into something far more substantial than a religious movement, and had imbued its followers with a sense of social discipline and communal responsibility vital to its later success. One of their fundamental concepts was the idea of a kind of redemption of the Jewish race through a return to manual labor, a flushing out of the mentality of the ghetto in the sweat of tasks long unperformed by Jews. Ditch diggers were as important to their idea of a Jewish state as were philosophers. Determined to build a Jewish working class with a wide variety of skills, they called for Jewish labor for Jewish enterprises. The Histadrut, the Jewish trade union organization, compelled Jewish firms to limit their hiring to Jewish workers. As the Zionists acquired land, much of it from absentee Arab landlords in Beirut, they evicted the Arab tenant farmers living on it to make way for Jewish settlers. Those peasants, displaced by one Zionist policy, drifted to the cities, where they found that another Zionist policy, Histadrut's, prevented them from working in the predominantly Jewish-owned commerce and industry. Anxious to promote a Hebrew language and cultural revival, the Jews maintained their own highly effective school system. Through the Jewish Agency for Palestine, they managed their own political affairs independent of the Arabs. there was a tendency of the Jewish community in Palestine to act as a separate entity, and with its higher standard of living and education, to regard the Arabs as inferior. For the Arabs, those cultural institutions of which the Jews were so proud seemed an alien intrusion in their land. Zionist labor policies inevitably led to the creation of a new class of dislocated urban poor. The Jewish tendency to live within the framework of their own social systems, their tendency to patronize the Arabs, stirred Arab bitterness and suspicion and helped widen the gap between the two communities. Half a century behind their Zionist neighbors in the development of their own nationalist aspirations, industrially and socially underdeveloped, having just emerged from centuries of repressive colonial rule, the Arabs responded to the situation simply and unsophisticatedly. They consistently refused every compromise offered them, insisting that since the Jewish claim to Palestine was invalid in the first place, any discussion of the subject would merely give it a validity it did not have. Repeatedly, their attitude, made unbending by the fanaticism of their leaders, lost them opportunities to set a limit on Jewish growth in Palestine and to define with precision their own rights there. Instead, Arab resentment periodically erupted in outbursts of violence. In 1920, in 1929, in an outright revolt against British rule, in 1935-36. Now, bitterly opposed to the partitioning of Palestine into two separate states, the Arabs had advanced a proposal whose lack of reality reflected the stance they had adopted for 3 decades. It was the creation of a single Arab state in which they declared the Jews would be allowed to live as a minority. To head it, they proposed a fanatic Arab political leader who had participated in Nazi Germany's slaughter of 6 million Jews. For Britain, the nation that had ruled Palestine for 30 years, the debate offered an end, however inglorious, to what had become a nightmare. Palestine, on that November afternoon, 2 years after the end of the Second World War, was the only place on the globe where British soldiers were still dying in combat. Britain had been caught in Palestine between the contradictory promises she had made to Jew and Arab to ease her coming in the first place. Since the war, her persistent refusal, out of concern for Arab reaction, to allow the survivors of the Nazi Holocaust to immigrate to Palestine in substantial numbers, had brought her into open conflict with the Jews. So grave had the conflict become that 100,000 British soldiers, 1 for every 6 Jews, were now required to maintain a precarious order in Palestine. Unable to resolve the problem herself, she had finally cast it into the lap of the United Nations. None of the nations supporting partition as a solution to the Palestine dilemma had been as forceful in its advocacy of the plan at Flushing Meadow as the United States. Feeling the intense pressures of the most numerous and most influential Jewish community in the world, America's lawmakers had let burst a flood tide of petitions, declarations, and statements in favor of partition and the unrestricted immigration of displaced Jews into Palestine. It was an ironic comment, however, on the hypocritical aspects of America's Palestine policy that while the General Assembly's debate was evoking the misery of hundreds of thousands of displaced persons, the United States Congress was refusing to allow its own refugee relief bill out of committee, and that during the first 8 months of 1946, the same American legislators who were so freely urging 250,000 Jewish immigrants on Palestine's 1.2 million Arabs had allowed exactly 4,767 refugees, barely the number aboard the illegal Palestine immigrant ship the Exodus, onto America's promised shores. By direct order of the White House, the United States had exerted every form of pressure available to it on those nations in the United Nations opposed to partition or hesitant in their support of it. President Truman had personally warned the United States delegate to the United Nations, Herschel Johnson, to damn well deliver the partition vote or there will be hell to pay. His advisor, Bernard Baruch, had shocked France's United Nations delegate Alexandre Parodi with a blunt threat to cut United States aid if France opposed partition. Despite those efforts, the supporters of partition were faced with the prospect of defeat on the day originally set for the General Assembly vote, Wednesday, November 26, 1947. A two-thirds majority was required to pass the resolution. To offset the votes of the Arab Muslim nations alone, the leaders of the Jewish Agency, representing the Zionist movement, needed 22 votes, more than a third of the General Assembly. For each additional vote against partition, they needed 2 in favor. Calculating the probable votes of the Assembly's 57 member nations that Wednesday morning, Moshe Sharet, the agency's foreign minister, warned his followers, "It's too dangerous. We must stall." After waiting 2,000 years for a state, the Jewish people had now to find a way to wait a little longer, to find the additional time needed to secure the votes which would assure partition's passage. The tactic that Sharet chose was a filibuster which finally forced an adjournment of the Wednesday session before the vote could be called. The respite they won gave the Jewish Agency leadership not only an extra night, but a Thanksgiving recess as well, in which to muster their missing votes. During that crucial interlude, 4 nations opposed to partition, Greece, Haiti, Liberia, and the Philippines, were subjected to a deluge of diplomatic pressures and menaces. The United States, again acting on the instigation of the White House, threw the full impact of its tremendous prestige behind the Jewish cause. 2 justices of the United States Supreme Court personally cabled Philippine President Carlos Rojas, warning that the Philippines will isolate millions and millions of American friends and supporters if they continue in their efforts to vote against partition. 26 senators cabled Rojas and urged him to change his nation's vote. The Philippine ambassador was summoned to a blunt but intensive briefing at the White House. Finally, Rojas ordered his delegation, in the higher national interest, to switch its vote from against to for partition. Threatened with a Jewish boycott of his firm's products, Harvey Firestone of the Firestone Rubber Company intervened personally with William Tubman, president of Liberia. If Liberia didn't change her vote, Tubman was told the company would have to reconsider plans to expand its rubber acreage there. Senior statesman Adolph A. Burl's help was enlisted in bringing pressure to bear on the government of Haiti. The Greeks were torn between pressures from an ally on whose aid Greece was increasingly dependent in prosecuting a civil war, and fears of reprisals on the large Greek colonies scattered through the Arab countries. Still, as the first delegates began to file into their improvised assembly hall for the final vote Saturday afternoon, November 29th, the issue remained in doubt. Long before the first black limousines drew up in front of the massive old skating rink, the singing, chanting crowds had built up in the streets outside, waving Zionist banners and billboards. Slowly, the 300 seats reserved for the delegates began to fill up. The stately figure of Emir Faisal ibn Abdelaziz of Saudi Arabia, moving with solemn grace in his black and gold abaya, led the Arab delegations to their places. So crowded was the assembly hall that several members of the Jewish Agency delegation had been forced to squeeze into the press gallery to watch the proceedings. Missing from their ranks was the patrician scientist who was their leader, Dr. Chaim Weizmann. The elder statesman of Zionism for a quarter of a century, Weizmann had been the principal artisan of the negotiations which had led Britain to the Balfour Declaration. His whole life had been a voyage to this moment. Yet when 3 young colleagues had called for him at his hotel suite, he had been too overwhelmed with emotion to leave. Clasping the door for support, Dr. Chaim Weizmann had begun to weep. The preliminaries were brief. The positions of the principals were all well known now, endlessly declared and restated in the months of debate that had led to this Saturday afternoon. Britain's Sir Alexander Cadogan, aloof and imperturbable, maintained an air of studied indifference. 10 days before, he had carefully spelled out Britain's policy. She would leave Palestine on the day and hour of her choosing. The General Assembly could look for no help from His Majesty's government in implementing any plan that had not been accepted by both Arab and Jew, a likelihood so inconceivable, as no one knew better than the British, that Cadogan's statement made it clear that England was washing her hands of Palestine. Since then, the sole contribution made to the debate by His Majesty's delegation had been the addition of a comma to a committee report. Shortly after 5 o'clock, the Assembly President, Oswaldo Aranha of Brazil, gavelled down the last speaker and solemnly informed the men before him that the vote on the recommendation to partition Palestine would now be taken. From his seat in the spectators' gallery, Moshe Sharet stared with concern at the banks of silent men about to take the most important decision in the history of his people. For the 100th time, he studied his calculations, not daring to imagine the cost of failure, knowing, as he had warned the Assembly, that his people would never submit to any attempt to subjugate them to an Arab majority. Not far away, in the same spectators' gallery, Jamal Husseini, the representative of Palestine's Arabs, also waited impassively for the vote to begin. A few minutes before, in the delegates' lobby, he had reiterated the threat he had made so often in the past weeks. If the General Assembly voted partition, the Arabs of Palestine, supported by the Arab states, would go to war against its decision as soon as the British left. An aide set a basket before Aranha. In it were 56 slips of paper, each bearing the name of one of the nations represented in the hall. Aranha extended his hand and slowly drew from the basket the name of the nation whose vote would begin the poll. He unfolded the slip of paper and stared an instant at the men ranged before him. "Guatemala," he announced. At his words, a terrible silence settled over the assembly. Even the press gallery fell quiet. For an instant, the 300 delegates, the spectators, the newsmen, seemed united in awe of the moment before them, in their awareness of the grave and solemn decision about to be taken. The delegate of Guatemala rose. As he did, suddenly, from the spectators' gallery, a piercing cry sundered the silence of the assembly hall, a Hebrew cry as old as time and the suffering of men. "Ana Adonai Hoshia!" O Lord, save us. Chapter 2. At last we are a free people. 6,000 miles from the converted skating rink in which a handful of men were about to decide the fate of the land of which it was the heart, the sacred city of Jerusalem waited impassively for the newest sign of its destiny. Whether in the sacrifice of animals on the altar of her ancient Jewish temple, the sacrifice of Christ upon a cross, or the constantly renewed sacrifice of men upon her walls, Jerusalem had lived as no other city in the world under the curse of bloodshed. Yet her name, according to legend, came from the ancient Hebrew Yerushalayim, meaning city of peace, and her first settlements had stretched down from the Mount of Olives under a grove of palm trees whose branches would become a universal symbol of peace. An unending stream of prophets had proclaimed here the peace of God to man, and David, the Jewish king who had made the city his capital, had celebrated it with the words, "Pray for the peace of Jerusalem." Sacred to three great religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, Jerusalem stones bore the stigmata of her sanctity and her walls the memory of the crimes committed within them in the name of religion. David and Pharaoh, Sennacherib and Nebuchadnezzar, Ptolemy and Herod, Titus and the Crusaders of Godfrey the Bouillon, Tamerlane and the Saracens of Saladin all had fought and burned and killed here. Now, in the midnight blue of this November night, Jerusalem offered a deceptively peaceful appearance. A ring of distant lights surrounded the city like satellites. To the north, those of Ramallah; far to the east, by the Dead Sea floor, Jericho; to the south, Bethlehem. Closer by, a second chain of lights leaped from hilltop to hilltop like lighthouses in the night, standing guard over the approaches to Jerusalem. Most important among them were the lights of Castel, blinking from the peak from which the village dominated the sole road linking Jerusalem to the sea, the artery along which virtually every vital supply for the 100,000 Jews of Jerusalem flowed. Those few miles of twisting asphalt were the hinge upon which Jewish Jerusalem's existence hung that November evening. And almost without exception, the lights along its route belonged to Arab communities. Jerusalem began where the highway became Jaffa Road. The city's principal commercial artery, the road ran through a mixture of banks, stores, coffee houses, and cinemas, blending in their unique manner the Orient and the Jewish quarters of Central Europe. To the north, huddled around the domes of their numerous synagogues, the zealous guardians of a Hasidic sect of Orthodox Jewry lived in Mea Shearim. To the south were the city's modern Jewish quarters, and beyond them another set of equally modern and largely Arab quarters. At the end of Jaffa Road lay the walls of Old Jerusalem, proud and imposing, imprisoning the old city in a splendid belt of stone. Wrapped inside a vast puzzle of vaulted alleyways and hidden passages were 50,000 people, sealed by race and right into separate ghettos, Jewish, Armenian, Christian, and Muslim. Those traditional quarters were the nervous tissue around the three sacred sites that were Jerusalem's glory and its curse. 200 yards east of the Jewish quarter, enclosed in an alley barely 10 feet wide, was a facade of huge uneven stone blocks. Those stones, granitic remnants of Solomon's temple, were the spiritual center of Judaism, the Wailing Wall, the symbolic beacon toward which 20 centuries of Jewry had turned to mourn their exile. Caressed to an ochre sheen by the reverent touch of thousands of hands, lips, and foreheads, they had resisted every calamity, natural and man-made, that had battered Jerusalem through the centuries. A handful of black-coated Orthodox Jews, bobbing up and down to the rhythmic sing-song of their ancient prayers, stood perpetual guard at that shrine to a glorious and dolorous history. Stuck into the cracks and crevices of the great stone blocks were dozens of scraps of paper, memoranda from the faithful to the Lord, petitioning for his blessing on a newborn son, an ailing wife, a flagging enterprise, and above all on this November night, the deliverance of his people. A few hundred yards away, 2 stone cupolas and a Romanesque belfry crowned the dark and incense-filled caverns of another beacon calling to generations of humanity, the site for which the masses of Europe had hurled themselves into the adventure of the Crusades. Those stones spanned the most sacred shrine in Christendom, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, built over the hilltop on which Jesus Christ is presumed to have been crucified. There, in a profusion of stairways, pillars, altars, and sanctuaries, priests of all the sects of Christianity met: Greek, Russian, Coptic, Latin, Armenian, Chaldean, Syriac, kneeling in mutual aversion, chanting their similar litanies to the resurrected Savior each claimed as his own. The symbol of Jerusalem's importance to another faith lay to the east, The Qubbat al-Sakhra, the dome of the rock, stood serene and stately at the center of its spacious esplanade. Below its gracious ceiling, covered with its inscriptions to Allah, the One, the Merciful, was a clump of grey stone, the Mount Moriah of antiquity. A faint impression upon that rock bound it to Islam, the handprint of the angel Gabriel for the faithful, holding the rock to the earth on the night the Prophet Muhammad on his white steed Al-Buraq ascended from it to heaven. Ringing over the old city's rooftops, with equally sonorous fervor, the carillons of her church towers, the piercing call of her minarets, the cry of the shofar from her synagogues, called Jerusalem to a perpetual prayer. For thousands in the city, they were a reminder that Jerusalem was only a way stop on a mystic journey, a journey whose destination was a deep ravine running below the city's eastern walls. There, below the spare slopes of the Mount of Olives, ran the biblical valley of Jehoshaphat, to which the trumpets of the Last Judgment would call the souls of all mankind at the end of the world. Anticipation of that event had made Jerusalem a city where men came to die as well as to live, and generations of Christians, Jews, and Muslims slept scattered under a sea of whitened stone around the valley, achieving in death in Jerusalem what they had so often failed to achieve in life, a peaceful reconciliation of their claims to its ramparts. To Jerusalem's traditional divisions, another had been added recently. Demarcated by British barbed wire, it had grown out of the conflict between Jerusalem's Jewish population and its British authorities, and divided the community into a series of British-controlled security zones. They included the huge central compound, which enclosed its vital installations. It had been scornfully dubbed Bevingrad by the city's Jews, after Britain's Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin. For all its divisions, however, as the evening of November 29, 1947, stretched into night, Jerusalem enjoyed a blessing it had known rarely in the past third of a century: unity. In homes, in cafes, in clubs, linked together by an electric cable and a common sense of anguish and anxiety, the people of Jerusalem, Arab and Jew alike, sat by the radio, following word by word the distant debate on which the future of their city depended. As they had almost every evening of their married life, Ambara and Sami Khalidi had gathered that night before the fireplace in their library. Ambara at the fragile writing desk at which she had made the first Arabic translation of Homer, Sami in his leather-winged chair by the fire. Encircling ranks on the walls around them, their leather bindings burnished to a mahogany glow, were the silent witnesses to the rite by which they occupied that room, the texts of the oldest Islamic library in the world. Since the day in A.D. 638, when Khalid ibn al-Walid had ridden into the holy city at the head of a column of the Caliph Omar's conquering warriors, there had been Khalidis in Jerusalem. Latest representative of a stream of scholars, teachers, and sheikhs, the family had produced to provide the intellectual leaven of Jerusalem's Muslim community. Sami Khalidi was the president of Jerusalem's Arab College. Shopkeepers' sons, the scions of Jerusalem's old Arab families, the progeny of Bedouin sheikhs, Sami Khalidi had gathered them all into his college, the hopeful raw material from which he might fashion a new generation of leaders for the Arabs of Palestine. Now, his bright blue eyes clouded with concern, Sami Khalidi clung to every word coming from his radio and wondered if destiny was about to deprive his young pupils of the country he had prepared them to lead. In their little apartment near Herod's Gate, 36-year-old Hamim Majaj and his young wife softened the impact of the news flowing from their radio by contemplating the blueprints of the little house they planned to build in the spring just outside Jerusalem. All fall they had dreamed of that house, which bore the promise of a final ration of happiness for Hame Majaj. An orphan as a child, a shy and lonely man as an adult, Majaj's happiness dated from the moment 3 years earlier when a pretty girl had appeared at his post office desk looking for a job. The job he had given her was that of his wife. She had since given him 2 children. He had just completed payments on the parcel of land on which their new house would take form. Even the number of its lot, 13, seemed a harbinger of good luck. Around her feet, Kati Antonius's servants spread their cloths over the even stones that would serve as a table for the myriad little dishes of an Arabic mezze. Even on this fateful night, the widow of the foremost Arab historian of his generation remained faithful to the role that had been hers for 2 decades, that of the first hostess of Arab Jerusalem. Rare was the distinguished visitor who had not passed under the Arabic inscription, "Enter and be welcome," on the stone arch above the door of her home. Over her parquet floors had passed a sampling of international society, bishops and Arab princes, scholars and generals, poets and politicians. Determined to mark this night with a gesture worthy of her tenacious devotion to Jerusalem's ancient stones, Kati had gathered her dinner guests around her and marched them off to an alfresco supper on the squared roof of the Stork Tower. That tower was anchored in the northeastern corner of Jerusalem's old walls, hard by the spot where 8 centuries before an earlier generation of Arabs had resisted another invasion of Jerusalem, that of the Crusaders of Godfrey de Bouillon. On the opposite side of Jerusalem, in a simple stone house in one of the city's new Jewish quarters, another woman puffed nervously on a cigarette and fretted with a pencil and paper before her. She, too, was a renowned Jerusalem hostess, although of a different sort. Her salon was a kitchen, and the measure of her hospitality the endless cups of coffee she poured for guests from a pot on the stove. 2 generations of Zionists had met in that kitchen to laugh and argue, curse and cry, plan and despair. Chain-smoking her cigarettes, pushing forward her coffee and cakes, she had been the eternal Jewish mother in the adolescence of a new kind of Jew. In a sense, she had been born to live this night. Her father was a carpenter whose talented hands had earned him the privilege of living in Kiev, outside the Pale of Settlement in which Tsarist Russia had confined its Jews. Slender that privilege, for it gave a Jew only the chance to starve a little more slowly than his less fortunate kin. 5 of the 6 children who had preceded her birth in 1898 had died in early childhood. Her father brought her to another promised land, and there, in the streets of an American city, at the age of 17, collecting funds for the victims of a World War I pogrom, she had found her Zionist faith. She had devoted her life to that cause. To her, this evening might represent the culmination of everything she had lived for, a justification of her very existence. Normally, she was the most gregarious of women, yet so precious were the emotions of these hours that Golda Meir had chosen to spend them alone, with a cup of coffee, her endless cigarettes, and the notepad on which she would register each vote that brought her closer to a lifetime's dream. Not far from Golda Meir's home, 30 of the most wanted men in Palestine followed the news on an upright Philips radio placed in the center of a table, spilling over with platters of omelette, great brass coffee pots, and a dozen uncorked bottles of vodka. Barely a quarter of a mile away, wrapped in its protective layers of barbed wire, was the headquarters of the British Security Police, whose officers had spent 2 years chasing them up and down Palestine. At the head of the table, his bald head ungraced by so much as a curl of hair, his massive chest heaving with each word he uttered, was the man who had summoned them to this room. He had been a wrestler in the circus, the foreman of a rock quarry, an art dealer, a journalist, and a doctor of philosophy. It was not, however, his mastery of any of those diverse crafts that had excited the admiration of his fellows and the dedicated pursuit of the British police. Yitzhak Sadeh was the spiritual father of the Haganah and the founder of its elite striking force, the Palmach. He had molded the Palmach on its own Marxist-socialist principles. It was an army without insignia, indifferent to uniform and drill, relaxed in its discipline, an army in which rank had only one privilege, that of getting killed first. Now someone asked Sadeh what he thought the result of the vote just beginning would be. He was solemn and unsmiling. "I do not care," he said. "If the vote is positive, the Arabs will make war on us. Their war," he said, his eyes sweeping the faces of his young officers, "will cost us 5,000 lives." In the hush that followed, he added, "And if the vote is negative, then it is we who shall make war on the Arabs." Silence filled the room. The radio began to announce the passing votes. Sadeh reached out and very deliberately poured himself a tumbler of vodka from the bottle before him. He raised it to his young subordinates. "My friends," he said with a sad half-smile, "you might as well toast all of the votes with a glass of vodka." In the wire room of the Palestine Broadcasting System, the news of each nation's vote was ripped from a teletype machine as it came in. A Jewish runner raced one copy across a small courtyard to the studios of the Hebrew service. An Arab runner raced a second across the same courtyard to the Arabic studios 8 yards away. There, Hazem Nusaybi scribbled an Arabic translation for his waiting broadcaster. Watching the votes come in, Nusaybi thought, "It can go either way." Suddenly, an urgent bulletin fell on his desk. Nusaybi translated it for his broadcaster. Only as the man read out the words did the full impact of what he had just written strike Nusaybi. "The General Assembly of the United Nations," the broadcaster read, "by a vote of 33 in favor, 13 against, and 10 abstentions, has voted to partition Palestine." "A milestone has passed," thought Nusaybi. "A curtain has fallen upon our heads." From across the courtyard, he heard the first jubilant shouts of his Jewish colleagues. Outside, the night was still. From his balcony, Israel Rosenblatt stared with an almost mystic awe at the panorama spread before him in the cool, dark air. Suleiman's citadel, the Tower of David, Old Jerusalem's walls, the domes of her churches and synagogues, her slender minarets, all glowing with an alabaster sheen in the moonlight. Then, from some hidden courtyard, a sound sundered the silence. It was the primeval bleating of a shofar, the ram's horn trumpet with which Joshua's hosts had laid down the walls of Jericho. Hearing it, Rosenblatt remembered the words of the solemn Yom Kippur prayer. "My God," he whispered, "the shofar has sounded our freedom at last." From courtyards and synagogues all across the city, other shofars took up the call until that harsh and primitive sound seemed to claw apart the night, a cry 35 centuries old, adding its ancient message to that just relayed by the radio. At that moment, like many another man in Jerusalem that night, Israel Rosenblatt turned his regard eastward toward that wall of stone that was the repository of so many of Judaism's sacred memories. Softly, almost imperceptibly, he began to mumble a prayer of thanksgiving. In the sitting room of her stone house, Golda Meir's notepad rested on her knees, the last figures she had written on it staring up at her. The woman who had worked so hard for this moment could no longer read those figures. As the fateful announcement had come over her radio, Golda Meir's eyes had overflowed with tears. The Arab educator, Sami Khalidi, had gotten up from his wing chair and crossed his library at the news. With a sharp snap, he turned off his radio. He looked at his wife. "A tragedy is now beginning," he said. On the other side of Jerusalem, in the Arab quarter that bore his family's name, young Nasreddin Nashashibi heard his father declare at the same instant, "This means war." In the years to come, he would always remember the grim prophecy of Syria's United Nations delegate, Fares al-Khoury, coming from the radio in his living room. "The holy places," said the Syrian, "are going to pass through long years of war, and peace will not prevail there for generations." As Paris had lived its liberation night, as London and New York had reveled at the end of the war, Jewish Jerusalem now erupted in its own special explosion of joy, the most exuberant perhaps in its history, a wildly happy outburst to herald the end of a 2,000-year wait. In his little bar, Fink's, David Rothschild had listened to the news with two pretty girls. When the results came in, the three of them rushed out into the still deserted streets. Giggling like children, they skipped down King George V Avenue, banging on doors, shouting up the silent walls and windows, "We have a state! We have a state!" Two young Haganah officers, Mordechai Gazit and Zelman Mart, leaped into Mart's old Chevrolet and went careening through Jerusalem, their horn blaring until Gazit thought, "We had woken up the entire city." Everywhere, as the impact of the news registered, lights snapped on, windows were flung open, neighbors called to each other in the dark, in pajamas and slippers, with a bathrobe or an overcoat tossed over the shoulders. Jerusalemites invaded the streets. At a corner of Ben Yehuda, Uri Avner joined a group of students rushing down the street. As they ran along, people flowed out of the doorways to join them. At the corner of Jaffa Road, a British patrol car stopped their procession. "Do you realize it's after midnight?" an officer asked them. "Do you realize we have a state?" they shouted back. Another group of youngsters commandeered a truck with a loudspeaker and drove through the city calling people out to celebrate. A British armored car stopped them too, then swung in behind them, adding the voice of its loudspeaker to theirs. On Ben Yehuda Street, Reuven Tamir, a member of the Jewish settlement police, and a group of friends pried open a kiosk that sold cakes and soda during the daytime. As they started distributing cakes to their friends, the angry owner ran up. Then, understanding that on this night everything was free, he joined them, passing out his stock. At that instant, a crowd rushed by, carrying a Jewish member of the British police on their shoulders and crying, "He'll be our first police minister." Tamir blinked. It was his father. Bars and restaurants opened as their owners rushed to join the celebration. The director of the Carmel Mizrahi Wines rolled an enormous vat of red wine into the middle of Ben Yehuda Street and began passing out free drinks to the crowd. In the ultra-religious quarter of Mea Shearim, yeshiva students, with their curly sidelocks and bearded rabbis, stood in the streets toasting l'chaim, life, with bottles of cognac. Drivers ran to their buses and began bringing people free into the city. By 2 o'clock, thousands of deliriously happy Jews had poured into the heart of Jerusalem. Exultant young people stamped and swirled through the horror. At every street corner, arm in arm, others marched through the streets singing the Zionist anthem, Hatikva. In Russian, Czech, German, Hungarian, Yiddish, Hebrew, in almost every tongue of the human race, the old hymns of Zionism's pioneering days echoed through the night. Strangers embraced and kissed. Uri Cohen, a biology student at Hebrew University, happily kissed his way from his home to the city center. Even the British joined in. On King George V Avenue, Yaakov Salomon saw a British armored car rolling up the street. He froze. He had been on guard duty for the Haganah, and on his hip was a canteen in which he had hidden a hand grenade and a pistol, enough to earn him a life sentence in a British jail if he were caught with them. As he wondered what to do, A group of young people swarmed over the armored car and began to embrace the British police. The stunned Englishmen smiled and embraced them back. The first time, thought Solomon, the British have stood by, while the Jews went mad with happiness. So contagious was the mood that some English soldiers even reached into their pockets for a few handful of shillings to put into the collection boxes of the Jewish National Fund, then happily pinned its pale blue emblem to their uniform. Rabbi Ezra Spicehandler offered a swig of cognac to a British soldier. "Up the Jews!" he cried, and gulped down a third of the bottle. Long before sunrise, the whole of Jewish Jerusalem seemed to be awake and celebrating. Synagogues opened at 3 and were thronged with grateful assemblies offering a prayer of thanksgiving. Everyone reacted differently to the emotion of those moments. As the first faint light of dawn softened the sky, Zev Binyamin thought of the words of the Bible for the creation of the world. And the evening and the morning were the first day. Watching the young people dance, Russian-born Reuven ben Yehoshua remembered the early pioneers who never imagined this night, thinking if they hadn't come, perhaps this night would never have taken place. Even the most agnostic of Jews might have felt the hand of God upon them that night. Yet, in that happy carousel, there were the voices of dissent. Bowing in the dark sanctuary of their synagogue, the leaders of the rabidly fanatic Neturei Karta sect of Orthodox Jewry were in virtual mourning. To those deeply religious men who believed the divine alone could order the homecoming of the Jews, the state their fellows were celebrating was an abomination, a miracle wrought by the hands of man when only those of God would do. The descent of a young student, Nathanael Lorch, an officer in the Haganah, was of a different order. Lorch had few illusions of what the Arabs' reaction to tonight's news would be. Watching his fellows whirl through their horrors, Lorch thought, dancing is for the innocents. Along Ben Yehuda Street, a tall, distinguished man wandered alone, an island of concern in the midst of the jubilant crowds. While they celebrated the promise of a new Jewish state, every fiber of Elazar Sukenik's being was concentrated on an old one, the one that had died almost 2 millenniums before on the mountaintop of Masada. That afternoon, in the shop of an Arab souvenir dealer near the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, Elazar Sukenik's fingers had caressed a few scraps of ancient leather. Trembling with emotion, he had realized he held in his hand the most precious remnants ever found of that dead civilization. Tomorrow, he was to meet the Arab souvenir dealer to negotiate their purchase. Now he despaired that tonight's pledge of a new Jewish state in Palestine would destroy his only link with those priceless ties to its long-dead predecessor. They were the first scraps of the most important archaeological discovery of the 20th century, the Dead Sea Scrolls. Everywhere, the Jews of Palestine shared the joy of Jerusalem. Tel Aviv, the first Jewish city of the world, was like some Latin capital on Carnival night. In kibbutzim around the country, young people danced and prayed. In the settlements of the Negev and on the Syrian border in the north, watchmen in their lonely sentry posts blessed the night above them. In Jerusalem, the celebration built toward a crescendo in front of a fortress-like structure whose stone wings had enclosed for years Jewish hopes for a state in Palestine. Bathed in a glow of searchlights, the Jewish Agency building and its courtyard were the scene of an exultant happening. When the white flag of Zionism, with its pale blue Star of David, proudly crept up the building's flagstaff, an explosion of noise burst from the crowd. Brusquely the tumult quieted, and, like a breaking wave, a strange silence rolled over the sea of faces as the bulky silhouette of a woman appeared on the balcony above them. "For 2,000 years," cried Golda Meir, "we have waited for our deliverance. Now that it is here, It is so great and wonderful that it surpasses human words." Then, her voice hesitant with emotion, her heart overflowing, the carpenter's daughter from Kiev, become the Passionara of Zionism, grasped for the two words her people had used for generations to mark the passage of life's gay and solemn moments. "Jews," she cried, "Mazel tov. Good luck." In the Arab quarters of Jerusalem, the echoes of those triumphant Jewish cries rang like a tocsin through the deserted street. Peering into the night, listening to the distant sound of merriment rising from the Jewish quarters, many an Arab pondered the change in his own destiny that those cheers foretold. Oppressed by gloom and bitterness, Jibril Katul, an officer in the education department of the Mandate, announced to his wife, "Everything is lost. The streets of Jerusalem would run with blood." Then, with Arab fatalism, Katul opined, "It is the fault of the British. They let us down. The whole world has conspired to defeat us." The reaction of Sami Hadawi, another Mandate civil servant, was similar to that of many Arabs. Drawing tight the shutters of his new home in Katamon, Hadawi struggled to recover from the news. Then, from somewhere in his subconscious, a firm and reassuring voice told him it was all a lie. It would never come to pass. The British, he thought in a rush of comfort, would never leave Palestine. From his bedroom window, Ziad Khatib, a 21-year-old accountant, watched the flickering orange glow of torchlight dancing on the walls of nearby Mea Shearim and listened to the din of his neighbor's revelry. It is like V-Day, he told himself. Then bitterly he thought, but it is they who are the victorious ones, not us. Leaving his studio, Hassem Nusaybi, the Arab who had translated the momentous news, heard a voice beside him whisper in the darkness, "When the day comes, there will be Arabs ready to perform their duty." Turning, Nusaybi looked at the owner of that voice, a Bedouin officer of the unit guarding the Palestine radio. He belonged to an elite corps whose cannon would soon exact a heavy price from the Jews of Jerusalem for the state they celebrated this night, the Arab Legion. Of all the Arabs who witnessed Jewish celebrations that night, none witnessed them in stranger circumstances than a young captain in the Syrian army wandering in civilian clothes through the exulting crowds of Tel Aviv. As the first rays of dawn lightened the city, Captain Abdulaziz Karin stood at the window of his little hotel, peering down in fascination at the happy throng still dancing the horror in the street below. Fascinated he well might be, for a special mission had brought Captain Abdulaziz Karin to Tel Aviv. In a few hours at Lida Airport he would set off for Prague. There he planned to buy 10,000 rifles and 1,000 machine guns, the first consignment of the arms with which the Arabs hoped to shatter the dreams of the dancers below the young captain's hotel window. "So what if we won?" hissed the middle-aged woman in her bathrobe. "Let the old man sleep." Yet to awaken him, Gershon Avner, a young bureaucrat of the Jewish agency, had driven 25 miles from Jerusalem to the Jewish potash works on the Dead Sea. In his briefcase, he carried the draft of an official declaration by the Jewish agency welcoming the United Nations historic vote. More than any other individual of his generation, the sleeping man before Avner was responsible for that triumph. With the implacable determination of a hunter stalking a quarry, he had pursued the goal of a Jewish state in Palestine. Coaxing, cajoling, threatening, inspiring, he had led his people toward it with the zeal of a messianic prophet and the realistic cunning of a biblical warrior. Avner looked down at the small round stomach and the strands of white hair standing out from his head that identified him to millions around the world. Gently he shook his shoulder. "Mazel tov," he whispered to David Ben-Gurion. We won. Ben-Gurion got up, slipped on a bathrobe, and plodded to a small writing table. Adjusting his glasses, he began to study the declaration Avner had handed him. Then his pen started to flow over its 150-word English text. Soon the paper was covered with his scratchings, giving, Avner noted, the emotional content of the original a more sober note. More paper, Ben-Gurion called, the first words he had uttered to Avner. With Ben-Gurion's wife, Paula, Avner began a frantic search while the old man waited with fast-rising impatience. Finally, in despair, Avner grabbed the only sheaf of paper he could find, a strip of brown toilet tissue taken from the bathroom next door. Ben-Gurion started to write on it the text of his historic declaration. As he finished, a group of excited young people from the potash works burst into the room. Circling the stubby little figure of their leader, they began to dance a wild, happy horror. His fists thrust into the pockets of his worn bathrobe, Ben-Gurion watched them with a heavy heart. He well knew the price the Jewish people would have to pay for the state the United Nations had promised them this night. When the young people beckoned him to join their horror, he shook his head. "I could not dance," he would later recall. "I could not sing that night. I looked at them so happy dancing, and I could only think that they were all going to war." As the Jewish leader knew, the United Nations vote was not in itself a guarantee that a Jewish state would actually come into existence. Between the vote this November night and the actual end, some months away, of Britain's rule in Palestine, lay a difficult time of trial. Both sides, Ben-Gurion was persuaded, would try to use it to strengthen their forces and improve their positions for the conflict he felt must follow Britain's eventual withdrawal. In Jerusalem, the first preparations for a showdown still far in the future were already beginning. About the same time Gershon Avner's Austin had driven up to the potash works, another car had slipped through the darkened streets of a Jewish suburb on the city's western outskirts. It stopped in front of the outpatient clinic of the Histadrut Medical Aid Society. A squat, heavy-set man strode to the door of the clinic and rapped softly. From the shadows inside, the white-coated figure of a medical orderly emerged. The two men walked through the deserted clinic to a small office at the rear. There the gray-haired man set to work. His name was Israel Amir, and he was the Jerusalem commander of the Haganah. The medical orderly who had opened the door was one of his soldiers. For over a year, the clinic had provided the Jerusalem commander a cover to hide his headquarters from British surveillance. Amir scanned the sheaf of intelligence reports telephoned during the night to his headquarters. They indicated no unusual activity in the Arab city, but Amir was not reassured. The Arabs, he felt, could not let this occasion pass without some reaction. Like most Haganah headquarters, his command had an informal but carefully prepared system to bring his forces into readiness. Quickly, he made the 3 seemingly innocent phone calls that put his forces on alert. The outburst, which Israel Amir feared, was already brewing. Clasping slips of paper marked with a crescent and a cross, adjoined at an identical angle, each signed with the Arabic initials E.G., Arab messengers were already moving through old Jerusalem's darkened alleys. The initials belonged to Emil Gori, a member of Jerusalem's sizable Christian Arab community and a graduate of the University of Cincinnati. Gori was the leader of the Arab city's unofficial ruling body, the Arab Higher Committee. The destination of the men who bore his slips of paper were as diverse as old Jerusalem. One was near the Wailing Wall, another at a mosque next to St. Stephen's Gate, a third behind the Holy Sepulchre. Soon Gori's messengers aroused from their sleep sheiks, obscure shopkeepers, peddlers, even women, the widows of conservative religious families whose piety placed them above all suspicion. They passed Gori's slip of paper to each sleepy figure and in turn were guided to the hiding place of the objects for which they had come. They unfastened false panels, pulled up floorboards, dug into cellars, chipped away the mortar of caches hidden in walls, opened crates of cheap religious souvenirs, picked apart kilns and baking ovens. By sunrise, their work was completed. While the Jews of Jerusalem had danced the night away beyond the old city walls, they had removed from their hideaways the secret arsenal of Jerusalem's Arab Higher Committee, the 800 rifles they had carefully sealed away after the last Arab uprising in Palestine almost a decade earlier, a bloody 3-year revolt against the British in 1936 to 1939. For some Arabs and Jews, however, the aftermath of the UN vote led to a kind of sad reaching out to each other, a grasping toward the hope that the conflict to which they seemed condemned might still be avoided. Making their rounds at Government Hospital in the morning after the vote, 2 old friends, Doctors Rajib Khalidi and Edward Cook, studied the long row of beds soon to be filled with the victims of the fratricidal war. "Must we really fight each other?" sighed Cook. "It will be too horrible." On King George V Avenue, an Arab dentist named Sami Abu Swan got a jarring response of his own to that same thought. A cultivated man, an accomplished violinist, Abu Swan was one of those Arabs who had always lived in harmony with the Jewish community, and he persisted in his belief in the ultimate reconciliation of Jew and Arab. Suddenly, amidst the jubilant dances, Abu Swan saw an old friend, violin professor Isaac Rottenberg, a man he had long admired for his calm, his serenity, his pacifism. Wrapped around the peaceful violin professor's biceps was the armband of the Jewish Home Guard. Zihab Khatib, the 21-year-old accountant who had watched the celebration in Mea Shearim, lived a disappointment of a different nature that morning. The Jews in his office were in the midst of an impromptu party when he arrived for work. Among them was a lovely blonde Romanian named Elissa, who dominated the young accountant's hopeful dreams. They whispered together for a moment. Then Elissa brought him a cake, and taking him by the hand, led him over to join the dancing. Khatib tried, but his heart would not let him. A few minutes later, sadly aware that the events of the night had erected a barrier between them that could never be bridged, Khatib drifted out of the office. The young Arab would see the blonde Jewish girl he had hoped to love only once again in his life, in April, behind a rifle pointing from the sandbags of a Haganah guard post in the Montefiore quarter. In the rest of the Arab world, a rising tide of fury at the UN vote was already erupting in violence. Angered by a decision they felt deprived them unjustly of a part of the Arab patrimony, the youth of Damascus had rampaged through the Syrian capital since dawn, chanting, "We want arms!" The Prime Minister, 55-year-old Jamil Mardam, offered them the chance to display their patriotism with acts, not words. He promised that a recruiting office would open to enlist volunteers to fight in Palestine. They preferred other activities, however. By noon they had sacked the United States and French legations, and, protesting Russia's vote for partition, burned the headquarters of the Syrian Communist Party. In Beirut, capital of Lebanon, similar crowds smashed their way into the offices of the Arabian-American Oil Company. In Amman, capital of the Kingdom of Transjordan, only a last-minute effort by police saved 2 American professors from a lynching at the hands of an angry mob. From his desert palace in Riyadh, King Ibn Saud of Saudi Arabia proclaimed that his last wish was to die at the head of my troops fighting in Palestine. Curiously, the capital of the most important country in the Arab world, Egypt, took the news most calmly. By customary arrangement, a courier from the Prime Minister's office brought King Farouk's chamberlain a bribe and a dispatch with the news. The bribe was the guarantee needed to get the chamberlain to set important documents before the king, at the only moment he was disposed to read them, around noon, when he awoke from his usual night of revelry. Egypt's Prime Minister, Mahmoud Nokrashi Pasha, pondered the news with concern. A former history professor, a man as modest as his sovereign was profligate, Nokrashi was a rarity among Egyptian politicians. He was honest. A lifelong foe of the British, he felt with deep conviction that the only proper concerns of his nation were securing the English evacuation of the Suez Canal zone and union with the Sudan under the Egyptian crown. Under no circumstances did Nokrashi Pasha want Egypt's army to get involved in a war in Palestine. Circumstances, however, would deprive the Egyptian Prime Minister of his wish. Spurred by genuine emotion, exhorted by cynical politicians, unwilling to restrain the passions unleashed by their reckless rhetoric, led by men living a charade based on careless illusions, the Arabs were soon to be embarked on the high road to disaster. Already, in the streets beyond the Egyptian Prime Minister's palace, two forces were at work, sowing the wind whose tempest would bring Egypt to revolution and Mahmoud Nokrashi to a rendezvous with an assassin's bullet. In the narrow byways of Cairo's ancient bazaar, the Khan el-Khalil, the rectors of Al-Azhar, the world's oldest Islamic university, drafted the decrees which would sanction the ancient call that had driven the warriors of the caliphs from Baghdad to Poitiers and Saladin to the Horn of Hattin. Debased by overuse, eviscerated by much of its spiritual appeal, still no cry could stir Arab opinion as readily as that ancient call to jihad, the holy war. In those same Cairo souks, the fanatic messengers of a newer Islam, the Muslim Brothers, stirred too. They saw in the United Nations decision the seeds of the popular upheaval they awaited to carry them to power. Soon, the walls of Damascus, Beirut, and Baghdad would be splashed with the slogans of those Knights Templar of a renascent Islam, calling their followers to a new crusade with the Quran, the dagger, and the machine gun. David Ben-Gurion returned to Jerusalem at dawn. Seeing the celebrations, he said to himself, "They are silly. They think that a war is for dancing." He went straight to his office to work. By forenoon, an enormous crowd had built up once again in the courtyard of the Jewish Agency, clamoring for the appearance of their leaders. Determined to infuse them with some of the urgency he himself felt at this hour, Ben-Gurion finally stepped out onto the agency balcony, surrounded by 50 of his senior aides. As he began to speak, someone whispered to Golda Meir a piece of news to justify Ben-Gurion's caution. 3 Jews had just been killed in an ambush outside Tel Aviv. Yet, as the applause, the happy shouts, the almost physical pleasure of the crowd below swept up to him, Ben-Gurion's stern facade began to dissolve. Suddenly, he too felt the overwhelming emotion of that hour, the grandeur of being alive at that rendezvous between the Hebrew race and the 2,000-year-old promise they had sworn to the Judean hills. When he finished, he turned to the blue and white Zionist flag beside him. Gently, almost reverently, he caressed its folds. "At last," he murmured in a half-whisper, "at last, we are a free people." Chapter 3. Papa has returned. Neither the Arabs nor the Jews were completely unprepared for the struggle which the UN vote made inevitable. Grimly mindful of the prospect of violence, both sides had been quietly girding themselves for months. In the early spring of 1945, David Ben-Gurion had received a visitor in the cluttered study of his modest house at 15 Karen Kayemet Street. Surrounded by thousands of books of philosophy and history through which his restless mind had prowled, Ben-Gurion greeted his caller and waved him to a chair. Beyond an open window, the two men could hear the wash of the Mediterranean sliding down the beaches of Tel Aviv half a mile away. That book-lined study was Ben-Gurion's private citadel, the sanctuary into which he retired every night to read and work. Rare was the event or man that could deprive the Jewish leader of even 30 minutes of that nightly ritual. Ben-Gurion's visitor was an American, and he was a senior official of the United States government. A few weeks before, he had participated in a meeting designed to lay the outlines of the post-war world, the Yalta Conference. As Ben-Gurion listened with growing intensity, his visitor related the details of a private conversation to which he had been a party at that conference. Its participants were Franklin Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Joseph Stalin. The subject was Palestine. Suddenly, he said, the Russian dictator had turned to Churchill. There was only one solution to the Arab-Jewish problem in Palestine, Stalin told the Englishman, the solution the Soviet Union was going to support. It is a Jewish state, he said. Hearing his visitor recite the Russian dictator's words, Ben-Gurion started. Years later, he would recall that at that instant, for the first time, he had the absolute certainty that the Jewish people would have a state in Palestine. Between the combined pressures of the Soviet Union, ruled by the dictator whose thoughts on Palestine had just been revealed to Ben-Gurion, and a United States responsive to public opinion, Britain would eventually be compelled to yield to Jewish desires. Sitting back, Ben-Gurion calculated the impact of what he had heard. For years, the brunt of Zionist diplomacy had been concentrated on obtaining world acknowledgement of the Jewish people's right to a state. From this moment forward, it would have to have another, even more important objective, preparing to defend such a state at the point of a gun. For if the major powers could give his people legal sanctions for a state, Ben-Gurion knew only they themselves could bring it into being. That, he was certain, would have to be done in a military showdown with the Arab states. Their survival and their dreams of a state would depend on their being prepared for that showdown. On the morning of April 6, 1945, shortly after David Ben-Gurion had received his American visitor, a crucial turning point came, too, in the existence of a man whom fate had destined to oppose him, Muhammad Sayyid Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, spiritual leader of Jerusalem's Muslim community. It took place at a lunch in the capital of Nazi Germany. Once, in his own villa on Goethestrasse in Berlin's Zehlendorf West, Hajj Amin had played host to the leaders of Hitler's Germany. That morning, in a friend's apartment, the only representative of the Third Reich at the table was the SS bodyguard chauffeur, who had driven the Mufti to Berlin from Bad Gastein, Austria, in a wood-burning Mercedes. And the plate set before the man whose table had a few months before been laden with the delicacies of occupied Europe was a staple of the Egyptian falahin, a mash of red kidney beans soaked in vinegar called ful, which the Germans considered fit only for livestock. Gathered around Hajj Amin in the lugubrious gloom of mourners at a funeral banquet were a dozen of the Arabs who had followed him in October 1941, when, disguised as the female servant of an Italian diplomat, he had escaped the British dragnet and walked from Tehran to the Turkish frontier, and thence made his way to Berlin. Convinced that a German victory would secure the aims to which he had devoted his political life, driving the Jews from Palestine and the British from the Middle East, Hajj Amin had thrown in his lot with the Nazis. Placing at their disposal the prestige of his person and the influence of his religious office, the Mufti had done everything he could to secure a German victory. He had recruited Arab agents to drop behind the British lines as saboteurs. He had helped raise 2 divisions of Yugoslavian Muslims for the SS. He had facilitated the German entry into Tunisia and Libya. His agents had provided the Wehrmacht with a 48-hour warning, ignored, of the Allied landings in North Africa. Fully aware of the finality of the final solution, he had done his best to see that none of its intended victims were diverted to Palestine on their way to Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler's gas chambers. In 1943, he intervened personally with Reich Foreign Minister Ribbentrop to prevent the emigration of 4,000 Jewish children from Bulgaria to Palestine. Haj Amin Husseini had lost his wager. A reminder of his defeat and that of the ally to whose cause he had joined his could be heard just beyond the windows of the villa in which he lunched, the insistent drone of Allied planes methodically bombing Berlin. Like David Ben-Gurion, Haj Amin had now to prepare for the next round in the struggle between their two peoples. With a gesture, he sent his SS bodyguard to his car. The German returned, toting a burlap sack stuffed with Red Cross prisoner-of-war parcels. Silently the Mufti distributed them to the men around the table. Then he reached into the folds of his black robe and drew out a leather pouch. From it, he pulled a thick clump of banknotes, Swiss francs, US dollars, and British gold certificates. Carefully he counted them out in a dozen packets, one of which he set before each man. His pale blue eyes as impassive, as imperturbable as they had been 3 years before at those exulting moments when the armies of Germany had seemed within reach of victory, Haj Amin told his followers, "It is finished for us here now. Each of you must try to find his way back home as best he can. There our struggle must begin again in different circumstances." Then he rose and, with the quick, mincing walk for which he was famous, slipped from the room as furtively as a nursing nun gliding from the bedchamber of a dying man. Haj Amin Husseini was a man of many and diverse qualities, but a deep religiosity had never been one of them, not even on the March day in 1922, when he was summoned to the office of Britain's first High Commissioner in Palestine, Sir Herbert Samuel, to receive at his Jewish hands his appointment as Mufti, a kind of bishopric of the third most important city of Islam. 2 years of study at Cairo's Al-Azhar had revealed little of the theologian in young Haj Amin. Bored, he had turned to a dissimilar but more suitable calling as a cadet officer in the Turkish army. With his bright red hair, his sharp blue eyes, a sword dangling from his belt, he cut a dashing figure, so dashing that he quickly attracted the attention of Jerusalem's Arab nationalists, and through them that of the British, for whom he was soon working as an intelligence agent. Aware of Britain's promises to the Arabs, convinced that they were destined to be the liberators of his people, he became a passionate Anglophile. The passionate convert became a passionate apostate when Haj Amin saw evidence of British perfidy on the publication of the Balfour Declaration and the Sykes-Picot Agreement. Thereafter, in the hierarchy of Haj Amin's hatred, the British would always enjoy pride of place before that accorded to his Jewish enemies. Quitting his job as an advisor to the British in the Sudan, he returned to Jerusalem. In the streets and souks of his native city, stirring with a first vague resentment against Jewish immigration, Haj Amin Husseini at last found his true vocation. He took those ill-defined emotions and patiently coaxed the expository anger of the coffee house into the fury of the mob. On Easter Sunday 1920, his manipulations of the city's discontent reached their logical culmination. Bursting from the crowded souks and alleys of the old city, an Arab street mob turned on the Jews at Jaffa Gate. The news was announced to the city's British administrators gathered for Easter services in Jerusalem's Anglican Cathedral by a captain named Naylor, who galloped up to the church door, dismounted and tiptoed into the pew behind the chief secretary of the government. "Sir," he whispered, "you may be talking about peace on earth and goodwill to men in here, but down at the Jaffa Gate, the Jews and the Arabs are beating bloody hell out of each other." 12 people were killed in the ensuing riot. 6 were Jews, 6 were Arabs. Theirs was the first blood spilled in the Semitic struggle for Jerusalem between Jew and Arab. Henceforth, the strong points and the open countryside of Arab Palestine might belong to the British, but the villages and the souks would be the fiefs of Haj Amin Hosseini. His role in the riot earned him a 10-year jail term in absentia. With the guile that would become his personal hallmark, Haj Amin escaped arrest and fled to Transjordan. His exile was brief. Soon the most important Muslim religious office in Palestine, that of Mufti of Jerusalem, fell vacant. It was Britain's responsibility to fill the post from one of the 3 nominees proposed by a college of Muslim notables. E.T. Richmond, a rabid anti-Zionist and the mandate's political secretary, resolved to give Haj Amin the post. He persuaded the High Commissioner, Sir Herbert Samuel, striving as a Jew to be impartial, to support him on the grounds that the job might convert its holder to responsibility. The regard in which his fellows held Haj Amin's qualifications for the post was revealed when, despite British pressures, he failed to win a place among the top 3 nominees. The British fixed that, however. As Sir Alec Kirkbride, then a young Arabist, later recalled, "We simply told the 2 top names on the list that they were off. And that was that." Thus, the British installed their most implacable foe for life in the central Muslim office in Palestine. Their High Commissioner, accompanying the appointment with only one admonition. He told Haj Amin to go home and grow a beard, to give his 28-year-old face a dignity worthy of his new post. For a while it appeared that the British decision had been a wise one. Haj Amin was silent. He had better things to do than harass his foes. He labored patiently to build his power base. He secured his election to the post of President of the Supreme Muslim Council, capturing with it unfettered control over all Muslim religious funds in Palestine. He took over the courts, the mosques, the schools, the cemeteries, so that soon no Muslim in Palestine could be born or die without being beholden to Haj Amin. No sheikh, no teacher, no official, however petty, received an appointment in Haj Amin's domain without first establishing his total personal loyalty to the Mufti. Scornful and suspicious of the country's educated classes, he built his following in the souks and villages, upon the solid rock of ignorance, binding his followers to him with the promise of alms and arms. On Yom Kippur, September 24, 1928, Haj Amin found the pretext for which he had been building his organization and biding his time. It was the Wailing Wall. That day, the Jews erected a portable screen by the wall to separate men and women at prayer. A minor gesture, but no one knew better than Haj Amin that the mind of Jerusalem had been conditioned for centuries to attach major political importance to minor religious gestures, and that every status quo was a citadel to be zealously protected. After all, the city's Christians had struggled for generations for a privilege so small as scrubbing one step of the Holy Sepulchre. Accusing the Jews of violating Islamic property, insinuating that their aim was to take over the Dome of the Rock, the Mufti orchestrated a growing wave of religious fanaticism. It spilled over on a Friday, the Muslim Sabbath a year later. The Mufti's noonday sermon at the Dome of the Rock that day was unexceptional. He was too wise to let the British catch him exhorting the crowd that his deputies had shepherded to the mosque. Besides, the crowd knew what it had come for. So did Haj Amin. After the service, from the balcony of his little garden above the Wailing Wall, his silent black-robed figure stared down as the crowd did its work on the Jewish worshippers below. This time, the rioting he had provoked spread all across Palestine. When it was finished, over 100 Jews were dead, and Haj Amin Hosseini was the undisputed leader of Arab Palestine. In 1935, Some of his followers started small-scale guerrilla activities to protest the rising tide of Jewish immigration from Nazi Germany. The people, Haj Amin decided, were ready to die. He would offer them that chance in a jihad, its aims no less ambitious than driving the British from Palestine and settling the Jewish problem at leisure on his own terms. His bold undertaking began with a 6-month general strike. When that failed to budge the British, the strike became an armed uprising. Aimed at first at the British and the Jews, the Mufti's rebellion soon turned from its original targets to his fellow Arabs. Those offered a chance to die were now the Mufti's enemies from the Husseinis' rival clans. And finally, anyone whose social situation or skills aroused Haj Amin's suspicions. Landowners, school teachers, government officials, clerks, at times anyone accused of reading and writing English too well, all were gunned down. Men began to hire the Mufti's gunmen to exterminate personal enemies. In the towns, the murders usually took place at the open-air market, early in the morning, when the men, following Arab custom, did the shopping. A figure would glide up behind the victim, pull a pistol from the robes of his abaya, shoot and glide away. In the country, they took place at night, a gang bursting into a man's house and killing him in his bed. Over 2,000 people died in that vicious intramural bloodletting. While the Jews of Palestine were developing the young leaders and the social institutions that would be their greatest resource, Haj Amin Husseini methodically deprived the Arabs of theirs. Throttling progress and any drift to rational thought with his angry fanaticism, cowing with the guns of his ignorant villagers the educated elite, he reduced a generation of Arab leadership to fear and silence. Soft-voiced and courteous, serene and elegant, Haj Amin stood at the center of it all, never raising his voice, proffering his visitors their ritual coffee cup with his exquisite gestures, condemning a man to death with a barely perceptible wave of his immaculately manicured fingers. He protected his own life with extraordinary precautions. He never went out without his bulletproof vest and 6 black bodyguards. When he traveled, it was in an armored Mercedes. He was always early or late for his appointments, never on time. When the British finally decided to arrest him, the Mufti escaped from the old city disguised as a beggar and fled to Jaffa, where a fishing boat smuggled him to Lebanon. From Beirut, under France's benign regard, the Mufti carried on his rebellion until World War II broke out. That September evening in 1939, contemplatively sucking on an olive, he asked a friend, "Do you think the Germans will be any better than the British?" The Mufti's mind was already made up. He had been in contact with the Germans since 1936. The French politely chased the Mufti from Beirut to Baghdad, where he aided in a plot to overthrow a pro-British government with Axis help. When the plot failed, he fled to Tehran, ahead of the onrushing British, and from there, when the British and the Russians invaded Iran in September 1941, to his rendezvous with Adolf Hitler in Berlin. 6 weeks after his final luncheon in Berlin in April 1945, Haj Amin Husseini and 2 of his followers were in Paris's Cherche Midi prison. They had fled Klagenfurt, Austria in a Luftwaffe training plane, hoping for asylum in Switzerland. Rebuffed, Haj Amin had elected to turn himself over to the French. From Paris, his path seemed destined to lead to a place of honor in the Nuremberg war crimes trial, and a sentence which would remove him from Palestine politics, thus opening the way to power to a more moderate Arab leadership. There was ample evidence for such a trial. Much of it had been patiently amassed by Haj Amin's favorite chambermaid in Bad Gastein, a Jewish woman who was an operative of the Jewish agency planted to shadow his activities. So successful had she been, so ignorant the Mufti of her role, that on his departure he had rewarded her with a mark of his affection, a substantial tip. But Haj Amin never reached Nuremberg. The French, furious at their British-inspired eviction from Syria and Lebanon, were not displeased to hold in their custody such a potential source of embarrassment to the English. General Charles de Gaulle, the Mufti was told, is interested in your case. Instead of prison, the Mufti and his followers were allowed to stay in a private villa outside Paris under discreet police surveillance. The British, unwilling to risk Muslim ire in their colonies, did little, despite a series of pious public pronouncements, to get him on the road to Nuremberg. Finally, in the spring of 1946, Leon Blum, on a United States visit, was told by Zionist leaders that handing the Mufti over to the war crimes trials would be an expected quid pro quo for United States economic aid. Sympathetic to the Zionist cause, Blum agreed. His premier, Georges Bidault, did not. The Mufti was discreetly informed that it would be best if he slipped quietly away. On May 29, 1946, his beard shaven in a business suit, bearing a forged Syrian passport and an American travel priority, he boarded a TWA plane for Cairo. 12 years later, the Paris paper Paris Presse claimed that the quid pro quo for his escape was the Mufti's pledge to regard benevolently France's role in her North African colonies of Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria. 4 days after his escape, a 3-word telegram arrived in his Jerusalem headquarters. It read, "Papa has returned." From that moment forward, the leadership of the Arabs of Palestine returned to his fanatic, uncompromising person. The bright, Western-educated young men Britain had groomed to take over from him began to look over their shoulders at who might be following them, and suddenly found pleasant things they had long forgotten to say about the Mufti. For the next year and a half, Haj Amin Husseini, like David Ben-Gurion, devoted himself to preparing his people for the conflict both leaders knew would come. In a hotel room in the Lebanese mountain resort of Alais, he had followed word by word the final stages of the United Nations Palestine debate. At dawn, in a telephone call to Jerusalem, he issued the orders for the first action in the fight he had vowed during his last lunch in Berlin to resume. As he had 27 years earlier, at the outset of his career, he chose to begin that newest phase in his lifetime struggle in the bastion he knew best, the souks of Jerusalem. The crowds began to assemble in the souks at dawn on December 1st. The street was going to provide Haj Amin's reply to the United Nations vote. The city's Arab merchants shuttered their shops and whitewashed their storefronts with a crescent or a cross to shield them from the fury of the mob ready to answer the Mufti's call for a 3-day general strike. For Jerusalem's Jewish population, the binge of partition night was over. The Arab crowd, its volatile emotions fired by the rumors deliberately spread on such occasions, this morning's claimed that 2 Arab women had been raped by the Jews at Jaffa Gate, quickly escaped control. Picking up supporters as they rolled along, a stream of workers, drifters, peasants in black and white checkered keffiyehs, excited adolescents, curious shopkeepers in business suits, howling women, flowed toward the Jewish areas like a rush of water bursting from a dike. 16-year-old Nadi Daez, the coffee boy at the bus company near Barclays Bank, felt a surge of national feeling fill his soul as the mob swept by. Suddenly elated, he dropped his coffee tray and rushed off to join it. Yelling their slogans in a rhythmic Arabic sing-song orchestrated by hand-clapping cheerleaders, the mob drove forward, waving a forest of clubs and iron bars. One unlucky Jewish journalist caught on its route, Asher Lazar, was dragged from his car and badly wounded. Watching them push up Princess Mary Avenue, Tzvi Sinai, a Haganah observer, thought that at any moment the British would step forward and bar their progress. Like so many others, he had seen those same police drinking with and congratulating Jerusalem's Jews 24 hours earlier. Now, to his stupefaction, They stared at the advancing demonstrators as indifferently as if they were a few drunken undergraduates celebrating the Oxford-Cambridge boat race at Piccadilly Circus. Sensing the police's indifference, the mob swung into a sprawling marketplace full of Jewish shops called a commercial center. Clubbing its terrified Jewish shopkeepers, smashing windows and ripping doors from their hinges, the rioters plunged into its stores, tearing goods from the shelves by the armful. Kids scampered into confectionery shops, stuffing their mouths and pockets with sticky wads of candy and halva. Adults tossed the cheap merchandise aside to reach for the best goods they could find. Bolts of cloth, hats, bedspreads, shoes, cases of canned food. Some British policemen even gave a helping hand by shooting the locks off doors, or on at least one occasion, smashing open an iron grill with one of their armored cars. With the shops half looted, the burning began. Before long, tight black spirals of smoke drifted up from every section of the quarter, sending a mist of ashes over the new city. A few of the area's Arab residents tried to check the damage. Sami Abu Swan, the violin-playing dentist, put out a fire in the store below his own apartment, then went off and discreetly painted a cross on a few shops left undamaged by the mob. They belonged to his Jewish friends. Such efforts were whistling against a windstorm. Soon most of the quarter was ablaze, and a cordon of British police kept the Haganah from entering it. Determined to revenge the Arab violence, a commando group of the illegal Irgun Tzvai Leumi broke into the projection room of the Rex Cinema. They littered the floor with spools of film and set them on fire. In a few minutes, the enormous theater was ablaze, its flaming shells sending the biggest, blackest column of smoke in the city up into Jerusalem's skyline. A few blocks away, an Arab calmly stood on his balcony, recording the spectacular blaze with his camera. Antoine Albina's pictures would find their way into Albina's family photo album. He was the owner of the theater going up in flames before his camera, its marquee still proclaiming the film Albina had been offering his fellow Jerusalemites that week. It's a pleasure. Chapter 4. 2 passengers to Prague. Swissair Flight 442 lifted off the tarmac and headed out over the dark green waves of orange groves toward the sea. From his window, Captain Abdulaziz Karim stared down at the regular rectangles of Tel Aviv's city blocks, where a few hours before he had stared in fascination at the exulting crowds celebrating the promise of a Jewish state. The captain unsnapped his seatbelt and lit a cigarette. He was safely underway at last. In 7 hours he would be in Paris, where he would catch another plane to his final destination, Prague. The young captain owed his presence in the Swissair DC-4 to the fact that Syria's recently won independence gave her a prerogative she shared with only one other Arab state, Lebanon: the right to buy arms openly on the international arms market. Since independence, a horde of manufacturers, agents, middlemen, quasi-smugglers, all the fauna of the strange world of international arms traffic, had laid siege to the office of Syria's MIT-trained defense minister, Ahmed Sharabati. A Belgian offered 50,000 submachine guns at $52 each. Spain, 20,000 used German Mausers for $37 apiece. Switzerland, 81mm mortars. An Italian of dubious reputation tried to peddle Sherman tanks. There were rifles without firing pins, machine guns without barrels, tanks without guns, airplanes without engines. Europe was, in fact, in those post-war days, a gigantic second-hand arms store open to anyone with national credentials and cash in his pocket. Syria's defense minister had finally decided to ignore the opportunists crowding his office and place his first order with one of Europe's most experienced arms manufacturers, the Zbrojovka Brno Works of Czechoslovakia. The Syrian captain was on his way to Prague to confirm the order and arrange for its shipment to Damascus. By the standards of World War II, the 10,000 rifles it called for might seem a pittance. By the standards of the Jews of Palestine, against whom those arms were to be used, however, it was enormous. The order, a copy of which was tucked into Captain Karin's briefcase, represented in fact more than twice the number of arms in the entire Haganah Central Reserve. A few seats behind the Syrian officer, another passenger, his shirt sleeves stretching well past the cuffs of a suit coat manifestly small for even his stubby figure, pored over the Hebrew daily Davar, together with a toothbrush, a leather-bound Bible, and a copy of Faust. That newspaper constituted the entire baggage of the absorbed reader. The Palestinian passport in his coat identified him as George Alexander Überall, a commercial director of the Jewish Public Works from Solel Bonnet. In fact, only two aspects of that passport were authentic: the passenger's age, 31, and the photograph of his round, frowning face, dominated by a pair of quietly determined eyes staring out from under two furry eyebrows. His name was Ehud Avriel. He was not a commercial director of Solel Bonnet or any other business enterprise. It was business, however, that was taking him to Europe, exactly the same business that had ordered Captain Abdulaziz Karin's voyage. Ehud Avriel was flying to Europe in search of 10,000 rifles. His were for the Haganah. A few hours earlier, a battered gray Ford had driven up to Avriel's kibbutz at Nahariya in northern Palestine. "Wash up and change," the driver told him. "I'm taking you to Jerusalem. The boss wants to see you." Avriel had displayed no surprise. For 10 years, the quiet Austrian intellectual had devoted himself to the Zionist cause, achieving some of its most spectacular triumphs. From Vienna, then Istanbul, Athens, and finally Paris, Avriel had supervised one of the most extraordinary adventures of the Jewish movement, the illegal immigration of thousands of European Jews into Palestine. In the middle of the war, he had succeeded in smuggling his men into Hitler's death camps. Over 100,000 Jews from every country in Europe were personally indebted to Avriel and his organization for having gotten them out of the Nazi inferno and onto the shores of the Promised Land. Now, barely 2 months after his own return to Palestine, he was once again being called away from his family and his kibbutz. 3 hours later, Avriel had entered a book-lined office on the second floor of the Jewish Agency building in Jerusalem. Behind the desk, as quietly composed as the freshly pressed folds of his white open-necked shirt, David Ben-Gurion waited for him. With a gravity of tone Avriel had rarely remarked in the Jewish leader, Ben-Gurion told him that the very existence of the Jewish settlement in Palestine might depend on the success of the mission he was now assigning him. "Listen, my young friend," he said, "war is going to break out here very soon. The Arabs are getting ready. They have 5 armies preparing to invade us sooner or later. After the United Nations vote, we are going to have an Arab revolt on our hands right here in Palestine. What happened in 1936 was just child's play." He was, he told Avriel, sending him to Europe to put his experience in the illegal immigration service to work in buying arms. "We've got to change our tactics. We haven't got time anymore to stuff 4 rifles into a tractor and wait for them to get to Haifa. We have to work fast and decisively. You have $1 million at your disposal at the Union des Banques Suisses in Geneva," Ben-Gurion said. Then, taking from his pocket a meticulously folded piece of paper bearing 6 typewritten lines, he added, "Here is a list of what we need." Avriel looked at the list. 10,000 rifles, 1 million rounds of ammunition, 1,000 Sten guns, 1,500 machine guns. When Avriel glanced up, Ben-Gurion took a second piece of paper from his desk. It was a letter. "There is a Jewish businessman in Paris named Klinger who says he can get it for us," said Ben-Gurion. "Go see him in Paris right away." Then, getting up, the Jewish leader walked around his desk and clamped his heavy hand on Avriel's shoulder. "Ehud," he said, "you've got to get us those 10,000 rifles." At about the same time, Ehud Avriel's flight neared its final destination. Two of the men who would be responsible for the use of the arms he had been sent to get met in a faded pink stucco house on the Tel Aviv seafront. Known as the Red House, that nondescript building at 44 Hayarkon Street was the secret headquarters of the Haganah. One of the two men was a brilliant archaeologist, the son of the man who 48 hours earlier had seen the first scraps of the Dead Sea Scrolls. In the summer of 1947, David Ben-Gurion had summoned Yigal Yadin from his studies of ancient Arabic inscriptions to the study of contemporary Arab intentions as the chief planning officer of the Haganah. Michael Shacham was a Haganah workhorse. He had carried a gun in the Jewish cause since the age of 11, when he had taken for the first time his turn as a guard in the settlement in which he had been born. Shacham had set up the Haganah's first primitive ammunition factory. Marrying his skills as a carpenter, electrician, and plumber with the theoretical genius of the scientists at the Weizmann Institute, he had helped develop in 1938 a revolutionary explosive that could be detonated even when it was water-soaked. The two men had been summoned to the office of Yaakov Dori, the chief of staff of the Haganah. Already the Haganah possessed a primitive communication system, and the Red House was linked to every Jewish settlement in Palestine by wireless. Its regional commanders reported daily on activities in their areas to Tel Aviv, where their reports were recorded in a central logbook. The entry in the logbook for that winter day that had most concerned the commander of the Haganah did not surprisingly bear on the Arab riots in Jerusalem. It dealt with a minor incident, but an incident which was, it seemed to Yaakov Dori, a fatally ordained precursor of the struggle about to open. A Jewish bus, driving from Netanya to Jerusalem, had been ambushed by Arab riflemen near Lydda Airport. 3 women and 2 men had died in the attack. Indicating the logbook entry that recorded the ambush, Dori told Shacham he was giving him the responsibility of guaranteeing the roads for Jewish transport. "The war will be won or lost on the roads of Palestine," he said. "Our survival will depend on our transportation. You must keep the roads open." Shacham and Yadin withdrew to Yadin's office. Spread around its walls were 16 sheets of a 1 to 100,000 survey of Palestine, drawn up in 1945 by the 512th Survey Company of the British Army. Scattered to every corner of that enormous map was a field of red-tipped pins, whose locations indicated the magnitude of the problem just assigned Michael Shacham. From the Lebanese frontier, in the north, to the tip of the Negev in the south, from the Mediterranean to the Dead Sea, each of those red pins represented a Jewish settlement for whose lines of communication Shacham was now responsible. Underneath each pin was a white tag bearing a few lines in Hebrew. They summarized the objectives assigned the settlement by the plan which Yadin had been summoned from his study 6 months earlier to prepare. It was the Haganah's primary strategic document. Known as Plan D, Dalit, its basic premise was that warfare would break out in Palestine if the British withdrew and an attempt was made to establish a Jewish state. It also assumed that warfare would spread to Jerusalem, along with the rest of the country, whatever the arrangements that might be made to hold the city out of the conflict. The plan foresaw a temporary vacuum, preceding and coinciding with Britain's withdrawal. During that first vital stage, the plan assigned to each settlement the task of static defense, of assuring its own survival until forces for a mobile war had been brought into play. The ability of those scattered settlements to survive would depend on whether the Haganah could get them the men and materials required for their defense before the British left Palestine. Stretching from pin to pin, covering the map like irregular threads of some gigantic cobweb, were the miles of roads on which the Haganah Chief of Staff believed the war would be won or lost. To get to their destinations, most of those roads passed through large stretches of territory entirely under Arab control. There, over dozens of miles, the slightest curve, the merest hill or gully, a cluster of houses by the side of the road could provide the cover for a disastrous ambush. None of the isolated highways, however, represented a danger as grave as that posed by the route heading southeast, across the heart of sheet number 10 of the map spread out before Yadin and Shaham. The thickness of the wiggling red line it traced across the map indicated its importance. 45 miles long, rising from sea level to 2,500 feet, it was the artery leading to the men, women, and children who represented the largest, most important Jewish settlement in Palestine, the 100,000 Jewish residents of Jerusalem. In turn, a caravan route of antiquity, a biblical highway, the Via Maris of the legions of Rome, a passage to the heights of Judea for pilgrims, crusaders, Saracens, Turks. Every milestone along its path was engraved with the tortured history of the land it crossed. From the outskirts of Tel Aviv and Jaffa, the road glided through the rich green-orange groves to the first village on its route, an assemblage of ancient masonry, bleached gray-white by the Mediterranean sun, called Beit Dagon, after the fish god of the Philistines. Half a dozen miles farther on, it passed the dozens of acres of Palestine's largest British military camp, Sarafand. From there, the road passed into Arab territory, its passage marked by the slender spire of a minaret beckoning from a town on the eastern horizon. Founded by Suleiman the Magnificent, captured by Richard the Lion-Hearted, destroyed by Saladin, rebuilt by Egypt Mamelukes, stormed by Napoleon, the community of Ramleh, first major Arab town along the route, had been for generations the repair of caravan raiders and bandits. Just beyond, past a bald, sun-bleached hill, was the site of the biblical city of Gezer, dowry of the daughter of Egypt's pharaoh for her marriage to Solomon. From there, the road skirted the biblical valley of Sorek, where Delilah was born, and Samson's jackals, with their flaming tails, fired the crops of the Philistines. Sweeping along an easterly arc, past an expanse of vineyards and wheat fields, the road entered the valley of Ayalon, over which the sun had stood still for Joshua. At its exit stood two contradictory symbols of Palestine in 1947. The barbed wire encircled blockhouse of a British police station, dominating from its hillside 8 miles of road, and across a little draw, the red-tiled roof of the Trappist monastery of the 7 Agonies of Latrun. Below the monastery's terraced vineyards was a pumping station for Jerusalem's water supply and the ruins of an old hostelry. On both sides of the route, a stand of pines soared abruptly above the flat plains, the aged sentinels that marked the road's entryway into the narrow gorge which would carry it up 2,000 feet to the heights of Judea. It was a green and pleasant place, called in Arabic Bab el-Wad, the gate of the valley. In a few months, the name would symbolize for a generation of Palestine Jewry the price they had had to pay for a state called Israel. From there, for 20 miles, the road twisted its way up a series of tight curves, its path buried at the foot of the valley, each of its sides a sheer, impenetrable descent of rock and forest. There, every rock could hide a rifleman, every curve an ambush, every clump of trees a company of attackers. Even the communities dominating from their rocky perches the valley floor were in Arab hands. Castel, hugging its heights by the ruins of a Crusader castle built in its turn upon the Roman fort that guarded the western approach to Jerusalem in Christ's time. Abu Ghosh, where David had kept the Ark of the Covenant for 2 decades, waiting to enter Jerusalem. Colonia, rest area for Titus's legionnaires during the siege of Jerusalem. It was not until the road had reached the heights of the Judean plateau and the kibbutz of Kiryat Anavim that a Jewish traveler could feel safe again. 4 miles farther on, the road crested up to its culminating point. There, at the end of a long left-hand curve, the suburbs of Jerusalem promised safety at last. Successors to the camel caravans of biblical times, the chariots of the Romans, the zealous columns of the Crusades, wheezing lines of Jewish trucks and buses now struggled up the gulch to Jerusalem, carrying in their vans the ingredients vital for the city's life. Protecting that fragile communication line was an immense, almost insurmountable problem. While Shacham and Yadin pondered its future, Jerusalem tied up the wounds of a day's rioting. A severe curfew had finally cleared the commercial center of Arab looters. The once prosperous quarter was a black jumble of damp and rancid ruins. Standing at the window of his apartment above the Jewish shop he had saved earlier in the day, Sami Abu Swan stared into the night, contemplating the results of his countrymen's wrath. His electric power, his telephone, his gas were cut. Now, in the darkness, he listened to a series of sharp reports coming from the still smoldering cinders of a nearby grocery store. That disconcerting noise would haunt the blackened quarter all night long. It was the intermittent explosion of hundreds of cans of sardines. Angrily, Abu Swan decided he had had enough. He would leave the commercial center for a safer refuge as soon as he could. The bedroom of the Hotel California on Paris's Rue de Berry, across the street from the offices of the Paris Herald-Tribune, was gray with a haze of cigar smoke. On the edge of the bed, the man whom David Ben-Gurion had sent to Paris to buy 10,000 rifles caressed his bald head in despair. The merchant who had been going to open the gates to Europe's arsenals to Ehud Avriel had turned out to know as much about buying rifles as Avriel knew about buying roses. In a desperate search for a replacement, Avriel had spent the day interviewing, it seemed, every spurious arms merchant in Europe. His last interviewee, a Romanian Jew operating a small import-export business in Paris, now sat before him. Somewhat shamefacedly, Robert Adam Abramovici explained to Avriel that he had smuggled himself into Palestine aboard a small sailing boat in 1943, but had not stayed. The promised land had been too confining, too Spartan for his tastes. "I like the good life," he confessed. "I like horses, women. So, when the war was over, I came to France. If I hadn't been so demanding, I would still be a Palestinian, and it would be I, not you, Ben-Gurion would have sent to buy arms." He had been the Romanian representative of one of Europe's biggest arms manufacturers before the war, he revealed, and the managers of that firm remained his close friends. "They will sell us what we need," he told an astonished Avriel. He drew out of his briefcase 2 catalogs. Avriel, his eyes bulging with wonder, skimmed their pages, crammed with the photographs of an arsenal so vast, he thought, even David Ben-Gurion's fertile imagination could not have conceived of it. There was, Abramovici warned, one major restriction on the purchase of those arms. The manufacturers could not deal with an individual, but only with the authorized representative of a sovereign nation. Since a Jewish state would not officially exist for months to come, Avriel would have to get them official credentials from some other nation. Avriel pondered for a moment, then ordered an aide to the office around the corner at 53 Rue de Pontieux, from which he had directed the clandestine immigration operations for the Jewish agency. In the bottom drawer of his old desk was a file which might contain a solution to their problem. That file bore the name of a nation whose only ties to Jewry lay in the biblical era, in the days of Solomon and Sheba. 1 year earlier, for the sum of $1,000 offered to the White Russian prince, who was Haile Selassie's special envoy in Europe, Avriel had purchased 100 signed and sealed blank letterheads of the Paris legation of Ethiopia. He had used them to draw up false visas for Jewish immigrants crossing France to the secret pots of embarkation. The aide returned with a file. There were exactly 8 letterheads left. As Abramovici looked at them, a warm and knowing smile spread over his face. They were exactly the documents they needed. Abramovici drew 2 envelopes out of his pocket. He kept one and handed the other to Avriel. The Romanian epicure had thought of everything. They contained plane tickets to the capital in which the headquarters of his former employer's arms industry was located. As Avriel congratulated himself on his good luck in his Paris hotel room, 1,500 miles away, a beaming Arab captain was congratulating himself, too, on the success of his own European mission. While Avriel and Abramovici had been talking, Abdulaziz Kerin had been buying arms from his Czech manufacturers in their modern office building at 20 Avenue Belchrido in Prague. In less than 24 hours after his arrival, he could note with satisfaction he had secured his country's order for 10,000 Model E-18 Mausers and 100 MG-34 submachine guns, and had started to make arrangements to ship them to Damascus. The young captain's satisfaction would have been less complete had he been aware of the identity of the next client who would enter the modern office building in which he had spent the afternoon. At the moment Captain Kerin sat down to dinner in his hotel, the other client was packing his toothbrush, his Bible, and his volume of Faust for a trip to Prague, where the next morning Ehud Avriel was scheduled to have his own conference at 20 Avenue Belchrido with the directors of the Zbrojovka Brno Arms Works. Ehud Avriel's appearance at 20 Avenue Belchrido marked the beginning of the newest phase in a struggle which had been for the Jews of Palestine as relentless as the pursuit of water to irrigate their fields, the search for the arms with which to defend them. Until 1936, the armories of their kibbutzim and fortified villages had been filled with a random assortment of rifles, bought from the Arabs whose marauders they were meant to repulse. The arrival in the port of Haifa that year of a seemingly routine shipment of tractors, road rollers, and steam boilers marked the end of the helter-skelter procurement of arms and the beginning of a more systematic effort to furnish the Haganah equipment. Every hollow space in that array of machinery was stuffed with arms and ammunition. It had been placed there by a former police inspector turned orange exporter, an elegant man whose talent for intrigue was rivaled only by his taste for beautiful women. To cover his activities in his Warsaw headquarters, Yehuda Arazi had taken control of an agricultural machine shop by saving its debt-ridden owner from the public auctioneer's hammer. Every Saturday after the last worker had left, Arazi and the grateful owner stripped down a week's production of tractors and road rollers, jammed them full of arms, then welded them back together again. Over the course of 3 years, Arazi's little machine shop managed to smuggle into Palestine 3,000 rifles, 226 machine guns, 10,000 hand grenades, 3 million cartridges, hundreds of mortar shells, and, his proudest achievement, 3 small planes. Only one of Arazi's shipments failed to reach its destination on time. Warned that the British intelligence service was preparing to intercept the delivery of machine tools designed to manufacture bullets, Arazi diverted his shipment at the last moment to a notably inhospitable destination, Beirut. By some miracle, the Lebanese customs never investigated the delivery, which sat in a bonded warehouse for 2 years. Finally smuggled into Haifa, the equipment was assembled after the war in a tiny underground munitions factory built under the fields of a kibbutz. By late 1945, it was turning out the first munitions manufactured locally by the Jewish settlement in Palestine. The end of World War II, however, led to the most extraordinary adventure in the Haganah's arms procurement program. It began, in a sense, in a Tel Aviv sidewalk cafe one evening in early summer 1945. Scanning his newspaper that night, the eyes of Chaim Slavin fell upon a brief news item datelined Washington, D.C. 700,000 practically new machine tools of the U.S. armament industry would be converted to scrap metal in the next few months, it said. Slavin got up, went home, and drafted a letter to David Ben-Gurion. Before the Yishuv, he said, was an opportunity that history would not offer twice. Get those machines, he urged, and smuggle them into Palestine to provide the foundations of a modern armament industry. A cantankerous, irascible genius, Slavin had a mastery of chemistry, physics, and engineering, which, with the already impressive contribution he had made to the Haganah's arms program, assured his letter a careful reading. By day, the director of Palestine's most important power station, Slavin became by night the Haganah's mad chemist. Using the kitchen of his two-room flat as a miniature arms lab, he produced TNT detonators and experimented with the manufacture of hand grenades. His letter reached Ben-Gurion while the Jewish leader was still digesting the information imparted him a few weeks earlier by his American visitor en route home from Yalta. To Ben-Gurion, it offered a concrete way to prepare his people for the showdown he foresaw with the Arabs. He ordered Slavin to leave for New York immediately. There he put him in contact with the aristocrat scion of one of the United States' most prominent Jewish families. Since his first visit to Palestine as a young naval lieutenant just after World War I, two preoccupations had dominated the life of Rudolf G. Sonneborn: Zionism and his family's chemical concern. At Ben-Gurion's behest, he had assembled a score of American Zionist leaders into a body already dubbed the Sonneborn Institute. Chosen by Sonneborn because they could keep a secret, its members were men of means who represented a broad breakdown of the United States both geographically and industrially. With their help, Slavin set to work. He began by locking himself into a hotel room with stacks of back issues of Technical Machinery, a publication he had discovered by chance on a New York newsstand. Meticulously he memorized from the photographs in those old magazines the technical details of the machines needed for an armament industry. Then, passing himself off as deaf and dumb so that his limited and heavily accented English would not stir suspicions, Slavin set out on a pilgrimage to the machine tool centers of the United States. From city to city, he made his way buying up drill presses, lathes, grinders, borers in his new role as a scrap metal dealer. Some machines, whose only function was producing munitions, had already been broken down as required by American law, and their parts widely scattered. To find the parts he was not able to purchase, Slavin organized a team of scavengers who scoured the nation's junkyards. As each machine was bought, it was shipped back to Slavin's headquarters, an abandoned dairy plant at 2000 Park Avenue. By the time his prodigious purchasing mission was finished, Slavin had acquired the machinery to mount a daily production of 50,000 rifle or machine gun bullets, the machine tools needed to perform the 1,500 operations necessary for assembly line production of a machine gun, and equipment to manufacture 81mm mortar shells. Bought by weight at its value as scrap metal, that mass of machinery had cost Slavin $2 million. In terms of what such machinery had cost new only months before, its value was over $70 million. Shipping it back to Palestine was an enormous problem. Its bulk was so tremendous that Yehuda Arazi's tactic of stuffing a few bits and pieces into a steam boiler was hopelessly outmoded. After devoting all his skill and patience to assembling his machines and his dairy, Slavin set out stripping them down to the last nut and bolt. When he had finished, 75,000 pieces of machinery had been scattered about the dairy floor. Slavin personally classified each piece according to a code he invented. Then, chosen at random, the bits and pieces were mixed up and crated for shipment to Palestine under an official import permit for 35 tons of textile machinery taken out in the name of an imaginary Arab manufacturer. So completely had the pieces been scrambled that only an engineering genius could have detected the real nature of the machines at a customs inspection. Crate by crate, they were slipped past British customs, their passage occasionally expedited by a well-placed bribe. Those customs officials were among the few beneficiaries of that troubled time. In New York, in the fall of 1969, Rudolf Sonneborn estimated to one of the authors of this book that as much as $250,000 of his institute's funds had wound up in the Swiss accounts of British officials as the price for their inattention when vital shipments were sent into Palestine. By the night, when the United Nations had voted to partition Palestine, those crates were safely hidden in kibbutzim throughout Palestine, waiting to be unpacked and assembled. The long delay between the vote and the date the British would actually leave Palestine posed a dilemma for the Jewish leadership. Should they assemble Slavine's equipment immediately, so as to have it in full production by the time of the British departure, at the risk of having the British discover and confiscate it, or should they keep it safely hidden until the British had gone, knowing that it would not be in production when they would need it most, in the first weeks of the state's life? Finally, the risks of losing it seemed too great. For the engineer who had envisaged an arms industry in a Tel Aviv cafe, that decision postponed the proudest moment of a lifetime. When the last of his machines was finally assembled and operating, Chaim Slavin would be able to boast that he had not lost a single bolt, a single screw, a single washer in shipping 75,000 pieces of machinery from his New York dairy plant to the kibbutzim of Israel. Chapter 5. Two Peoples, Two Armies. No Jew in Palestine awaited the arms Ehud Avriel had been sent to Europe to purchase more anxiously than Israel Amir, commander of the Jerusalem Haganah. In Jerusalem, as everywhere else, the Haganah's shortage of arms was a crippling problem. Jerusalem's pitiful little arsenal was squirreled away in 24 slicks, the Haganah nickname for a hiding place, taken from the Hebrew verb lesalek, meaning to dispose of. Secret caches, scattered around the city, their whereabouts known to only one man on Amir's staff, his arms expert, a Yemenite cheesemaker. They were toted around the city by Amir's girl soldiers, the parts tucked into bras or girdles or strapped between their legs. There were more men than weapons, and sometimes it seemed as many types of arms as there were potential users. 8 days after the partition vote, thanks, as Amir would later recall, to a little planning and a lot of confusion, the Jerusalem Haganah had mobilized 500 men on a full-time basis. Instant soldiers. Those men had been plucked from civilian life with a phone call, a message on a scrap of paper, or a whispered order on a street corner. Amir assembled them in the Jewish high school of Rehavia. He held some there as a reserve for his home guard, composed of older, less trained men. The rest he stationed in exposed neighborhoods or in mixed quarters, where trouble was likely to break out. In dark olive corduroy trousers and old work shirts, they took up posts on rooftops, in gardens, behind doorways and windows, surveying every incident, studying the comings and goings of the population, following the movements of strangers. With the girl beside them, they patrolled the sidewalks like loitering lovers, the girl hiding a pistol under her blouse. Nathaniel Lorch, who had thought dancing is for the innocents on partition night, was sent to the ultra-religious quarter on Mea Shearim with 20 boys and 6 girls. He classified his girls according to the size of the weapon they could smuggle. The range went from a pistol carrier up to a girl so big she could, Lorch thought, have smuggled him a field gun, if only he had a field gun to smuggle. The presence of the boys and girls together in one small apartment outraged the moral dignity of the conservative religious community. Lorch finally had to set up 2 guard systems, one to protect him from a nearby British police station, the other to protect him from Mea Shearim's angry rabbis. Eliyahu Arbel, another of Amir's officers, also ran into the conservatism of those religious communities. After an exhausting argument with a rabbi who wanted a written guarantee that his students would not fight on the Sabbath, Arbel threw up his hands. "Look," he said, "if you really want that pledge, it's the Arabs who will have to give it to you, not I." The task of forming a new battalion fell to Shalom Dror, a soft-spoken German Jew with the girth of a stevedore. To equip his non-existent battalion, he sent girl soldiers to take up a door-to-door collection for blankets, cots, clothes, and utensils. To feed his first recruits, he printed up a series of meal tickets for use in the neighborhood restaurants. For most of his manpower, he turned to the white stone buildings of Hebrew University, set in a grove of pines on the heights of Mount Scopus, dominating the northwestern approaches of the city. That university was a lodestone for some of the most capable youth in Palestine. It had also become a magnet attracting Jewish youth from all over the world. The Haganah now turned to some of those young men to bear witness to the solidarity of the world Jewish community in the coming struggle for Jerusalem. Bobby Reisman should not have been at Hebrew University at all. He really wanted to be at the Sorbonne in Paris. A businessman's son from Buffalo, New York, Reisman had served with the 101st Airborne in World War II until a wound ended his military career. After the war, he had decided to go to Paris to study on the GI Bill, but en route, a friend had persuaded Bobby to go instead to Jerusalem, because he was sure they would speak English at the university there. To their dismay, the two discovered on their arrival that at Hebrew University they spoke Hebrew, not English. His friend left, but Bobby stayed, studying philosophy and, before long, a dark-haired Sabra named Leah. By December 1947, they were married, living in a room of a student boarding house in Bet HaKerem. Stretched out on his bed one night, Reisman heard a rustling of paper. It was a note being slid under his door. He picked it up. The note was in Hebrew, a language he still could not read. He passed it to his wife. She read it silently, then she lowered it and looked at him for a long and thoughtful instant. It was an invitation, she said, an invitation to join the Haganah. Reisman sank wordlessly back onto his bed. He had not come to this land to fight. He had had all the war he ever wanted in Europe. Yet he could feel the dark eyes of his wife watching him, waiting for his answer. A few feet away, under a pile of clothes in their bureau, was a small pistol, the badge of her own membership in the organization. He looked into her waiting eyes, and, as he did, he knew he could not be a spectator in his wife's war. "All right," he said, "I'll do it." Carmi Charney's situation was just the opposite. Carmi desperately wanted the Haganah. The problem was the Haganah didn't want Carmi. Carmi had been born next to the Bronx Zoo on New Year's Eve 1925, the son of a rabbi. Like his father, he had been destined for the rabbinate. In the Bronx of the Depression, that meant a bleak and cheerless life of study. Carmi paid the price. He grew up shy, introspective, frail. With his thick glasses, his pale, sensitive face, his stooped shoulders, he was every neighborhood bully's idea of the helpless Jew, the target on which to show off one's fist by the corner drugstore. Carmi took his solace in the dreams of the land of Zion that rose from his texts and the poem he wrote in Hebrew, a language he had mastered before he was an adolescent. After the war, as naturally as if he were getting on the downtown subway, he boarded the SS Marine Corps, leaving behind forever the crowded tenements of the Bronx, and set out for the land to which he had felt himself destined since childhood. Since his arrival in Jerusalem, he had tried to enlist in the Haganah. The pale, scholarly Carmi, however, was not the kind of recruit the Haganah was looking for. Finally, thanks to a girlfriend who belonged, Carmi found himself in the darkened basement of Rehavia High School, sitting opposite three men whose faces he could not see. When they had finished questioning him, he was taken into a cell-like chamber. On a table before him were 2 candles, a Bible, and a pistol. A projector cut through the blackness, drenching him in light. Carmi could feel in the darkness beyond the projector the presence of other men watching. He placed one hand on the Bible, the other on the cold pistol butt, the metallic embodiment of his schoolboy's visions. Shivering with emotion, the frail rabbi's son from the Bronx swore, by the supreme conscience of Zionism, his allegiance to the underground army of the Haganah. By that brief and memorable ceremony, a generation of Palestinians had entered the organization that was the common denominator of their existence. Known by its code name, the Aunt, the Haganah was tightly woven into every structure of the community to which it belonged. Aware of the numerical superiority of the Arabs, the Haganah from its beginning had accepted women on an equal footing with men. It had spawned its own youth organization, the Gadna, which under the cover of Girl Scout and Boy Scout troops prepared youngsters for Haganah service. As a result, by the time the United Nations decided to partition Palestine, the majority of Palestine's Jewish youth had been exposed to some form of Haganah training. For some like Nathanael Lorch, Haganah service was a tradition passed from father to son. His first exposure to the organization came carrying bullets in the lining of his schoolboy's jacket to his Haganah soldier father during the Arab uprising in 1936. For others, the swearing-in ceremony at 16 was a kind of temporal bar mitzvah, a symbolic step toward Palestinian manhood. For still others, victims of Nazi persecution, the Haganah underground in Europe represented a first contact with Palestine. The Haganah's primary rule was secrecy. There were no photographs, and written records were held to a minimum. Its training centers were in the basements of Jewish institutions, usually schools or trade union clubs. Protected by a triple tier of guards, members met once a week to practice judo, learn to break down weapons, climb ropes, burst into houses, jump from moving cars, always ready at any hint of a British raid to convert themselves into studious schoolboys or card-playing workers. Then they served an apprenticeship, carrying messages or tracking the movements of key Arab and British figures. Finally, they began field training 2 or 3 days a month, usually in some remote wadi, reached by a punishing march under the sun, where the wastes of the desert might muffle the crack of a rifle shot. Oranges and potatoes stuffed with detonators served as dummy hand grenades. So desperately short was ammunition that the most solemn moment in the recruit's rifle course often came when he was given a single round to fire as a kind of graduation present. In the summer, disguised as extra field hands, Haganah units were sent out to kibbutzim for 2 weeks or a month's advanced training. Guerrilla tactics and the night fighting the Arabs loathed became their specialties. The Haganah command even managed to install, despite British surveillance, a 2-month officers' course, processing 150 men at a time at an experimental agricultural station in the valley of Jezreel. The texts that inspired that course were culled from a collection of little red books, patiently pilfered from the barracks of the mandatory power, the training manuals of the British Army. By the Second World War, the Haganah had an embryonic general staff, its members scattered around Tel Aviv, in the housing bureau of the Histadrut Trade Union, an architect's office, a bank, the office of an importer of agricultural machinery, the water supply bureau. Its few archives were locked in an underground hideaway built into the foundations of a Tel Aviv apartment building. World War II gave its men combat training. Largely at its bidding, 43,000 Palestinian Jews served in the war. Paradoxically, Jerusalem, the center of Zionist aspirations in Palestine, had never been fertile ground for the Haganah. British surveillance had been stricter there than elsewhere. Urban youth simply did not respond to the Haganah with the fervor of kibbutz youth. Jerusalem's Orthodox communities were often indifferent or even hostile to its aims. Yet in Jerusalem, as elsewhere in Palestine, it was one of the principal motors of Jewish society. More than its training courses, more than its organization, more than any of its clandestine accomplishments, the real strength of the Haganah lay in the spirit it had engendered among the Jews of Palestine. Egalitarian yet individualistic, organized yet guided by an agile sense of improvisation, the Haganah was an accurate reflection of the community it sought to defend. The best young men, produced by the Jewish return to Palestine, unhesitatingly provided its leadership. By their example, they had given the Haganah a tradition of sacrifice and service, to which Karmi Chani had bound himself, laying his hands on a Bible and a pistol, in the darkened basement of Rehavia High School. No comparable tradition animated Jerusalem's Arab community. Young males of the Arab bourgeoisie, who had had any systematic exposure to arms or military training, were rare. Such activities had been traditionally disdained by the Arab bourgeoisie, who left to other classes the tasks of soldiery. When Hazem Nusebi, the young radio editor, and his neighbors discovered there was not even a pistol in their dozen villas near the road to Mount Scopus, their reaction was typical. Each rushed to the souks to buy a firearm from the illegal gun merchants flourishing there, driving even higher their already inflated prices. Then Nusebi led a neighborhood delegation to the offices of the Arab Higher Committee, seeking protection. After a long session of haggling, interspersed with cups of coffee, the committee agreed to furnish them 10 peasant riflemen from a village in Samaria for the fee of 10 Palestine pounds per man per month. In Upper Bekaa, a middle-class community south of the railroad station, 3 brothers, George, Raymond, and Gabi Deeb, sons of Jerusalem's Buick dealer, set out to form a home guard. From Upper Bekaa's 5,000 inhabitants, they were able to raise barely 75 volunteers. Most of the families found an excuse to keep their sons and husbands out of its ranks. Some of the neighborhood's wealthier merchants sent their sons to school in Beirut or Amman to keep them out of the force. Resigned, the Deebs filled out the ranks of their home guard from the only source of manpower available in Jerusalem, the armed bands of the Mufti. For the going rate of 10 pounds a man a month, they hired 28 men from a village in the north. They housed them in the neighborhood's garages and attics and fed them out of its kitchens. To lead their mercenaries, the Deebs hired a former police sergeant with a rasping voice, a quick temper, and a fondness for Scotch whiskey, named Abu Khalil Jenno. The colorful Jenno and his band soon became a nightmare for the Deebs and their neighbors. The accidental explosion of a hand grenade caused the first casualties in the neighborhood, and the mercenaries seemed to spend as much time searching abandoned houses for liquor as they did on guard. A leaping cat, an unusual noise, a probing shot from a Jewish post was usually enough to unleash a wild burst of their fire, terrifying with indiscriminate equality the Arabs of Upper Bekaa and their Jewish neighbors. Those wild bursts of gunfire expressed, to a certain degree, the mentality of the Arab villagers. For them, the possession of a firearm was as sure a proof of its owner's masculinity as his first male heir. Part weapon, part plaything, it was used to mark weddings, funerals, and village feasts with a copious barrage of noise and lead. From that upbringing came a natural familiarity with arms, but a tendency to fire off ammunition recklessly that was markedly different from the habits inculcated in their Jewish foes, to whom each cartridge was a minor treasure. Often only a generation or two removed from the Bedouin existence, those villagers were frequently men of real courage, endowed with an instinctive capacity for the ambush and the guerrilla raid. Properly led, they could be a ferocious adversary, and it was from their ranks that the Mufti had always drawn his most faithful followers. His Jerusalem representatives had tried to group their clans into a coherent force, capable of becoming the Arab answer to the Haganah. Haj Amin himself had recently officially baptized the organization the Jihad Mokads, the Holy War Strugglers. Its members, like the young Jews of the Haganah, were taken secretly to the woods and wadis, to learn to operate the astonishing variety of weapons the war had left scattered throughout Palestine. Like the Haganah, it had a youth group, called a fatwe, to funnel it to young recruits. What the Mufti's men took to be an operational force, however, was in fact just an improvised paramilitary organization thrown over Palestine's village and tribal structures. Chained to the villages which sustained it, its members ignorant of anything except elemental military techniques, its command structure based on clan and family rather than ability, it was an ill-disciplined force of limited effectiveness. Above all, the prime requisite for membership was allegiance to the Mufti, and it was the clans, tribes, and villages whose loyalty was already well established that were called on to furnish its manpower. Unlike the Haganah with its deep roots in the Jewish community, the Mufti's warriors were a kind of private army, whose function was as much to remind Palestine's Arab community who their leader was, as it was to fight the Jews. Mediocre at best, abysmal at its worst, its leadership was barely literate, more suited to uttering threats at their Jewish neighbors than to leading their men in the field. Their chief was a 42-year-old inspector in the Palestine police force, the scion of an old Jerusalem family named Kamal Irakat. He had a professionally fierce scowl, a Pancho Villa mustache, burning black eyes, and a predilection to be photographed in front of his men in riding breeches and a flowing Arab headdress. Irakat had achieved the dubious distinction of being the first Arab leader to vow to throw the Jews into the sea. These glaring shortcomings in their social and military structures did not unduly alarm the Arabs of Jerusalem. They knew that in Palestine they belonged to a community twice as large as that of the Jews. They had in the Middle East far more access to arms than the Jews. With their strategically situated villages ringing Jerusalem, they had the advantage of superior terrain. More than anything else, however, they believed that the key to their salvation lay elsewhere. For weeks, the radio and press of the Arab capitals around them had been assuring the Arabs of Palestine that their plight was the plight of all the Arabs. Never would their Arab neighbors allow Palestine to fall to the Jews. As once the warriors of Omar and Saladin, they would come to the rescue of their brothers in Palestine, and with their artillery, their aviation, and their armor, rescue them by the force of Arab arms. Chapter 6. We Will Strangle Jerusalem. As they had every night, all during the week of December 1947, crowds gathered along Cairo's main street, the Kash el-Nil, to stare up at the lights blazing from the palace of Kamal ad-Din Husseini, office of the Egyptian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Their charcoal braziers, glowing in the mid-December dusk, the street vendors wandered among them, selling grilled watermelon seeds and ears of freshly roasted corn. In the palace, under a bank of Aubusson tapestries, 8 angry men, the objects of the crowd's curiosity, argued around a rectangular table in the main salon. 7 of those men represented the 7 nations of the Arab League: Egypt, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Yemen, Lebanon, Transjordan. The 8th was the Secretary-General of their organization. Prime ministers or foreign ministers of their nations, they were the leaders upon whose pledges the Arabs of Palestine were counting for their deliverance. They represented a potentially impressive force. Together, the men gathered in the salons of the Egyptian Foreign Ministry ruled some 45 million people spread over 3 million square miles, an entity 30 times more populous and 200 times larger than Palestine. Under their desert wastes lay the world's most important proven reserves of petroleum. They had at their command 5 regular armies, 3 of them in Iraq, Egypt, and Transjordan of some importance. Bound together by common ties of language, history, and religion, they offered a deceptive appearance of strength and solidarity. 2 nations, Syria and Lebanon, were French-style republics. 3, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Jordan, were quasi-feudal kingdoms evolved from desert tribal patterns. 2, Egypt and Iraq, had constitutional monarchies of British inspiration. They were riven by rivalries. The historic rivalry between Cairo and Baghdad, dating to the caliphs, modern, economically inspired rivalries between oil-rich Saudi Arabia and her poorer neighbors, tribal, national, and personal rivalries such as those that led Syria to covet Lebanon, and Iraq, Syria, and their leaders to indulge in a continual conspiracy for preeminence in their fractured society. For 4 years, those leaders had vied with each other in the extremism of their declarations on Palestine, turning the issue into the yardstick by which an Arab politician's patriotism might be measured, encouraging with their extravagant threats the unbending stance of Palestine's Arabs. The United Nations, Lebanon's Riyadh Solh, had boasted, "We'll have to station a foreign soldier in front of every Jew in Palestine to make their state work." Now the time had come to start translating their bellicose threats into action. For a long and clamorous week they had argued in this room, their debates revealing what they all well knew, that a considerable gap lay between their public threats and their private sentiments. The nobility of sentiment with which some of them proclaimed their bonds to their Palestine brothers was limited by the covetous regard they themselves cast upon that ancient land. For them, action in Palestine would be undertaken with an eye to its effect on their own rivalries and conflicting interests. Disdainful of their foes, they did not feel the need for sacrifice and strain to prepare themselves for a showdown with the Zionists. Night after night, in the position of honor reserved for the delegate of the host country, Egypt's Prime Minister Mahmoud Nokrashi Pasha had reiterated his stand. He was prepared to send to Palestine arms and money, but not the force the men around him clamored for, the Egyptian army. Proud of their pharaonic heritage, Nokrashi's countrymen tended to regard their Arab neighbors with a somewhat patronizing air, and few Egyptians were deeply concerned by the Palestine problem. Palestine was assigned a secondary role in the Egyptian press. Behind Nokrashi's attitude was Egypt's conflict with Britain over the Suez Canal. Without Britain's accord, he felt he could not commit his army to a struggle in which his lines of communication would have to pass through the British-controlled canal zone. Next to Nokrashi was the representative of the wealthiest nation in the Arab world, Prince Faisal of Saudi Arabia. His father was a legendary warrior, an old-style desert caliph who could slit a rival's throat with his own hands or welcome him with the elaborate courtesy of his Bedouin upbringing. He had established his kingdom by driving from Arabia the family that ruled two of the nations sharing the table with Faisal, the Hashemites of Iraq and Jordan. An able and soft-spoken diplomat, Faisal was the antithesis of the public's image of an Arab prince, scion of the blood in a land in which a man's rank might be measured by the size of his harem. Faisal had had one wife all his life, and lived as frugally as any New England banker, serving up his codfish cakes with a homily on thrift. The persistent pain of the stomach ulcer he nursed with the milk of an ass had creased his face and darkened his melancholy eyes, until peering out from under the hood of his black and gold abaya, he seemed the incarnation of some mournful El Greco Christ. His father's wish to die at the head of his troops in Palestine was a noble sentiment, but not a particularly helpful one. Ibn Saud didn't have any troops worth speaking of. What he did have was oil, and the threat that stopping its flow represented in the West, particularly the United States. Each time his son had been urged to cut the flow of that oil, and the revenues it produced, as Saudi Arabia's contribution to the conflict, his reply had been, "The problem is Palestine, not petroleum." Opposite Faisal was the representative of the man who ruled Iraq as surely as Faisal's father ruled Saudi Arabia, Nouri as-Said Pasha. He had ridden with Lawrence and had chosen since 1917 to cast his destiny with the British he so admired. Short, stubby, with a little white chaplainesque moustache, Nouri Pasha was given to tweed suits, the striped ties of his numerous London clubs, and with the onset of age a growing deafness to noise and advice he didn't like. He was above all a prodigious manipulator of men. No officer in Nuri Pasha's army, no politician in his government, no merchant or landlord in his nation acquired a new mistress, a late-blooming taste for camel boys, or a disproportionate slice of bakshish without that fact coming to Nuri Pasha's attention for use at some propitious moment in the future. Those tactics had earned Nuri Pasha few friends, but they had provided him with a host of devoted followers. No Arab leader was more ready to do the Jews' verbal violence than Nuri Pasha. But, while he was reviling them publicly, he had been whispering to his friends in the British Foreign Office that he would accommodate their state if the price of his agreement were British support for his annexing Syria to Iraq, and realizing his dream of a fertile Arab crescent from the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf. Nuri Pasha's representative at the conference had put forward a plan designed to stall for time. Wait until the British left Palestine, he counseled. Then the Arab armies, with Iraq at their lead, would sweep to Tel Aviv. His suggestion had raised more suspicion than support. Nuri Pasha's rivals saw in all his moves the hand of the British, and they suspected that his proposal was designed as much to use his army to extend British influence into Palestine as it was to shatter plans for a Jewish state. His maroon fez, cocked at its usual jaunty angle, a broad smile accenting his prominent cheekbones, Riyad Solh, representative of the smallest country at the table, Lebanon, was the foremost advocate of an immediate guerrilla campaign in Palestine. He spoke with considerable authority. He was the architect of Lebanon's proudest claim, that of being the first Arab country to win its independence from the West. 6 times, Solh had been condemned to death by the French and Turkish occupants of his country. On the day he became an independent Lebanon's first prime minister, he could look back on half a lifetime spent in jail or exile. He had himself already made his personal contribution to the conflict, a gesture of a dimension appropriate to the land he represented in Cairo. Over his wife's furious objections, he had helped convert his next-door neighbor's print shop into a miniature arms plant to make bullets for the Palestinians. Beside Solh sat his close friend and political ally, a gentleman farmer whose passionate devotion to Arab independence had earned him, too, half a lifetime in jail or exile. Syria's Jamil Mardam had, in fact, been one of the first members of the Al-Fatah secret society, founded to win Arab independence from Ottoman Turkey before World War I. He, too, was a passionate advocate of opening an immediate guerrilla campaign in Palestine. Under Syrian guidance, he hoped it would provide a means to counterbalance the influence and ambitions of his rivals in Iraq. At the center of the table, nervously clicking his amber worry beads between his fingers, Abdurrahman Azam Pasha, the Secretary-General of the Arab League, had striven all week to ride herd on the divergent opinions and personalities gathered around him. A lean, courtly man, with a soft voice and a receding chin, he was, despite his title, a revolutionary. While Lawrence had led the Arabs against the Turks, Azam, aided by the Turks, had led his own uprising against Egypt's British overlords. He was surely the first Arab to appeal for Soviet aid for an Arab cause, asking Lenin for assistance in his rebellion the day news of the October Revolution reached Constantinople. Now, on the table before him was a 4-page memorandum. Stamped secret, it was largely the product of Azam's patient efforts to effect a compromise between the viewpoints represented in the salon of the Egyptian Foreign Office. Slowly, Azam began to read it to the men around him. The first paragraph represented the very essence of the problem that had brought them to Cairo. The Arab League, it proclaimed, is resolved to prevent the creation of a Jewish state in Palestine and to conserve Palestine as a united, independent state. The Secretary-General looked up. He well knew that at least 3 men at the table around him had grave reservations about committing themselves to that course of action, and an even graver reluctance to pay the price to carry it out. A week of debate had revealed neither the conviction nor the coordination the Arabs would need to realize such a resolution. As they had debated, however, they had released a daily stream of belligerent communiques. As had happened so often in the past, as would happen so often in the future, Arab leaders were unable to avoid the consequences of their own careless rhetoric. In a chorus, the men at the table gave their approval to the resolution. Azam continued. The countries around the table were to furnish to the League, on a predetermined basis, 10,000 rifles, 3,000 volunteers, and £1 million to provide an immediate beginning for guerrilla operations in Palestine, as Mardam and Solh had insisted. Then, with a glance at Nouri as-Said's representative, Azam read a last clause. The League, it said, would assign to a 52-year-old Iraqi general, a veteran of the Turkish Dardanelles campaign, the responsibility of preparing a plan for the coordinated intervention of the Arab armies in Palestine. Hanging over the debate of the Arab League leaders had been the image of the soft-spoken, red-bearded leader who stood at the very center of the Palestine drama, Hajj Amin Hosseini. He had followed their meeting with zealous attention from the cluster of stone villas in suburban Cairo in which he had installed his headquarters. One by one, each of the men assembled in Cairo had made his discreet pilgrimage to that headquarters to confer with Hajj Amin. He had received them all under an enormous photograph of Jerusalem, his gold pocket watch hanging on a chain around his neck, urging on them the course of action he himself sought. Hajj Amin did not want the Arab armies in Palestine. With armies, he knew, went authority, and he had no intention of sharing his authority in Palestine with anyone, above all his rivals, who commanded the armies of Iraq and Jordan. His aim was to build up his own guerrilla forces so that they could defeat the Jews without outside help. The League's decisions suited him well. His goal now was to get control of the arms, the money and the volunteers they had called for, and to have guerrilla operations in Palestine placed under his supreme command. To justify such a claim, he was sending to Palestine, as his hand-picked field commander, the most able fighter his rebellion against the British in 1936 had produced. In a few days, he would leave Cairo, ordered to carry out a follower's boast that the Mufti had adopted as his own to drive the Jews into the sea. 2 candles, one at either end of the plain wooden desk, lit the room. Behind the desk, the white wisp of his hair glowing in the candlelight, David Ben-Gurion stared at the knot of men seated before him. No curious crowds had watched their coming, as one by one they had made their way to their secret rendezvous in a Jewish high school in the suburbs of Jerusalem. They were the city's Haganah commanders. Ben-Gurion had summoned them to this meeting because he was convinced that it was here in Jerusalem that the Jews of Palestine faced their gravest trial in the months ahead. Isolated, depending for its existence on one exposed highway, Jerusalem was the Achilles heel of the Yishuv, the Jewish settlement, the one place where all Ben-Gurion's hopes could be shattered by a single, decisive blow. Looking at the faces peering at him through the candlelight, he solemnly warned that if the Arabs could lock Jerusalem into their stranglehold, they can end us, and our state will be finished before it is born. After that grim preamble, he turned his thoughts to the wider aspects of the struggle. It was the measure of the Jewish leader's genius that on that December evening, while the leaders of the Arab League were completing their debate in Cairo, he had already perceived what the Arab leaders themselves had not yet fully comprehended, the climax to which their entangling skein of rhetoric would inevitably force them. "It is time," he told the men before him, "to start planning for a war against 5 Arab armies." His words fell on them like a gust of winter wind. Some were incredulous. "Do you think the Arabs of Jenin are going to attack us in tanks?" someone asked, half laughing. To Eliyahu Arbel, the former Czech officer in charge of Haganah planning in Jerusalem, it seemed fantastic. Ben-Gurion was talking about planning a war against 5 Arab armies, and we were still being arrested by the British for carrying a pistol down the street. Ben-Gurion persisted. He never made the mistake of underestimating his foes. Nothing could menace his people more than a concerted attack on them by 5 Arab armies. But if Ben-Gurion did not underestimate his foes, he did not overestimate them either. He knew their tendency to believe their extravagant boasts, to accept rhetoric as reality, to prepare themselves for a trial with speeches rather than sacrifice. Their threat of war presented to his people a terrible menace, but it also presented them a great opportunity. The United Nations partition of Palestine had not been a really satisfactory solution from his point of view, but it had been one with which he could live. The internationalization of Jerusalem had left its ache in Ben-Gurion's heart, as it had in the heart of almost every Jew. The long and tortured frontiers assigned to the Jewish state were a military catastrophe. Some Jewish leaders favored fighting to expand the area assigned to the Jewish state, regardless of what the Arabs did. Ben-Gurion and a majority of the Jewish Agency executive were opposed to their ideas. If the Arab states insisted on going to war, however, the situation would change, and the frontiers of their state would not be the boundaries assigned them by the United Nations, but those they could seize and hold by force of arms in the Arabs' war. Ben-Gurion had often seen Arab intransigence inadvertently become the handmaiden of Zionist aspirations. Helping us by attacking us, helping us make important achievements we might otherwise have missed. The first Arab attacks on the settlements had forced Palestine's reluctant Jewish landlords to begin employing Jewish labor. Arab attacks on Jews in Jaffa had led to the establishment of Tel Aviv. The Arabs' refusal to allow the survivors of Hitler's death camps into Palestine had led to world backing for a Jewish state. But the greatest error the Arabs could make on their behalf, Ben-Gurion thought, would be refusing the United Nations decision. That would change everything for us, he thought. That would give his people the right to get what we could. From that moment on, what their state would be would depend on arms, and not the United Nations decision. Across the Jordan River from Jerusalem, beyond the dark ridge lines of the mountains of Moab, an enigmatic Arab sovereign sat, as he did every night, in the sitting room of his palace overlooking the eastern edge of Amman, and pondered the problem on a chessboard. King Abdullah ibn Hussein al-Hashimi was an accomplished chess player. His favorite piece was the unpredictable knight, and the tactics he preferred in that game paralleled those he had used to arrive at his current station in life: subtlety, indirection, and surprise. The kingdom over which he ruled this December evening was 3/4 desert. It contained barely 500,000 people, and its national budget before British subsidies was £1.5 million. From that sparse domain, however, had sprung the pieces Abdullah could move on the chessboard of the Middle East. The men of its only truly professional army, the army David Ben-Gurion feared above all the others, the Arab Legion. Yet, paradoxically, no Arab leader understood Ben-Gurion better than the monarch who commanded that army. Abdullah was the only Arab chieftain who had had any real contact with the Jews of Palestine over the past decade. The electric current, which illuminated for this descendant of the Prophet the verses of his Quran at dawn each day, was furnished by a Jewish power plant in the northwestern tip of his kingdom. On the eve of the UN's partition vote, he had had a cordial and secret meeting with Golda Meir in the home of the power plant's director. The two had agreed that their common enemy was the Mufti, and to maintain contact with each other. He frequently called on his Jewish neighbors for advice and technical help. Abdullah had, in fact, tended to regard the Jewish return as a return of one Semitic people persecuted in the West to aid another Semitic people whose development of their ancient homeland had been held back by a Western institution, colonialism. The realistic little monarch harbored no illusions of the Arabs' chances of thwarting partition. Unlike the Mufti, who tended to think of the Jews of Palestine in terms of the pale rabbinical students of Mea Shearim fleeing before his bullies' clubs, or the Syrians and Iraqis who judged them by their own peaceful Jewish communities, Abdallah well knew the vigor and capacity that lay behind their settlement. The short, cherubic monarch had only the deepest scorn for his fellow leaders of the Arab League wrangling in Cairo. The League he characterized as a sack into which 7 heads have been thrust. He despised Egyptians in general and King Farouk in particular. You do not make a gentleman of a Balkan farmer's son simply by making him a king, he liked to remark. The Syrians, whose land he coveted, he considered a cantankerous and quarrelsome people. A natural hatred had flourished between Abdallah and the Mufti of Jerusalem since their first meeting in 1921. My father, Abdallah continually reminded his followers, always told me to beware of preachers. The life of the pale, fragile monarch had been an unending series of frustrations. It was he who had first whispered the words, Arab Rebellion, to the British in 1914. But T.E. Lawrence had preferred to confide the rebellion's leadership to his more malleable younger brother, and its glory had passed Abdallah by. The Saudis had driven him and his family from their ancient throne by the Red Sea. The dusty kingdom he ruled had been lopped off Palestine by Winston Churchill and tendered to him as a consolation prize when the French drove his brother Faisal from Damascus. To add to the indignity, Churchill would often boast, I created Transjordan with a stroke of a pen on a Sunday afternoon in Cairo. Its inhabitants had welcomed their new emir to his domains with a barrage of eggs and tomatoes, and for years his residence had been a Bedouin tent on the hilltop overlooking Amman, where his palace now stood. It was not until 1934, when the British suddenly rediscovered Abdallah tucked away in his little emirate, and decided to build him up as a counterweight to the troublesome Mufti, that his fortunes began to rise. Those had been trying years for Abdallah, for above all else, he burned with ambitions. The ambition to avenge his humiliated family, to hold sway over a domain worthy of his proud ancestry. He was, in the words of one of his contemporaries, a falcon trapped in a canary's cage, longing to break out, to realize his dreams and passions of being a great Arab leader. But there he was, pinned up in the cage of Transjordan by the British. Now, perhaps, partition offered him the chance that had been denied him for a quarter of a century, the chance to get out of that cage, to become the leader he longed to be, to obtain a kingdom to the measure of his ambition and his heritage. Abdallah longed for the sacred city beyond the mountains of Moab, Jerusalem. With Jerusalem, he would gain international stature for himself, and for his Hashemite kin, a return to the central role in Islam from which the Saudis had cast them. Without it, he was condemned to remain what he was, the inconsequential sovereign of a lot of sand. As carefully as if he were shifting the pieces on his chessboard, Abdallah thought through the moves that might lead him to his goal. One December morning, while in Cairo the Arab League colleagues he so despised talked their way through another of their meetings, he pushed forward his first pawn. Shortly before noon, his hand-picked prime minister called at a modest residence not far from the king's palace. It was the home of Britain's jovial and distinguished resident minister in Transjordan, Sir Alec Kirkbride. What, politely inquired the prime minister, what would be His Majesty's government's reaction if King Abdallah annexed to his kingdom the part of Palestine allocated to the Arabs by the UN's partition order? Slumped in an armchair by the fire, the pensive figure listened to the majestic strains of a Bach organ fugue filling his sitting room. 60 miles from Amman, in his luxurious residence, looking down upon the city at the heart of Abdullah's ambitions, Britain's High Commissioner in Palestine enjoyed a nightly ritual. Regularly before dinner, Sir Alan Cunningham locked himself into his sitting room to savour the music of Bach, Vivaldi, or Beethoven, and contemplate in their consoling strains the problems weighing on him. Sir Alan was a glum and bitter man during those evening sessions in December 1947, and he had much to contemplate. His administration in Palestine had been a terrible frustration for the Scots general. From the day he had left London to take up his assignment until the past week, he had not been given a policy to follow. Indeed, dismayed by the lack of clear-cut direction he had received in his conversations at the Foreign and Colonial Offices, Cunningham had bluntly asked Prime Minister Clement Attlee, on the eve of his departure, what policy directives he was to follow in Palestine. "Oh," answered Attlee with a shrug, "just go out and govern the country." Then, sensing Cunningham's shock, he got up and walked him to the door, threw his arm around the Scot's shoulders. "You know, General," he said, "I'm sorry to give you a politician's answer to your question, but it's the only answer I can give." Ernest Bevin, Britain's foreign minister, had been completely surrounded by Arabists and got all his reports from the same old group of pro-Arab hands, Cunningham felt. His undersecretary, Harold Beeley, he considered a very dangerous man. Now at last he had received a policy, the policy which he was to carry out in the closing stages of the British mandate in Palestine, and above all, toward the United Nations partition decision. He was to keep the situation as calm as possible, consistent with a minimal involvement physically. He was to have nothing to do with partition in any way, shape, or form. Those instructions reflected the fact, as Beeley would later recall, that Britain had accepted the partition of Palestine with an absolute minimum of enthusiasm. From now on, Britain would align her interests in the Middle East as closely as possible with the Arabs. The new Jewish state she would just forget about for a while, as assuredly it was not going to be very friendly to Britain in the years to come. In fact, the only aspect of partition which the Foreign Office supported was the internationalization of Jerusalem. The reason was simple. With the United States labeled as pro-Jewish and Russia as anti-God, any big power role in the internationalized city was bound to fall to Britain. To give teeth to that policy, the British delegation in the UN had been instructed to make itself the forthright advocate of the Arab viewpoint. And on the eve of the Arab League's Cairo meeting, Britain had announced she would forcibly maintain her restrictions on Jewish immigration into Palestine until she left. Indeed, from 1946 to February 1948, according to a report submitted to the War Office by Sir Gordon Macmillan, the last commander-in-chief of the British forces in Palestine, the British intercepted 47 shiploads of illegal immigrants, interning 65,307 illegal immigrants in their detention camps on the island of Cyprus. To Sir Alan, the government's instructions were a cruel disappointment. Unlike Bevin and Beeley, Cunningham favoured partition as the only way out of the dilemma into which their tergiversations had led Palestine. An introspective man with the stern Calvinistic sense of duty of his Scots forebears, he felt strongly Britain's obligation to close out her rule in Palestine in the most orderly manner possible and leave behind her some hope of peace. Yet the policy for which he had waited so long now enjoined him to studiously ignore the only plan he thought offered the Holy Land any hope of peace. Peace, he knew, would be precious in the Holy Land in the months to come. In the first 2 weeks since the partition vote, 93 Arabs, 84 Jews, and 7 Englishmen had been killed in the ancient territory over which he presided. Their deaths, Sir Alan feared, were only a harbinger of a ghastly harvest to come. Locked into the desk drawer of his office, adjacent to his sitting room, was a 3-page British Army order, stamped most secret, and dated December 6th. As much as the policy instructions he had just received from London, the phrases set down in that order preoccupied the dour Scot. The order laid out the principles which would govern the withdrawal of the only effective instrument Cunningham had with which to maintain order in the coming months, the British Army. It contained one deliberate omission. It made no mention of the British Army being responsible henceforth for law and order in Palestine. Harassed, humiliated, shot at, and insulted for the past 2 years, that army was fed up with maintaining law and order in Palestine. With an end to the mandate now set, its commander, one of Cunningham's fellow Scots, Sir Gordon Macmillan, was determined not to risk the lives of any more of his soldiers in Palestine, except in the pursuit of British interests. Only one phrase in that document had brought to the High Commissioner's face an amused half-smile to relieve the concern with which he had read it. It was the work of some zealous quartermaster in the army that Cunningham knew so well, and in the midst of the agonies of policy and command, it was his good clerk's contribution to Britain's coming Palestinian posterity. Careful and precise, it was the estimate of the materials which would be required to pack up the remnants of 30 years of British rule in Palestine. 4,000 tons of timber and 28 tons of nails. The message was whispered at dawn in the shadows of the mosques as the faithful slipped off their shoes before the morning prayer. Abu Musa is coming back. At those words, the men set out. From Jaffa, Haifa, Nablus, Jenin, and Tulkarm, from 20 key towns to which the message had been sent by that special Islamic grapevine, traveling alone or in small groups so as not to arouse British curiosity, they set off. Their diverse routes led to the village of Beit Surif, southwest of Jerusalem, to which Abu Musa had promised his return. Just before noon, a dusty black Chrysler came bouncing and scraping up the dirt road leading to the village. At the sight of the middle-aged man in a blue and white checkered keffiyeh, sitting beside the driver, the mob in front of the house sprang forward, warbling the shrill, undulating battle cries of the Arab warrior. The man stepped from the car into a shoving sea of hands and faces stretched out to embrace or even touch him. He was of medium height, stocky, with a round, mournful face and the first hint of a paunch in the strained buttons of his brown business suit. Visibly moved, constantly touching his forehead and heart in an Arab gesture of welcome, he struggled through the crowd toward the simple stone house where his followers waited. No Arab in Palestine, not even his cousin, Haj Amin Hosseini, commanded the admiration and affection stirred by the man hailed as Abu Musa, the father of Musa. He was the man the Mufti had sent to Palestine to take command of his holy war strugglers. Like his cousin, Abdul Khadr Hosseini was a member of Jerusalem's Hosseini clan. He was, on that December morning, barely 40 years old. He was a born leader of men. He possessed great physical courage. Unlike most of the Mufti's lieutenants, he was educated. Yet he retained an instinctive understanding of the qualities and shortcomings of his peasant people. He had, despite a limited military background, an intuitive ability to mobilize and use their qualities and resources to their best advantage. Above all, the quiet, almost stolid man in the brown business suit, walking away from his dusty Chrysler, possessed a priceless asset for an Arab leader. Abdul Khadr Hosseini had charisma. He had the charisma to galvanize a battalion of Dutchmen. Upon his excitable countrymen, its effect was electric. Soon, at the mention of his name, hundreds, thousands of peasants, clutching their rifles by their sides, would come swarming from the souks and their rocky villages to do his bidding. In the stone building, spread over a mound of steaming rice, the whole roast lamb of the Mensif, a Bedouin banquet, waited to welcome him. Abdul Khadr squatted cross-legged on the floor at the head of a circle of men. The host stretched out his right hand, plucked an eye from the skull of the sheep, and offered it to Abdul Khadr. Then, in a babble of excited conversation, the banquet began. For most of the men sitting on the floor around Abdul Khadr, it was the first sight of their leader in almost a decade. Twice during the Arab Revolt in 1936-39, Abdul Khadr had been wounded at the head of his guerrilleros. After his second wound, in 1938, he was smuggled to Syria, bleeding and half dead on camelback. From there he had gone on to Iraq, where his participation in another anti-British rising had earned him 4 years in jail. Even his presence in Beit Surif was illegal. He was still technically barred from Palestine by the British. The British had dominated most of Abdul Khadar's life. His father had been deposed by them as mayor of Jerusalem in 1920 for his opposition to their mandate. In 1933, after graduating in chemistry from the American University in Cairo, he had participated at his aging father's side in his first anti-British demonstration. Since then, in Palestine, Iraq, and Egypt, he had spent most of his life fighting or plotting against them. In 1938, the Mufti had even sent him abroad with a hand-picked group of his other followers to polish in the finishing schools of the Third Reich the knowledge of explosives he had first acquired in the chemistry labs of Cairo's American University. Now he had returned to Palestine for the first time in 9 years to take command of the fight against the new foe. Wiping his lips with the edges of his keffiyeh, he signaled to the men around him that the banquet was over and the time for serious conversation had arrived. Unlike most of the Mufti's lieutenants, Abdul Khadar was not given to explosive bursts of hyperbole, nor was he inclined to work himself into a frenzy, vowing to incarnadine the Mediterranean with Jewish blood. He was a serious, soft-spoken man, and he knew exactly what he wanted to say. Diplomacy and politics, he told his listeners, have failed to achieve our goals. The Arabs of Palestine, he said, had only one choice. We shall keep our honor and our country with our swords. Quietly, methodically, he began to outline his strategy for the fight the Mufti had sent him to lead. Like Yigal Yadin, the planning officer of the Haganah, Abdul Khader Husseini knew that the fight for Palestine would be won or lost on its roads. No fight could be better suited to the means of Abdul Khader's disposal. The military tactic his villagers knew best was the ambush. The lure of loot in trapped trucks and convoys would be a powerful spur to their ardor. Spreading a map of Palestine on the carpet before him, he pointed a finger at a chain of exposed and isolated Jewish settlements circled in red. Harassing Jewish communication with those colonies, ambushing their supplies, finally closing the roads to their convoys would be their first objective. Then Abdul Khadar's finger moved to the center of the map, to the dark stain at the heart of Palestine, the city of Jerusalem. As well as David Ben-Gurion, Abdul Khader Husseini realized that the 100,000 Jews living there constituted the most vulnerable Jewish target in Palestine. As soon as the men and the arms were ready, they would, he announced, lay siege to Jerusalem. Driving his hands together as though to throttle with his gesture that dark spot on the map of Palestine, he vowed, "We will strangle Jerusalem." Part 2. Jerusalem, a house against itself. December 1947 to March 1948. Chapter 7. Are we not neighbors? By the middle of December 1947, the exaltation of the night the United Nations had partitioned Palestine had become little more than a memory. Along Ben Yehuda Street, the bright blue banners dangled from the lampposts like the faded ribbons of an old funeral wreath. The hopeful pronunciamentos that had been plastered to Jewish Jerusalem's walls were already covered with a new set of tracts, black and white mobilization notices ordering every Jewish male in the city from 17 to 25 to register for military service. A few hundred yards away, in the Arab quarter, an elderly hatmaker struggled to keep abreast of the orders for tarbushes pouring into his shop. Not since 1936 had Philip Arouk sold those maroon colonial felt hats as he had been selling them since partition. To his fellows, they were a badge that stamped them as Arabs for the Mufti's gunmen drifting into the city in increasing number. Life in Jerusalem in mid-December remained, during the daytime, relatively tranquil. In confusing streams, the throngs crowded the heart of the Jewish city, peering into shop windows, sheltering a range of merchandise as diverse as the city's population. There were piles of Persian rugs, hand-embroidered silks, spun silver brooches from the Yemenites, art galleries, music shops, with the records of Paris, London, Hollywood, and pre-war Eastern Europe. The delicatessens were stocked with bottles of wine from the Rishon vineyards, the first Jewish agricultural enterprise in Palestine, the dairy products of the Tnuva cooperative, sparkling boxes of elite chocolates. The florists' windows blazed with tall gladioli drooping on their slender stalks, and scarlet and gold roses from the hothouses of Sharon. Rich and pungent, the aroma of roasting coffee drifted over the crowds from the cafes lining Ben Yehuda and King George. There were the Imperial and the Royal, where the British went, the Atara, whose owners had refrained from getting a liquor license to keep the British out, and whose top floor was tacitly reserved for members of the Palmach, the Brazil, where students hung out. Around them, rabbinical scholars from Mea Shearim, Orthodox Jews in white shirts with a hand-knit kippah, a skullcap pinned to their heads, girl kibbutzniks in khaki shorts and sweaters, Yemenite laborers, German refugees, proud and poor in their shiny double-breasted suits, flooded off the sidewalks, ignoring the imprecations of the police and the impatient honks of the British Army patrol cars. Missing from those crowds now, however, were the Arabs, who had given them still another colorful dimension. The Bank of Shushain boys, lined up by Zion Cinema, banging their brushes on their boxes to attract customers, the coffee vendors jingling the bells of the bulbous brass urns strapped across their shoulders, the Sudanese roasting peanuts by the curbside on a glowing brazier. Gone, too, were the villagers, carting in for sale on their spindly-legged donkeys mounds of oranges, tomatoes, carrots, radishes. Partly from fear for their own security, partly in response to the Mufti's orders, they had all begun to avoid Jerusalem's Jewish areas. Each community already had its own bus service, the faded blue vehicles of the Egged line for the Jews, and the dull silver buses of the National Company for the Arabs. Jewish taxis refused fares for Arab areas, and Arab cabs wouldn't enter Jewish neighborhoods. Going from one to another, a foreign correspondent noted, was like crossing between two foreign countries. Arab and Jewish civil servants, many of whom had worked side by side for years, now greeted each other on arriving at the office in the morning with a reciprocal search for arms. For Jews, access to the law courts and the city's principal bank, Barclays, both entered through Arab areas, became increasingly dangerous. For Arabs, a visit to government offices in the Jewish areas was a hazardous experience. Even children began to pelt each other with stones on the way to and from school. The key installations, the General Post Office, the telephone exchanges, government hospital, police headquarters, the broadcasting studio, the prison, were all behind the barbed wire of Bevingrad. Only one back entrance to the GPO remained open, reached by passing through a crooked line of barbed wire. Heinz Kraus, an out-of-work Jewish technician, was on guard duty there every day with an Arab and a British soldier. The Arab, he noted, even searched for arms under the tarbushes of his fellows. On December 15th, the Arabs gave the population a chilling reminder of the stranglehold in which they might eventually hold Jerusalem by blowing up the pipes delivering the city's water. While the British repaired them, the Jewish agency ordered a secret survey of the cisterns in the Jewish areas of the city. Even the one refuge in which Arab and Jew had always found harmony, the graveyard, was troubled in the first weeks following the partition vote. Jewish funeral processions, winding their way up to the Mount of Olives, some behind the coffins of the first victims of the sporadic shooting ringing out in the city, often came under Arab sniper fire. More than any other facet of its daily existence, however, a ritual accomplished each evening at the Egged bus station on the outskirts of town had become the symbol of Jewish life in Jerusalem. The struggle for the roads, foreseen by the chiefs of the Haganah and by Abdul Khader Husseini, had begun. The Arab ambushes were still sporadic and unorganized, but they had already forced the Haganah to rely on daily convoys to link Jerusalem with the coast. The steel-plated buses used in the convoys weighed 8 tons each. They could go no faster than 10 miles an hour, climbing up to Jerusalem from Bab el-Wad, and rare was the convoy that escaped without being at least sniped at. Long before sunset each night, the crowds began to gather in the bus station, waiting for the incoming convoy to arrive. As its vehicles ground to a halt, the crowd swarmed over them, every eye fixed on their locked doors, waiting for the results of a sinister lottery. The first figures to appear in those doorways were often covered with blood, candidates for the ambulance that waited for each convoy. The last were sometimes dead, laid out on the bus station's asphalt apron, to be identified by the pathetic scream of the friend or relative who had come to the station to welcome them back to Jerusalem. And yet, normally those December weeks were a time of joy in Jerusalem as the Jews celebrated Hanukkah, the Feast of Lights, marking the triumph of the Maccabean revolt, and the city's Christians prepared for Christmas. Usually, at this season, Jewish Jerusalem blazed by night with lights from 8-tipped menorahs, snapped on one by one as each day of the Hanukkah feast passed. Relay racers rushed blazing torches to the city from the tombs of the Maccabees, and there was public dancing of the horror and communal parties with piles of steaming latkes, potato pancakes. This year, Jerusalem was dark for the Feast of Lights. There was no dancing in its deserted streets, and all public ceremonies were cancelled. Feeling the chill hostility of the night around them, many a Jew in the security of his home might well have prayed for a contemporary renewal of the ancient blessing he commemorated with a prayer each night of the feast as he lit the candles of his menorah. We kindle these lights to mark the marvelous victories and wonderful liberation which thou didst achieve for our ancestors. It was the shortest bus ride in Palestine. It lasted barely 5 minutes, but the half-mile route, covered by Jerusalem's number 2 bus, was the most dangerous trip a Jew could take in those first days after the UN partition vote. That bus ride ran from the center of Jerusalem through Jaffa Gate, along the rim of the old city's Armenian quarter, down to the southern end of an oversized alleyway at the heart of the most ancient Jewish settlement in Palestine, the Jewish quarter of the Old City. It was the only physical link open between New Jerusalem and the Jewish quarter, and its half-mile route was ringed by hostile Arab throngs. The quarter lay in the southeastern corner of the Old City on a slope of ground running down from Mount Zion toward the Temple Mount. Its southern flank was the Old City Wall. To the west was a settlement of Arab families from North Africa, to the north the Muslim quarter. Barely the size of 15 football fields, it sheltered only a symbolic parcel of Jewry, 2,000 people, a tenth of the old city's total population. For centuries there had been Jewish scholars living in it. They had built as their monuments to their dispersed nation and the faith that sustained it the 27 synagogues that dominated the quarter. Sometimes built underground, because from the depth you will call to God, sometimes on the high ground, because there is no building a synagogue except at the height of the city. Those synagogues were studded through the quarter, the solid anchors on which it depended. There was Eliyahu Hanavi, where, according to legend, Elijah the prophet had appeared to complete a minyan, a 10-man quorum required for a public prayer. In one musty corner of the synagogue, a crumbling chair still awaited the prophet's return. Next door, under the large dome and latticed windows of Ben Zakkai's synagogue, were the shofar, on which tradition held Elijah would sound his people's freedom, and a flask of oil with which he would rekindle the lamp of the rebuilt temple. There was the Stambuli synagogue, built by Turkish Jews, in which impaired or damaged sacred texts were guarded. Once a year, 30 men marched out from the synagogue in a candlelit procession to bury those texts and to guarantee a year's rain for Palestine's crops. And of course, there was the Khurva, the most beautiful of all, under whose magnificent dome were kept the battle flags of the Jewish legion that had fought in World War I. Arab-Jewish relations in the Old City had always been good. Most of the property in the quarter was Arab-owned, and one of its familiar sights was the Arab rent collector making his way from house to house, pausing in each for the rent and a ritual cup of coffee. Here the Islamic respect for men of religion had been naturally extended to the quarter's scholars in the yeshivas. As for the quarter's poor artisans and shopkeepers, the most natural of bonds, poverty, tied them to their Arab neighbors. On Friday evening, Arab youngsters would go to the homes of their devout Jewish friends and kindle for them the oil lamps a Jew could not light on the Sabbath. Many an Arab and Jewish youngster would always remember the exchange of gifts traditionally performed between the communities at feast times. The Jews bringing to their Arab neighbors heaps of cut-dried almonds at Sukkot, the harvest festival, Arabs offering trays of bread and honey to help their Jewish neighbors mark the end of Passover. Between the religious leadership of the Old City and the Zionist leadership of the New, however, relations were often strained, and as a result, the Haganah was weak inside the Old City. On the night that partition was voted, there were exactly 18 Haganah men in an area where the Arab potential could be numbered in the thousands. A Belgian-born arms expert sent to study the quarter's needs after the vote returned with a dismaying report. The entire armory of the quarter consisted of 16 rifles, of which 14 worked, 25 pistols, and 3 finished submachine guns. At any moment, Amir knew, the Arabs might decide to blockade the route of the number 2 bus and sever his only tie to the Old City. While it remained open, he vowed to use it to funnel into the Jewish quarter all the men in arms his strained garrison could spare. He was not too soon. Already the same simple emotional natures that linked the Old City's Arabs and Jews were becoming conductors of the sentiments that would shortly drive them apart. The handful of Arabs in the Jewish quarter moved out. One Arab baker left with his dough still in the oven, handing his key over to the Haganah as he went. Fistfights and shooting erupted. Nadi Dayez, the 16-year-old coffee boy, who had rushed off to join the mob streaming past his office the day the commercial center was burned, was one of the Arabs living in the Jewish quarter. His family's relations with their Jewish neighbors had always been friendly, but in those days after partition, he remembered, our feelings were electrified, and slowly we began to understand and believe that every Jew was an enemy, intent on taking our lives and our land. Nadi went to the souks and bought himself a pistol. One night in December, firing erupted in his neighborhood. The 16-year-old boy rushed to the window and emptied his pistol into the night. As he did, he heard coming up to him in the darkness a pathetic cry from across the alleyway, from the woman whose Sabbath lamps he had lit for a decade. "Do not shoot," she cried. "Are we not neighbors since many years?" In Jerusalem, as elsewhere in Palestine, the Haganah's basic strategy reflected a philosophy propounded by David Ben-Gurion. What the Jews had, they must hold. No Jew was to leave his home, his farm, his kibbutz, his office without permission. Every outpost, every settlement, every village, no matter how isolated, was to be clung to as though it were Tel Aviv itself. Despite this, Jerusalem's Jewish population began to drift away from mixed neighborhoods in which they were a minority. The best way to stop that trend, Amir decided, was to drive the Arabs out of those neighborhoods first. At the same time, he resolved to chase them from a few small Arab enclaves embedded in Jewish areas. His first tactics were psychological. His men would sneak into the areas at night and plaster the walls and doors of Arab houses with threatening posters. Handbills telling their owners to leave for your own safety were stuck to the windshields of Arab cars. Anonymous threatening calls were made to Arab leaders in each neighborhood. Ruth Gifton, a secretary at the Jewish agency, was assigned the job of threatening Kati Antonius, the Arab hostess who had thrown a dinner party on the old city's walls on partition night. The ploy didn't work. The garrulous Arab woman's line was always busy. Those psychological tactics produced only a limited success. Amir then raised the pressure. Haganah raiding parties would go in at night, cutting telephone and electric wires, throwing hand grenades onto the ground, firing into the air, striving to create a general air of insecurity. At Sheikh Badr, an Arab settlement below the hilltop where the Israeli Knesset would one day rest, the tactic was repeated several nights running. Finally, one morning, Amir's men noted, the Arabs in Sheikh Badr packed up and fled. At about the same time, the Arab guerrillas of Abd al-Khader Husseini undertook their first organized action in the city. As in Amir's case, its aim was primarily psychological, to give the Jews a warning, as one of Husseini's leaders told his men. The objective was a Jewish house in Sanhedria, in which a group of Haganah men had been stationed. To make the attack, 120 holy strugglers were brought to Jerusalem by truck from Hebron. In a drenching rainstorm, they made their way through the wadi to a point 200 yards from the house. Abdul Khader stood up and gave the signal for the attack with a single shot, the first symbolic shot of the campaign beginning that night. The Arabs fired for 15 minutes until a British armored car appeared. Then they withdrew after suffering their first casualty. One of their number had been bitten by a snake. "They're attacking!" the driver yelled. At his words, Eli Greenberg, a Czechoslovakian survivor of the Dachau death camp, turned and peered through the slit in the steel plates covering the bus's windows. Outside, on the open square before the pillars of Jaffa Gate, Eli saw what looked like a mob of scores of screaming Arabs barring their bus's route through the gate. At almost the same instant, he heard the driver shout, "The bastards have left us!" The British armored car that was to have convoyed their number 2 bus through Jaffa Gate had just gone scuttling off down Bethlehem Road. Fortunately for their fellow passengers, Greenberg and 10 others on board were members of the Haganah. He leaped up and opened a ventilating plate. With a quick gesture, he lobbed a grenade at the feet of the advancing mob. Taking advantage of the panic it caused, the driver shot through the gate, skidded past Surman Citadel, and careened along the rim of the Armenian Quarter down to the Street of the Jews. That night, Greenberg and the men who had entered the old city with him were taken along the black and menacing alleys to the outposts ringing the quarter. Greenberg was assigned a sandbagged corner of the roof of the Warsaw Synagogue. An officer passed him an enormous Colt and a clip of bullets. "The password is Judith," he whispered. Then he pointed to a trench of darkness below the position, the alleyway separating the synagogue walls from the row of buildings opposite Greenberg. "They are there," the officer whispered. Greenberg drew himself in as close to the sandbags as he could, as if to make his shadowy figure melt into theirs. 30 months after an American soldier had found him half dead on a slab of wood in Dachau, the Czech jeweler's son realized he faced death again, this time defending a country about which he knew almost nothing, which had become his almost by accident. As he peered out at the shadowy line of roof opposite him, a curious memory came to Greenberg. It was a biblical quotation he had learned as a child in Prague. "On your ramparts, Jerusalem, I have appointed watchmen." Greenberg was just one of the many such watchmen ordered into the Jewish quarter by Israel Amir. Almost 50 had been sent in 2 buses and 3 taxis, thanks to half a dozen bribed British guards. Every trip of the number 2 bus brought in a few more, disguised as students, workers, or yeshiva scholars. Any cover was valid. Moshe Rusnak rode in by ambulance, disguised as a doctor, and escorted by a pair of British armored cars. By mid-December, the Haganah had managed to run 120 men into the quarter. A special air reigned among them. Most were members of Jerusalem's Palmach Reserve, composed largely of students at Hebrew University. Their relations with the quarter's elderly rabbis in early days were congenial. The rabbis extended to the Haganah men the privilege of using their mikveh, the religious baths. Food was limited but not scarce. There was one cafe, the Europa, where everybody gathered to sample one of its 2 dishes, Arabic coffee and a sticky yellow pudding. The synagogues, because of their size and strategic locations, became the bulwarks of the Haganah's positions. Inspecting the posts installed in Nissan Bek, Shalom Dror saw some 200-year-old Talmudic scrolls and texts pressed into service as sandbags. An old door had been suspended from the dome to serve as a plank from which a sharpshooter could peer through the synagogue's latticed windows into the street. Shivering in the cold, wrapped in a blanket, the guard lay on the door with a pistol in one hand and the text he was studying in the other. Below him, his fellow yeshiva students pondered their lessons. A stream of new arrivals poured into the Arab city, too. Men of the Mufti's forces called in from the countryside, volunteers from Iraq, Syria, Transjordan, burning with the ardor for Jerusalem no less fervent than that inspiring the men of the Haganah. With their arrival, the nightly exchanges of fire between the outposts of the 2 sides increased in intensity. Those exchanges drew a third wave of outsiders into the old city's walls, the green-kilted men of one of Britain's most distinguished regiments, the Highland Light Infantry. Their presence, however, did little to stem the nightly tide of firing or its inevitable consequences. One bitter blue December day, a score of men marched up the slopes of the Mount of Olives, bearing on their shoulders a shrouded body laid upon a plank. The name of the man to whom it had belonged was Salomon. He came from a kibbutz in the north, and he was the first Haganah casualty in the latest struggle of the Jewish people for Jerusalem. He had been killed defending a post by the old city's Nissan Bek synagogue, the Haganah position closest to the western wall of King Solomon's temple. To Gabi Deeb, the son of Jerusalem's Arab Buick dealer, the man looked like one of those sketches of the local peasantry that artists sent back to their papers from the Middle East in the 19th century. His beautifully waxed black mustache curled up a wrinkled brown face. He wore a black Syrian tunic buttoned to his throat, baggy black cotton bloomers, and a white Arabic headdress. 2 bandoliers, glistening with bullets, were slung across his 60-year-old chest. His belt bulged with a pair of parabellums and an ornate gold dagger. Strapped to his back was a fat black cylinder that resembled nothing so much as a stovepipe. He had walked alone all the way to Jerusalem from Aleppo in northern Syria because, he told Deeb in formal Arabic, he wanted to participate in the crusade for Al-Quds, the holy city. He could not let his first night pass without striking a blow in the struggle. Deeb obligingly took the old Syrian to the outskirts of the Jewish quarter of Mekor Chaim, along with his nightly party of snipers. There he indicated a water tower frequently used by Haganah riflemen. "I shall destroy it," proclaimed the old man. Before Deeb's dumbfounded eyes, he unslung the stovepipe from his back. It was an ancient World War I French mortar, lit by a fuse at its base, held in place by wires fixed to the stakes which the Syrian proceeded to noisily hammer into the ground. "Be prepared!" called the old man in the booming voice Deeb thought must have warned every Jew in Mekor Chaim to be prepared. He and his men ducked. An ear-shattering explosion shook the ground on which they lay. The old man and his mortar disappeared in an enormous cloud of black smoke. Deeb studied the dark night, waiting to see a shell streaking toward the water tower. Nothing appeared. Seconds ticked by, and the star-filled Jerusalem sky remained despairingly empty, the water tower defiantly intact. Finally, the cloud of black smoke began to settle, and Deeb started toward it. There was nothing left. The old Syrian and his mortar were mixed in 1,000 scraps of flesh and metal, scattered over the earth of the city he had walked 600 miles to defend. The blue and white box of Lux soap powder was there where it should be, before the left-hand pane of the lower window. Seeing it, Uri Cohen, the biology student who had kissed his way to town on partition night, turned and entered the shanty. The 7 others were already there. The first one in had indicated that the meeting place was secure by placing the soapbox in the window before the pre-designated pane. The last one to leave would remove it. To those 7 men, Uri was known only by his code name, Shamir. They were all members of a cell of the Irgun Tzva'i Leumi, an underground, illegal Jewish organization, hated by the British, feared by the Arabs, disowned by a good majority of their own community. Heirs to the philosophy of a Zionist zealot named Vladimir Jabotinsky, they clung to the dream of a Jewish state running from Acre to Amman, from Mount Hermon to the Suez Canal. For them, Churchill's decision to create the Emirate of Transjordan with a stroke of his pen on a Sunday afternoon in Cairo had been a mutilation of the Balfour Declaration. They wanted it all the land that had once belonged to the biblical kingdom of Israel, and they wanted it, if possible, without the encumbering presence of its Arab inhabitants. While the Jewish Agency, representative of the majority of the Jewish community, had pursued its goals with negotiations and self-restraint, the Irgun and its smaller offshoot, the Stern Gang, had gone to the gun. They had not scrupled at murder and terrorism to obtain their aims. Their escutcheon was a rifle thrust aloft by a clenched fist, ringed by the motto, "Only thus." In the accomplishment of that pledge, they had already splattered on it the blood of over 300 victims, most of them innocent. Like the 90 Arabs, Jews, and Britons they had killed in their most famous exploit, the destruction of a wing of the King David Hotel on July 22, 1946. They had shocked the world and outraged their fellow Jews by hanging 2 British sergeants, then booby-trapping their bodies in reprisal for the execution of one of their number. Their excesses were largely responsible for the anti-Jewish sentiment which permeated the British forces in Palestine. Those excesses had produced other fruits, however. They had helped disgust the British public with Britain's role in Palestine, and thus played an important role in leading Clement Attlee to his decision to leave. For the Irgun, the United Nations partition of Palestine was only an invalid dismemberment of the larger homeland they sought. Above all, they condemned the internationalization of Jerusalem, which they proclaimed was and will forever be our capital. Just before the vote, Menachem Begin, the bespectacled, meek-looking head of the Irgun, had told his commanders in a secret meeting that Jerusalem was to take precedence over everything else in the months ahead. They were to destroy any hope of internationalizing the city by their actions there. As they had spattered Palestine with British blood in pursuit of a Jewish state, so would they now spatter Jerusalem with Arab blood in pursuit of its Jewish capital. Their first actions had been directed against the Arabs of Lifta and Romema, on the western edge of Jerusalem, whose inhabitants they accused of passing information on the movements of Jewish convoys to Tel Aviv. Then they turned their attention to the Arab crowds in the center of the city. On December 13th, one of their commandos hurled 2 bombs into a mass of Arab shoppers at Damascus Gate, killing 6 people and wounding 40 more. It was the willingness to participate in such actions that bound the disparate members of the Irgun together. The 8 men of Uri Cohen's cell gathered in their shanty in Jerusalem's poor Yemenite quarter were a typical cross-section of the organization's membership. One was an elderly man who sold roses from a baby carriage on Ben Yehuda Street. As he did, he meticulously gathered much of the intelligence the organization needed for its activities. One was a Yemenite laborer who could barely read and write. Another, the most fanatic member of the group, was an Orthodox Polish Jew from Mea Shearim. Uri Cohen was in the Irgun because he wanted to be where the action was. He always had. He had spent most of his life satisfying his craving for action on the sports field. At 18, he had joined the Royal Air Force, looking for action, just as he had joined the Irgun for the same reason 4 years later. His appetite had gone unfulfilled. "The Haganah is doing nothing," he regularly complained, "and now we are doing nothing too." For Uri Cohen, however, this meeting would not be like all the others. He had, his cell leader announced, been selected to begin the next day in an Irgun commander's course. It would prepare him for the action for which he had clamored so long. It was a ritual as unvarying as his daily reading of a passage of the Bible. Every Friday at noon, a staff officer hand-carried to the office of the Chaplain General of the British Armed Forces in Palestine one of the 20 numbered and registered copies of a most secret document called Order of Battle and Location Statement. Its half-dozen pages gave the exact location and the movements anticipated for the coming week of every British unit in the Middle East. After a careful perusal of its contents, the chaplain locked the document in his safe and headed to the officers' mess of the King David Hotel. Before his return, an hour later, a photocopy of the document was on its way to Haganah intelligence. That exploit, carried out by a secretary, was one of the first achievements of an intelligence service whose accomplishments would one day dazzle the world. Given their numerical inferiority, it was not on the primitive bomb-and-run tactics of the Irgun that the Jews of Palestine would have to depend in their struggle with the Arabs. Long before the Irgun had placed its first bomb in the midst of an Arab crowd, the Haganah had sought to mobilize the diverse resources of Palestine's Jewish community for the sophisticated tasks of intelligence warfare. The head of Jerusalem's Uri Net was a 26-year-old German-born physicist named Shalhevet Freyer. Freyer had learned at first hand the ways of the British military as a sergeant in the 8th Army fighting his way across Africa. Later, disguised as an English major or colonel, he had run illegal immigrants past Britain's forces in Italy. Now, from an office in an obscure institute for the study of social affairs on Jerusalem's Bezalel Street, he directed 20 agents, filtered into every level of Britain's civil and military establishment. He had even, thanks to an Armenian secretary, succeeded in penetrating the office of the High Commissioner. The key to the Haganah's successes lay in the brilliance and the variety of the individuals who served it. With his bushy mustache, his penetrating blue eyes, his worn tweed sports jacket, his quietly superior Oxbridge accent, 29-year-old Vivian Herzog could pass anywhere for a young British officer in civilian clothes. Born in Dublin, Herzog, the son of the chief rabbi of Palestine, was officially responsible for liaison between the Haganah and the British Army. His real assignment was establishing a network of strategically located pro-Jewish officers inside the British establishment. If Herzog was to enjoy an extraordinary success in his task, it was not surprising. He brought to it the highest of qualifications. He had been an officer in that most British of British units, the Guards, and he had prepared for his Haganah assignment by serving for a year and a half as a captain in British military intelligence. Hermann Joseph Meyer, the German-born eldest son of Jerusalem's most distinguished bookseller, had spent the war with a pair of earphones clamped to his head, moving from El Alamein to Monte Cassino, monitoring the conversations of Luftwaffe pilots for the RAF. Now, in the basement of his father's home at 33 Ramban Street, Meyer was busy monitoring other conversations. This time, however, the voices filtering through the static of his earphones were English. Meyer presided over an auxiliary of Jewish intelligence called Arnevet, the Rabbit. The Rabbit, manned by English-speaking Haganah girls, functioned 24 hours a day. Its specially adapted radio fixed to a wavelength of 58.2 meters, the channel of the British police. With the passage of time, the accomplishments of those varied intelligence units would grow to impressive dimensions. Already the flow of information into Freyr's headquarters was highly significant. It included the weekly intelligence estimate of the British Army for the Middle East, most of the letters exchanged between Sir Alan Cunningham and his superiors in London, the orders and circulars sent to the subordinate commands of GHQ Palestine, and the British Army's periodic evaluation of the state of Jewish and Arab preparations. More vital for the future was the penetration established by Jewish intelligence inside the Arab ranks. Within a fortnight of each meeting of the Arab League, a copy of its minutes was in the hands of the Jewish agency in Jerusalem. Even the Cairo headquarters of Haj Amin Husseini had been penetrated with a paid informer. In the basement of the Jewish agency, in 2 closely guarded rooms, a curly-haired young man named Yitzhak Navon was organizing what would become the most precious source of information of all. Those 2 rooms were linked by a special cable to the central switchboard of the Jerusalem post office. There, the post, telephone, and telegraph's largely Jewish technicians were quietly setting taps on key Arab and British telephones in Jerusalem and on the trunk lines linking Palestine to Europe and the rest of the Middle East. Soon, Navon would have a score of operators on duty around the clock in his basement hideaway, carefully transcribing the conversations of every key Arab and British official in the city. Adjunct of that secret war was a propaganda war that both sides were beginning to wage through clandestine radio stations. The Arabs' radio, called Voice of the Revolution, broadcast every evening at 7 o'clock from a small transmitter hidden under a pile of carpets in the delivery van of an Armenian rug dealer. The Haganah's transmitter was hidden in a private home. To fool the British detection services, it was located in a neighborhood without electric current. Current was supplied by a wire stretched from house to house from a nearby hospital. The Haganah's order for its concealment was, hang out more undershirts. The housewives along its route had all been asked to keep it covered with laundry. Chapter 8. The Santa Claus of the Haganah. The snow clung to the old tile roofs and built up in irregular layers along the city walls. Overhead, the star, which 1947 years earlier had guided the shepherds of Judea and the 3 Magi to Bethlehem's stable, flickered like a distant beacon in the winter sky. Wrapped in its mantle of snow, Jerusalem prepared to celebrate one of the most uncertain Christmas tides in its history. Seldom had peace seemed more remote and men of goodwill rarer than in that Jerusalem of 1947. Regularly, as December waned toward Christmas, the sound of gunfire shattered the city's peace. The skirmishes that gunfire betokened had grown in intensity and frequency with each passing day. By the end of the year, violence in Palestine would have claimed the lives of 175 Arabs, 150 Jews, and 15 British soldiers. Arabs and Jews rivaled each other in their ferocity in compiling those figures. As a reprisal for Arab sniper fire into Jewish areas, one Haganah officer sent up a Bren gun in an office window and sent a clip of bullets into a crowd of Arab shoppers at Jaffa Gate. Gershon Avner, the young man who had brought David Ben-Gurion news of the partition vote, saw 2 British soldiers shot before his eyes on a crowded street in the heart of Jewish Jerusalem. Israel Schreiber was kidnapped by a band of Arab teenage hoodlums in the old city souks. A few hours later, his body, stuffed into a burlap bag, was dumped outside Damascus Gate. Nuria Alima, a half-crippled Jewish newspaper dealer, was murdered by an Arab gunman who had just bought one of his papers. Robert Stern, a popular columnist of the Palestine Post, was shot on the threshold of the press office. In the last article he had submitted to his paper, the British-born Stern had inadvertently composed his own epitaph. "If I die," he had written, "rather than a monument to my memory, I would prefer people making an offering to help care for the animals in the Jerusalem Zoo." The next day, as the first contributions began to flow into the zoo, the unfortunate newsman's funeral convoy was machine-gunned by Arab sharpshooters. Beyond the city gates, along the same road, the carpenter of Nazareth and Mary his wife had plodded with their ass toward Bethlehem. Arab riflemen ambushed a Jewish convoy, killing 10 Jews, then mutilating their bodies. Even Christmas Eve had its ration of gunfire. Driving through the Jewish neighborhood of Mekor Chaim, Sami Abu Swan, who had just played the violin in the Palestine Broadcasting System's annual Christmas Eve concert, came under fire. By the time he reached his destination, a modest hotel in Katamon, his car was pockmarked with bullets. Abu Swan had moved his family into the Hotel Semiramis a few days after the burning of the commercial center. The 3-story bougainvillea-covered hotel, owned by his uncle, was so discreet that it had seemed to Abu Swan the surest refuge in Jerusalem. Inside, with a fire blazing in the fireplace, the atmosphere was a cheerful contrast to the sinister and deserted streets through which Abu Swan had just passed. Determined to forget the situation with a traditional Christmas feast, Abu Swan's uncle, mother, aunts, and cousins had set up an enormous Christmas tree in the hotel's sitting room, its branches covered with candles and glittering ornaments. At midnight, Abu Swan's family would march off to the nearby chapel of St. Teresa for midnight mass, caroling in the darkness as they went the ancient hymns that celebrated the birth of a Savior 19 centuries earlier in a stable a few miles from where their hotel now lay. Then they would return for an enormous réveillon, a Christmas feast, at the hotel's banquet table, glowing with silver and porcelain. As she always did at Christmas time, Sami's mother had prepared for their feast one of their favorite dishes, karshat, tripe, stuffed with rice, garlic, and chickpeas. Just before 11 o'clock, an astonishing apparition appeared at the foot of the stairs leading to the hotel's upper floors. A plumed bicorn on his head, a cape over his shoulders, a sword buckled around the black velvet and gold braid of his diplomat's dress uniform, it was the figure of Manuel Allende Salazar, Vice-Consul of Spain, off to represent his nation at the solemn midnight mass celebrated each year before Jerusalem's diplomatic corps and mandatory authorities in the Basilica of the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem. Seeing the surprised and laughing faces of his fellow guests, the young Spanish diplomat gaily whirled back his cape, pulled his sword from its scabbard, and profiled himself before the figure of an imaginary bull. "Es Manolete, on the eve of his death," he proclaimed. Then, with a rush, he swept out the door into the night. In a few days' time, the laughter he had left behind was to have a tragic echo, and his parting joke the semblance of a ghastly premonition. A British armored car shepherded the column of automobiles up the winding road, its headlights licking the white fields of snow covering the hills. Stiff and erect in his own diplomat's uniform, the representative of the latest nation to fail to bring peace to this particular parcel of earth sat lost in his melancholy reminiscences. It was a wet December night such as this, 30 years before, that James H. Pollock, the Jerusalem District Commissioner, had seen the hilltop village of Bethlehem for the first time. He had been a young lieutenant in the vanguard of Allenby's army then, standing on the threshold of his life and his career. From that December night until this, both had been associated with the British mandate in Palestine. Now, Pollock sadly reflected, it had fallen to him to be the last Englishman to represent his nation's authority at a ceremony which seemed to symbolize so much of this difficult land he had entered as a conqueror and would leave as a disheartened civil servant. When Monsignor Vincent Gélat entered the Basilica of the Church of the Nativity at the head of the traditional parade of prelates, the strains of the Gloria burst from the assemblage of uniformed diplomats and faithful. As always, the first notes of that militant hymn were the signal that set the church towers of Bethlehem ringing out once again their ancient tidings of the birth of a Messiah. Only a handful of pilgrims stood outside the basilica, ready to answer the call of the bells with their carols from Shepherd's Fields or the square before the church. Hearing the bells in his home a few streets away, Dr. Mikhail Malouf, the Arab head of Palestine's psychiatric hospitals, stood up. Normally, Christmas Eve was a joyful feast in the Malouf home. Dozens of their friends dropped in to celebrate around the dishes of the Arabic meze that birthed Malouf, spread over every table of a house. As they feasted, they would listen to the distant caroling rising from Shepherd's Fields. And at the sound of Bethlehem's bells, they too would walk singing up to Basilica Square. This year, there was no meze and no feasting in the Malouf home. It had not seemed appropriate. The only sound drifting up to their home that night had been that of a few British soldiers, en passe, singing loudly off in the distance. Now, with the chimes of the Church of the Nativity ringing through his living room, Dr. Malouf solemnly wished his wife a traditional Arabic greeting. "May all your feasts find you in good health." Then he kissed her. Arm in arm they stood at their living room window, peering into the darkness through the lightly falling snow. From the center of Bethlehem, they heard again the shouts and singing of the British soldiers, a little drunker now, ringing through the night. But in the houses, Bert Malouf thought, listening to them, there's only sadness. While Jerusalem paced through those age-old Christmas rituals, 2,500 miles away, near the Belgian port of Antwerp, a stumpy young man in a black Macintosh stepped out of a hired Buick, his arms wrapped around the bottles that were to be his offering of the Yuletide season. With a gesture of his head, Schiel Federman indicated to the solitary guard at the gate of the sprawling line of warehouses that the cognac filling his arms was for him. Grateful at his unexpected visitor's generosity, the guard threw open his gates and waved Federman inside. Booming, "Merry Christmas!" Federman unloaded the cognac and rubbed his hands in happy anticipation of the task before him. He was, on this Christmas morning, about to become the Santa Claus of the Haganah. Before Federman stretched the acres and acres of the most fantastic bargain basement store in the world in December 1947. There were hundreds of half-tracks, ambulances, water tanks, jeeps, trailer trucks, bulldozers, staff cars, ammunition carriers. There were tents in a dozen different sizes to hold 1 to 100 men, an ocean of helmets, miles of cables, hose and wire, thousands of radios, field telephones, walkie-talkies, hand-cranked generators. There were carloads of cartridge belts, underpants, socks, combat boots, sweaters, fatigues, flashlights, first aid kits, prophylactics, equipment enough, it seemed to the wondering Federman, to fit out half the Jews of the world in the service of the Haganah. As Ehud Avriel had been sent to Europe to buy arms and ammunition, Federman's task was to find and buy the rest of the material needed to equip immediately an army of 16,000 men. The choice was a marvelous mix of man and mission. Despite his youth, Federman had installed himself in Haifa, running a cafe for British servicemen on his arrival in Palestine in 1940. Before long, the sale of coffee constituted only a minor part of his commercial activities. Using the contents of the standard requirement book for equipment and ordnance as his Bible, the extraordinary Federman became a prime furnisher for the British Army and the Royal Navy. Rare was the item, no matter how esoteric, that Federman could not furnish his clients. His most notable achievement was furnishing the Royal Navy with 100,000 sailors' caps on short notice. Nowhere in the entire Middle East was there a press capable of blocking the hats into their unique flat shape. Federman prowled the suburbs of Tel Aviv until he found an aging Polish hat maker, accomplished in making the Streimel, the round flat hat the Orthodox Jews of Poland wore to mark the Sabbath. The elderly craftsman rounded up 4 Federmen, his fellow hat-makers, who had escaped the ghettos of Poland, and soon the fingers that had shaped the Streimel were busy pressing into form the flat cap of the Royal Navy. A few months after the last cap was delivered, Federman was able to detect, during an official ceremony aboard the HMS Warspite, the presence of those products of his inventive genius. It poured rain that day, and as he watched the Admiral review the Guard of Honor, Federman's nose began to twitch. Rising from the ranks of the men before him was an unmistakable stench. Federman recognized it immediately. It was the stench of glue dissolving in the rain. His glue, a paste made of crushed cattle bones, redolent of the institution in which he had bought it, the Tel Aviv slaughterhouse. Now, the wondering Federman began to survey the immensity of the display spread before him, preparing his shopping list for the soldiers of his still unborn country. In one of the first warehouses he entered, he stumbled on a strange device. It was a U.S. Army pack rack, designed to help a man carry a heavy load. Federman hesitated for a moment. They might be useful, he thought, and they cost only 20 cents apiece. With a shrug, he marked 300 down on his list and walked on. One day, Federman's 20-cent pack racks would save the Jews of Jerusalem from starvation. Chapter 9. Journey to Absurdity. The woman stalked up to the British major searching the bus. "What is this?" she demanded. "We're searching for arms," he replied. "You can't do that," she announced. "I can't?" asked the major. The woman was not to be put off. She demanded the major's card. Like a proper Englishman, he drew it from his pocket and handed it to her. Behind his back, a few of his men began to snicker. Despite her heated protests, the search continued. Finally, the major said, "Okay, the bus can go." "Wait a minute," said Golda Meir. "What about the girl in the car over there?" The car had carried the Haganah escort of the Jerusalem-Tel Aviv bus, on which Golda was a passenger. The British had captured one of its occupants, a girl, and a Sten gun. Golda Meir's intervention had been more than just a personal protest. The situation on the Jerusalem-Tel Aviv road was one of her major political concerns. Given Jerusalem's importance, its international stature, the planners of the Haganah had assumed the British would keep its vital road link to the sea open as long as they remained in Palestine. The Haganah's definition of an open road and that of the British Army had turned out to be two different things, however. For Britain's Army commander, Sir Gordon Macmillan, an open highway was one on which his convoys could pass unmolested. Sensing the nuance, the Arabs allowed British patrols and convoys to pass unscathed, saving their fire for Jewish vehicles. On behalf of the Jewish agency, Golda had demanded British police escorts for their convoys, arguing that Britain remained responsible for security on the roads. The British had finally agreed, but at a price. They insisted on the right to control the convoy's contents to prevent the Haganah from bringing arms and men into Jerusalem. Since that was one of their principal tasks, the agency had started instead to place Haganah guards on them. In return, the British had begun to search the convoys for arms, a move infuriating to the agency, where it was thought English energies might be put to better use, preventing Arab ambushes. Finally, Golda Meir had wrung from Sir Henry Gurney, the government's chief secretary, a reluctant agreement to end the searches. Now, having found that the agreement was not being carried out, she got a second unpleasant surprise. The British major announced that he was taking his girl prisoner to a police station deep in Arab territory. Golda shuddered. "In that case," she declared, "I'm going with you." Irritated, the major told her, "You can't do that. I'll have to arrest you." "That, young man, is precisely what I want you to do," Golda snapped, and climbed into the seat beside the arrested girl. The two women, thanks to her insistence, were finally taken to a Jewish police station. The British desk sergeant on duty noted down the details of their case. Then he asked Golda her name. "Oh, my God," he sighed softly on hearing it and clapped his hands to his head. A few minutes later, a chief inspector arrived to offer her a drink and a safe passage to Tel Aviv in his armored car. At the outskirts of Tel Aviv, she motioned the inspector to stop. "It is you who are in danger now," she said, and climbed down from the car. As the inspector started to back away, Golda remembered that it was December 31st, 1947, and that for her English escort, a new year was about to begin. Turning, she cupped her hands before her mouth and cried, "Happy New Year!" to the unknown British policeman. Then she strode briskly off toward Tel Aviv. The new year, opening before the inhabitants of Jerusalem, would be the most turbulent of modern times. No calling, not even that whose traditional role was easing the suffering of men, would be spared its ramifications. At high noon one day, 3 Arab gunmen stepped from behind a clump of bushes at the Arabic Beit Safafa hospital and murdered Dr. Hugo Lairs, a physician who, despite the pleas of his Jewish colleagues, had refused to abandon his Arab patients. Hearing the news minutes later on the Palestine radio, Dr. Michael Malouf, the Bethlehem psychiatrist, exclaimed, "Ya Allah!" and he lamented to his wife, "This should never have happened." At high noon the next day, the biblical ration of vengeance, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, was exacted on the Arab medical community. On his way to visit the inmates of a little insane asylum outside Bethlehem, Michael Malouf was murdered, wrapping in a new sadness the home in which a few nights before he and his wife had celebrated their melancholy Christmas together. To not a few Jerusalemites, those opening days of the new year meant a sudden uprooting. The regrouping of the city's population sought by the tactics of the Haganah and the snipers of Haj Amin Husseini had begun. It was on the villa-covered slopes of the middle-class Arab neighborhood of Katamon that the situation deteriorated most rapidly. Inhabited largely by Christian Arabs and a minority of well-to-do Jews, Katamon was cursed by the strategic value of its high ground and its geography. Separating the Jewish quarter of Mekor Chaim from the neighborhood of Talbiyeh, it was for the Haganah a kind of Arab abscess in the southern flank of the city, breaking the continuity of their settlement, providing a constant threat to Jewish Jerusalem's integrity. For the Arabs, conversely, Katamon was a valuable stronghold in enemy territory, the bridgehead from which they might one day launch the thrust that would cut Jewish Jerusalem in two. Arab gunmen regularly machine-gunned passing Jewish cars and sniped into Mekor Chaim from its rooftops. Seeking to provoke an Arab exodus from the quarter, the Haganah had blown up 8 abandoned Arab houses on its fringe on New Year's Eve. That gesture, and the rifle fire sweeping through its streets, had its effect. Without further provocation, a number of Katamon's Arab bourgeoisie left the area for the safety of Beirut, Amman, and Damascus. Jibril Katul, the civil servant who on partition night had seen in the United Nations vote a kind of worldwide conspiracy, was among them. 48 hours before his departure, his next-door neighbor's eldest son appeared in his doorway. During the 1936 Arab Rebellion, Katul had made the armed guards he hired to protect his home swear to extend their protection to the home of his Jewish neighbor. "Now," sighed Katul to the neighbor's son, "it is too late. We can do nothing to help you, and you can do nothing to protect us. You are in danger here in this Arab quarter. You too must leave." 2 days later, a horse cart drew up in front of the Jewish home to pick up the family's belongings. The same morning, a truck came for the carefully packed wooden cases of the Katuls. From their windows, the neighbors watched the 2 families go, 2 sad little caravans, the Jews moving off in one direction, the Arabs in another. For the second time in a month, Michael Shacham found himself in front of the Chief of Staff of the Haganah in the Underground Army's Tel Aviv headquarters. This time, the matter that had brought him there was a report from a special Haganah envoy to Jerusalem. Its implications were so grave that Yaakov Dori had decided to relieve Shacham of his transportation task for the time being and send him to Jerusalem. The situation in the city, the report said, was deteriorating daily. Despite the Haganah's efforts, Jews were leaving the outlying areas and mixed quarters for the densely populated Jewish areas in increasing numbers. Something, Dori was convinced, had to be done immediately to stop that flow. David Ben-Gurion's order that every parcel of land had to be defended was not just a ringing phrase to rally a beleaguered people. For the Jews of Palestine, there were no Ammans, no Beiruts, no Damascuses. There was only the sea. If a psychology of abandonment were allowed to take hold of the population, the whole Jewish settlement in Palestine might simply start to unravel. Jerusalem was the first place where that problem had arisen, and it was there that it had to be stopped. Dori told Shacham to go to Jerusalem immediately. With whatever tactics he wished, he was to stop the deterioration in the situation and, if possible, reverse the flow. Within hours after getting his orders, Shacham was at Israel Amir's headquarters. Jews were now leaving new areas from which they had not previously retreated, Amir told Shacham, and were hiring British policemen to get them and their belongings out past the Mufti's gunmen. Amir's intelligence staff believed that the only swift and effective way of altering the situation was to strike a major blow inside Arab Katamon. The shock of such a mission, they held, might force the Arabs out of the quarter and change the psychological climate in the city. "All right," said Shacham. "Where is the main Arab headquarters in Katamon?" The Arab leadership was no less concerned than the Haganah with the fate of Katamon. The day following the Haganah's destruction of 8 abandoned houses in the area, the local defense committee began to organize a home guard. More important, Abdul Khader Husseini summoned up from Hebron one of the Mufti's most faithful followers, an illiterate shepherd named Ibrahim Abu Dayyeh. Abu Dayyeh had distinguished himself during the 1936 revolt. Since then, he had been responsible for the south of Palestine, running a little peasant army of his own in the hills around Hebron. On Saturday, January 3rd, the day of Michael Shacham's arrival in Jerusalem, Abu Dayyeh, Abdul Khader, and Emil Gori prowled the streets of Katamon in a jeep, planning the disposition of the 100 men Abu Dayyeh planned to smuggle into the neighborhood on Jerusalem's number 4 bus. At sunset, the 3 men stopped for tea and a conference with Katamon's leaders at a pleasant, bougainvillea-covered 3-story building. Its discreetly quiet sitting room made it one of their favorite meeting places. A plaque over its stone doorway indicated its name. It was the Hotel Semiramis. Israel Amir's intelligence staff had the answer to Michael Shacham's question ready for the daily staff conference at 10 a.m. on Sunday, January 4th. One of their Arab informers had furnished the information. There were 2 Arab headquarters in Katamon, he reported. One was a little boarding house called Claridge's. The other was the Hotel Semiramis. The informer had himself seen the sand-colored jeep of Abdul Khader Husseini parked in front of the hotel for over an hour the evening before. Shacham located the 2 buildings on a map of Jerusalem. Its proximity to the Jewish lines made one of the 2 the easier target. Looking up from his map, Shacham announced his choice: the Hotel Semiramis. Outside, leaden ridges of cloud rolling up from the plain pushed across the Sunday morning sky, bringing the promise of a furious storm. At almost exactly the same moment Israel Amir's officers had sat down to their daily staff conference, the 18 members of the Abu Swan family who were gathered at the Hotel Semiramis had set out for 10 o'clock Mass at their little neighborhood chapel of St. Teresa. There, Sami Abu Swan's pious mother urged everyone in the family to confession and communion as the only real protection against the perils menacing us all. After Mass, still another member of the family arrived at the hotel, Wida Kardous, the teenage daughter of the governor of Samaria, sent to Jerusalem for the end of her Christmas vacation. Shortly before lunch, Manuel Allende Salazar, the Spanish diplomat living in the hotel, came up to Sami Abu Swan with a book he had borrowed a few days before. The two men chuckled over how apt a description of their own situation its title was. It was called Journey to Absurdity. Heralded by a cracking roll of thunder, the storm that had been building up all day finally burst loose at sunset. While jagged streaks of lightning lashed the sky, a deluge hammered the city, swiftly turning the streets of Katamon into muddy torrents. The first waves of wind and rain tore out the power lines, plunging the quarter into blackness. Terrified, two of Sami Abu Swan's elderly aunts began to recite the rosary in the darkness, while the hotel's domestics scuttled around looking for candles. Dinner was a lugubrious affair. Outside, the rain beat on the windows, and the reverberating thunderclaps set the flames of the candles on the dining table swaying. Suddenly, halfway through the meal, there was a loud banging on the front door. Two armed Arab guards, their water-filled boots squishing on the floor, marched into the room looking for the proprietor's 23-year-old son Hubert to take his turn on guard duty. His mother shrieked, then began to cry. "Not tonight," she pleaded. "Take him tomorrow night, the night after tomorrow, every night of the week, but not tonight." Furious, the guards stalked back out into the storm. Barely 1,000 yards away, in the top floor of the Rahavia residence of a Jewish surgeon, four men gathered around a Jerusalem street map. With a finger, Michal Shacham traced out the route that would take them to their target. The four-man demolition team would be covered by a squad of Haganah riflemen. In the rain-swept street outside were the black Humber and the pre-war Plymouth they would use to get to the Semiramis. Once there, Shacham explained, they would have exactly 10 minutes to break open the cellar door, get their two suitcases containing 175 pounds of TNT into the basement and up against the hotel's key supports, light them, and get out. Each hour was 1 o'clock. The rain continued to beat down on the city. It was, in the terms of an old Arab adage, raining from the earth and the sky. In the Hotel Semiramis, Sami Abu Swan and three cousins sat down by candlelight to play a few desultory hands of bridge. The Spanish consul came in early and went directly upstairs. In one corner of the room, the two elderly aunts continued to pray. Shortly after 11, everyone went to bed. The last words Vida Cardus, the teenager who had arrived that morning, heard as she climbed the stairs was a reassuring whisper in the dark from one of her cousins. "Don't be afraid." By midnight, the last candle in the hotel was snuffed out. There was no let-up in the storm. Normally, 30 young men of the hastily assembled local militia guarded Katamon in 10 key checkpoints. In a storm like this, they reasoned, there was no chance of a Jewish attack. Most of them were sent home to bed. At midnight, his tour finished, 20-year-old law student Peter Saleh went home to bed too. No one relieved him. There were, huddled in the rain and darkness, exactly 8 guards left on duty in 3 of Katamon's 10 checkpoints. The Humber and the Plymouth were 15 minutes early. Not a single Arab had been on duty at the only roadblock along their way. From the courtyard of the Orthodox convent opposite the hotel, a watchman saw one of the cars stop in front of the Semiramis kitchen. He noticed 2 figures leap out, carrying satchels, and run toward the building. The door to the hotel cellar was locked. Cursing in the darkness, Avram Gil pulled a grenade from his belt and fixed it to the door. With a sharp roar, it blew the door from its hinge. Gil and 2 other members of the commando plunged into the smoking basement, carrying their satchels of TNT. A rain of falling glass, caused by the grenade's explosion, woke up Vida Cardus. In the darkness, she heard her Aunt Mariah calling out to her. Then another voice called out, "Lie on the floor!" The same sound of falling glass woke Sami Abu Swan. For an instant, he thought there was a fight out in the street. Then he heard footsteps crunching over the broken glass in the courtyard below his window, and a voice in Hebrew calling, "Odlo, Odlo, not yet, not yet." At that sound, Sami leaped from his bed. In the darkened hallway beyond his bedroom, he found his parents, an uncle and an aunt, rushing up and down in their bathrobes, babbling to each other in fear and worry. He told them to go down to the sitting room, the safest place in the hotel, then ran to the telephone. As quickly as he could, Sami dialed 999, the number of the motorized police. "They've attacked the Hotel Semiramis with hand grenades," he cried to the sleepy English voice that answered. In the cellar of the hotel, the explosive charges had already been carefully set against the building's principal supports. Avram Gil and his aide could not light the fuse, soaked by its brief exposure to the pouring rain. It was their voices Sami Abuswan had heard, calling back their cover squad, which had started its withdrawal. Nervous, sweating, they did not know what to do. "Yoel," Gil whispered to their commander, who was standing guard at the door, "we can't light the fuse." The commander came down, very relaxed, very composed. He sat down, cross-legged in front of the explosive. "This is what you have to do in such operations," he explained. "Take it easy. Don't get nervous. Then all will be well." Patiently, he cut the soggy fuse with his pocket knife and began to make a new one. Upstairs, Ouida Cardous's Aunt Mariah let go of the young girl's hand and told her, "I'm coming right back. I'm going to get a bathrobe." Frightened, Ouida watched her disappear in the blackness. Sami Abuswan hung up the telephone and started toward the sitting room. On the floor above him, his brother Cyril gave his hand to their mother to guide her down the stairs to the salon. Their father, putting on a dressing gown, followed. It had taken about 4 minutes to make a new fuse, but now it was ready. The commander went to the entry, picked up a still glowing splinter from the wreckage of the door, and walked back to the explosive. Softly he blew on the scrap of wood until it glowed yellow-orange. He pressed it against his new fuse. It sputtered. He waited a moment, then he said, "The fuse is lit. Run." Ouida Cardous did not hear a thing. She would only remember for the rest of her life, opening her eyes on an incredible spectacle. Above her, there was only the sky. "Where is the roof? Where are the people?" she murmured. Sami Abuswan was blinded by an immense blue light, followed by a violent shock and a sharp whistling. He had the impression the walls were tumbling in on him in a monstrous race. Picked up by the blast, hurled to the ground, he found himself lying on a heap of plaster, looking up at the lightning flashes streaking across the sky. He lifted his head, for an instant, toward the doorway through which his parents should have entered the sitting room. All he could see was a pile of broken stones and one step of the staircase dangling from a broken beam. For a long moment, the ghastly scene before him was wrapped in a frightful silence. Then, rising from some corner of the ruins, he heard the anguished voice of his brother begging for help. The shattering roar of the explosion awakened most of Katamon. From his nearby bedroom window, law student Peter Saleh, the guard who had just gone to bed, saw the hotel lift up with a roar, then collapse on itself. A cloud of smoke and dust rose from the ruins, while the shock waves rolled back and forth over the Judean hills. As it died away, Saleh heard again the steady splash of the rain, and from underneath the pile of rubble almost below his window, a first pathetic moan. Awakened by the noise of the first hand grenade, Kay Albina, the wife of the man who had filmed the destruction of his own movie house a month earlier, had seen the whole drama from her bedroom window. She had heard the Haganah cars flee, and had watched in awe as the terrible explosion seemed to lift the roof of the hotel slowly up into the air, then drop it back to earth. A first aid student, Kay Albina swept up her Red Cross kit and a handful of sheets and rushed through the rain-swept streets to help the wounded. None of her first aid manuals, however, had prepared her for the horror of that first sight she saw in the ruins of the hotel. It was the figure of a woman, stumbling hysterically through the rubble, cradling in her arms the severed head of her infant daughter. 26 people died in the explosion of the Semiramis Hotel. Sami Abuswan and Wida Kardous survived, but the Abuswan family was virtually obliterated. Sami's mother and father, his 2 aunts, and his 3 uncles died. Hubert Lorenzo, the 23-year-old son of the proprietor, died along with the parents who would not let him take his turn on guard duty. 3 days after the explosion, the frantic scratching of a dog, who had not left the ruins since the blast, led the searchers to the body of the last innocent victim still buried in the rubble. Hidden under a heap of masonry and broken beams, it was the corpse of his master, the young Spanish diplomat, who on Christmas Eve had laughingly compared himself to Manolete on the eve of his death. Victim of a drama which was not his, Manuel Allende Salazar had completed the last steps of his own journey to absurdity. Journeys of a different sort had ended in those early days of January. There would be no more No. 2 buses to run men and supplies from New Jerusalem into the Jewish quarter of the Old City. On New Year's Eve, the Arabs cut the bus route with a massive roadblock at Jaffa Gate, and the quarter's residents began to endure in modern form one of the oldest traditions of the ancient city they so esteemed, the siege. Not an ounce of food, fuel, or ammunition had reached the quarter since the Arabs had erected their roadblock. The unburied dead accumulated in a week of blockade lay just beyond the Haganah's headquarters. Kerosene, used by the quarter's residents for cooking, was almost gone. So too was milk for the children. Alarmed, the Jewish agency had protested daily to the British, for whom it would have been an easy matter to force the Arabs to remove the roadblock. The British reply had been a request to the agency to temporarily evacuate the quarter. The agency refused. The British then proposed a compromise. They would escort a supply convoy to the quarter through Zion Gate once a week, providing they could search it for arms and ammunition. They would escort anyone who wanted to leave out of the quarter, but no one would be allowed in. The proposal was against almost all the principles the Jewish agency was trying to maintain in its dealings with the British. The situation in the quarter was desperate, however. The residents were already beginning to blame the Haganah for their difficulties and clamoring to leave with or without a British escort. Reluctantly, the agency agreed to the British suggestion. For the handful of Haganah officers assigned to defend the most sacred acres the Jewish people possessed in Palestine, those days constituted a rude descent into reality. They were trapped in one of the most exposed positions in Palestine, with a garrison of only 150 Haganah men, 50 men of the Irgun and Stern gang, and a force for which they would be increasingly grateful in the months to come, 70 girl soldiers of the Haganah. Those winter nights gave Issa Natanson, the quarter's Irgun commander, many a moment to ponder his last exchange with the man who had ordered him into the quarter. "What will we do there?" he had asked. With a sour smile, his superior had replied, "You'll be a sacrifice. What other reason is there for being there?" January 7th was always a special day in the life of Hameh Majaj. It was his wedding anniversary. Normally, he and his wife celebrated the event with a festive dinner at the home of his uncle. Festive dinners, however, did not seem appropriate in the troubled January of 1948. They had decided instead to celebrate with a quiet dinner in their own dining room. When it was finished, they would begin their nightly contemplation of the blueprints of the dwelling in which a year hence they would celebrate their anniversary for the first time in a home of their own. Hameh Majaj had a surprise for his wife, however. It was a 3-tiered gold harem ring he had bought in the souks. On his modest salary, its price represented a considerable sacrifice, and it was a measure of his devotion to her. He had planned to give it to her at dinner, but seeing her smiling at the breakfast table that morning, he could not resist. He leapt up, rushed to his bedroom, and got the ring. Shyly he slipped it onto his surprised wife's finger, then watched with pride and pleasure as she held it up in the morning sunlight. January 7th, 1948, would be a special day in the life of Uri Cohen, too. His persistent demand for action had at last been accepted by his superiors in the Irgun. Before him, on a bed in a one-room shack of a Yemenite porter at the Jerusalem bus station, were 3 stolen British police uniforms. They would provide disguises for Cohen and his companions in the mission to which he had been assigned. The commander of their mission was an Oriental Jew, only a couple of years older than Cohen. He had, Uri knew, done this thing several times before. Looking at him in his suit and tie, the young biology student suddenly thought he was just like a businessman getting ready to go to work. The commander led them next door, to the back room of an automobile repair shop. There, sitting on the floor, were the instruments of the action for which Uri Cohen had been clamoring. 2 50-gallon oil drums, packed tight with old nails, bits of scrap iron, hinges, rusty metal filings. At their center was a core of TNT, whose explosion would turn the barrels into a vicious weapon, hurling those rusty shards of iron at a velocity sufficient to shred to ribbons any human being unlucky enough to stand in their way. Their firing device was a plain cotton fuse, wrapped in a dozen wooden matches. Scraping a matchbox over them would light the fuse. Quietly, the commander assigned each man his job. Uri Cohen's stomach sickened when he was given his. He was going to be the bomber. When the time came, his job would be to light the fuses with a matchbox and push the oil barrels onto their target. At precisely 4 o'clock, Cohen arrived in his uniform in front of a high school in the Rehavia quarter. The police van that would carry them on their mission was waiting. It had been stolen from a Ford garage where it was being repaired. Cohen got into the police van. The commander sat in front next to the driver. On either side of Cohen, armed with machine guns, they would fire from the slit along the side of the van, were 2 other men. Their route had been carefully planned so that they would enter the Arab part of the city through an Arab Legion checkpoint. Cohen peered through the slit as they rode by, the Arab legionnaires staring impassively at them, assuming they were British. Suddenly they were inside Arab Jerusalem, heading up the Bethlehem Road under the slopes of Mount Zion toward the walls of the old city. As they started up the hill, Uri began to tremble. "What am I doing here?" he asked himself. Suddenly the whole thing seemed crazy, far-fetched. Here I am, a biology student. I study life, and in a few minutes I'm going to kill people, he thought. The wheels in his mind turned over faster and faster, and a slick of nervous sweat dampened his forehead. What am I doing this for? What am I doing this for? He asked himself again and again. It was too late for those questions now. In the stolen police van, there was no talk. Ahead, through the windshield, Uri saw an Arab roadblock, and, 100 yards beyond, the target for the first of the 2 bombs beside him. He saw an Arab raise his hand to flag them to a stop. Very calmly, the commander turned to the driver. "Drive right on through," he said. Hamem Bajaj looked at his watch. He and his wife had cut short the ritual courtesy visit they paid each year on their wedding anniversary to his wife's elderly aunt inside the old city. With the situation and the work still to be done for their dinner, Hamez's wife was in a hurry to get home. In 3 minutes, he knew, a number 3 bus was due at Jaffa Gate. They could just catch it if they hurried. Taking his wife by the hand, he tugged her along the narrow passageways. Half running, they turned out of the old city and rushed toward the knot of people waiting at the Jaffa Gate bus stop. The commander told the driver to stop, then turned and looked back at Cohen. "Light your bomb," he said. Cohen reached into his pocket, then stiffened. He was a non-smoker, and in his excitement he had forgotten to put into his pocket a matchbox to light the bomb. The commander coolly stood up, walked to the back of the van and handed Cohen a pack of matches from his own pocket. Cohen scraped the box over the matches, ringing in the fuse. Then he threw open the rear doors of the police van and looked out for the first time on his target. A sea of surprised faces stared up at him. At his feet, the fuse sputtered. For a second, Cohen peered out at those figures of what seemed to him like hundreds of people, a real crowd, all shocked and startled. They were the evening crowd of Arab bus riders, waiting for the number 3 bus at the Jaffa Gate stop. They have seen the devil, Cohen thought. They see the bomb right in front of them, with the fuse burning. He reached down, and with his athlete's arms, began to twist the bomb gently down onto the pavement in their midst. It thudded to the ground, sparks spitting from its fuse. The crowd seemed paralyzed with terror, staring first at the bomb, then at Cohen, as if he were a figure in a nightmare, as if Cohen thought they were all in a movie that had suddenly stopped. He reached out to close the door, his arms passing within hand reach of those stunned Arab bus riders about to be killed by the bomb he had just set down among them. The door closed, and Cohen could still see their uncomprehending faces as he snapped it shut. The explosion went off. At the instant, Hamé Majaj and his wife won their race for the number 3 bus. Still holding hands, they were hurled backward by the shock. Struggling up into a sitting position, Majaj gagged at the horrible spectacle all around him. The enormous square was littered with bodies, bits and pieces of them strewn across the pavement like chunks of meat. Next to the bus stop was a store, whose owner had been cranking down his metal shutter when the bomb went off. The explosion had driven his body into the screen, impaling it on its raw metal edges in a grotesque crucifixion. He turned to his wife on the pavement beside him. She was covered with blood, her eyes half open. "Something is falling inside me," she mumbled. Then her eyes closed. Hamé spoke to her, but there was no answer. He knelt over her and took her limp hand in his, begging her for a reply. There was none. Even her convulsive shudders had stopped. Screaming, Hamé Majaj leaped to his feet, pleading for help, for an ambulance, to get her to the hospital. 3 hours later, a duty surgeon at the hospital came out of the operating room into which they had wheeled Majaj's wife. He looked at me, Majaj would later recall. I couldn't talk, but I knew what his eyes were telling me. Hamé Majaj went into the emergency room for a last look at his wife's body. With tear-blurred eyes, he stared down at the remains of the woman who had brought him so much happiness. His hands shaking with his sobs, he bent over and withdrew from her finger the keepsake by which he would remember her for the rest of his life, the 3-tiered gold harem ring he had so proudly offered her for their wedding anniversary that morning. A few moments after the explosion at Jaffa Gate, Uri Cohen's stolen police armored car struck a traffic island as he was preparing to unload the second bomb. Cohen and his companions abandoned the car and, under British fire, attempted to flee across Mamilla Cemetery to the safety of a Jewish neighborhood. 3 were killed. 1 escaped, only to die a few months later in another Irgun action. Uri Cohen was wounded and was taken to a hospital from which he was later rescued by the Irgun. From that wound, he would keep his own souvenir of the tragic explosion which had taken the lives of 17 people on January 7th, 1948. 1 leg 2 inches shorter than the other. Chapter 10. Bab el-Wad on the road to the city. Every time we go to sleep, we are not sure we're going to wake up. It is not the bullets we mind so much, but the dynamiting when you are asleep. People wake up in the middle of the night under the debris of their houses. Your father has to go to work in an ambulance. Every time we hear the door knock, we are scared stiff that they have come to blow up our house. We stay home every evening from 6 o'clock on and lock all the doors and windows." Thus did an Arab mother, writing to her son at the American University in Beirut, describe what life had become for her in Jerusalem 2 months after the United Nations partition vote. Her words might well have summarized existence in the city for many another housewife, Arab or Jewish, in January 1948. "Jerusalem," wrote a correspondent of the New York Times, "is becoming virtually isolated behind a curtain of fear. No one comes to Jerusalem or leaves his neighborhood except for an emergency." In Jewish Jerusalem, food was now beginning to disappear. Milk, eggs, meat, and vegetables were in short supply. Most restaurants were open only at noon. Fink's restaurant remained the hangout of Jerusalem's newsmen and night owls, but its cuisine was limited to a kind of hamburger liberally mixed with flour. Max Hesse kept his restaurant, the most elegant in Jerusalem, functioning because of his good relations with the Arab merchants who had supplied him for years. They delivered Max's daily order to a kind of neutral ground, the burned-out ruins of the Rex Cinema, where his chef picked it up. It was a bitter cold winter, and in most Jewish homes, fuel was desperately short. Even more serious for the city's housewives was the shortage of kerosene for cooking. The most elegant among them began to carry a pail or tin can when they went out, in case a donkey-towed kerosene tanker should cross their route. Little mail was delivered. Cable communications were chaotic, and international telephone calls were held up for hours and sometimes days. Jewish lawyers refused to attend court because their safety was not assured, and the court system ground to a standstill. The district health office ceased registering deaths, births, and contagious diseases at the beginning of the year. The cemetery on the Mount of Olives was now inaccessible to Jerusalem's Jewish population. Covered with sheets, laid out on litters, their dead were borne off instead to the burial grounds of Sanhedria, where their ancestors had laid the judges of an earlier Israel to rest. For members of both communities, physical security was an almost daily concern. Few, however, led lives as exposed as Ruth and Chaim Haller, one of the few Jewish couples left in Katamon. Their only access to their home was by a trench dug through their garden up to their back door. At night, Ruth stood guard at a ground-floor window, clutching in her hand a cowbell with which to rouse the Haganah guard upstairs in case of danger. Yet, like so many others, they learned to adapt their life to the circumstances. One evening, as they prepared to leave for a concert, the Haganah warned the Hallers they would dynamite a nearby Arab home that night. The pair debated for a moment. Then, opening their windows so that the blast would not shatter them, they set out for the concert anyway. More than anything else, however, the somber mood of Jewish Jerusalem that winter was reflected in a square white handbill. Like a blight upon a leaf, those white scraps of paper began to fleck the walls, the telephone poles, the shop windows of the Jewish city. They were pasted there by the Haganah, the Irgun, or the Stern Gang. Whatever the source, the stark black letters they bore inevitably began with the same phrase: "We stand to attention before the memory of our comrade." Jerusalem's Arab population, living in a city surrounded by Arab countryside, suffered none of the food and fuel shortages plaguing the Jewish neighborhoods. Their preoccupation with security was no less urgent, however, than that of the Jews. In the book-lined library in which they had followed the partition debate, Ambara and Sami Khalidi continued to read and study nightly. Now, however, Ambara's chair was placed before the window, blocking the view of her husband. The assassination by profession, touched off by the murders of Drs. Leyers and Malouf, had spread to the academic community, and Ambara feared that some Jewish gunman might slip into their garden bent on killing her husband to avenge a murdered Jewish professor. Even her children had been affected by the deterioration in Jerusalem life. Watching the arrival of the guards, whom her father had requested for his Arab college, Sulafa, the eldest daughter, thought, "Now the good old days are gone." Unlike the Jewish quarters, where relations between the populace and their Haganah defenders were naturally close, a kind of uneasy truce existed in the Arab areas between the middle-class population and their essentially mercenary peasant protectors. Each neighborhood had its warlord, loyal to Hajamin, but not necessarily to his fellow warlords. They squabbled constantly, extorted protection money from the citizens they were hired to defend. To their ranks had been added the stream of gangs flowing into Jerusalem from Syria, Transjordan, and Iraq. Ostensibly there to defend the holy city, they were often as anxious to pillage it as they were to fight for it. A thieves' market developed in the souks to handle the goods they looted from abandoned Arab and Jewish homes. Untrained, undisciplined, they would respond to a few random Jewish sniper shots with a wild barrage of rifle fire, then spend hours searching the souks for ammunition to replace the rounds they had wasted. Jerusalem, the city's Lebanese consul noted with despair in a dispatch to his foreign office, is subject to a disorder unequaled anywhere in the world. Arms of every kind are passed from hand to hand under the eyes of the authorities. Public life is practically paralyzed. Stores and markets close at noon. The Arab bands have one chief here, another there, all acting independently without any contact between them. One place in the city stood apart from the rancor and chaos of Jerusalem, however. A little island all its own, in which a handful of Jews and Arabs lived together in peace and harmony. It was the government insane asylum. After observing its inmates' indifference to the strife sundering their peoples, Jacques de Régnier, the delegate to the International Red Cross, made a melancholy entry in his diary. Vive les fous. Long live the nuts. We must make the Jews live hell. That threat, uttered by the Secretary of Jerusalem's Arab Higher Committee, summed up the ambitions of the Mufti's partisans in the city in the winter of 1948. Yet, with the British still present in Jerusalem in impressive strength, the Arabs, no more than the Haganah, could contemplate actually seizing and holding enemy ground. And so the two sides nightly sent their forces on destructive commando raids into each other's territory, striving to accomplish psychologically what they could not yet accomplish militarily. The favorite Haganah tactic was to send a small select commando team deep behind Arab lines to the rear of a village or quarter suspected of harboring the Mufti's gunmen, while a second group of men drew the Arabs forward by opening fire on the front of the area. The commandos slashed into the rear. The idea, in the words of Abbas Tamir, a young Haganah officer, was to go in fast with surprise, blow up some houses, kill some people, and get out. Despite their inferiority in men and arms, the well-trained and disciplined Haganah had the better of those forays, and a psychosis of fear began to overtake the Arabs in the city. Those who could afford another sanctuary, the upper and middle classes, began to drift away, leaving behind a leadership gap that would have serious consequences later. In Sheikh Jarrah, an Arab neighborhood north of the old city, Kati Antonius marked her going by asking all her friends to a last luncheon. 2 successive assaults on the house next to hers had given reality to the threat the Haganah had been unable to deliver verbally because her phone was always busy. Now the walls of her villa were scarred with bullet holes, and her guests shivered in the February air rushing through its shattered windows. They sat on shaky bridge tables, scattered among the packing cases that contained the silverware and crystal with which she had given so many brilliant receptions. Looking at those guests, Kati thought, how sad it is. This house has known so much laughter and gaiety, and now it is the last party, with an air of Brussels on the eve of Waterloo. She left the next morning, persuaded, as so many others would be, that her departure was temporary. She was wrong. Kati would enter that house only once again in her life, during a brief lull in the fighting months hence. Its roof would be riddled with shell holes, its doors and windows gone, the parquet floor on which her guests had danced, charred with cooking fires and covered with bloodstains and human excrement. She would sit on a crate and weep. She would never be able to go back. In Romema, the largely Arabic community on the edge of the Tel Aviv road that had been the object of repeated Irgun bombings, the Arabs' departure was organized under the protection of the Haganah. For 48 hours before they left, little groups of Jews and Arabs stood haggling on the sidewalks, negotiating the sale of the fixtures in the shuttered shops behind them, terminating leases, arguing over the price of the furniture the Arabs could not carry away with them. Then, one morning, the Arabs left en masse, and the community's new Jewish residents moved in behind them. Down came the Arabic signboards. A new set, in Hebrew this time, went up in their place. Soon there was a new Jewish grocer, a new Jewish gas station, a Jewish coffee house. The wicker stools on which the old Arab men had squatted in front of their cafe went off to a second-hand furniture dealer, their nargiles to an antique shop. Within 3 weeks, the last traces of the community's generations of Arab inhabitants had disappeared. Romema looked as though it had been Jewish since the day it was built. It was not, however, in the fight for a few shattered houses or an isolated neighborhood that the key to the struggle for Jerusalem lay in those winter weeks of 1948. It was elsewhere, before a pair of black eyes gazing out from under the folds of a keffiyeh wrapped around the face of a shepherd, stumbling with his flock along the ridge of the Judean hills. For almost a week, the man had wandered the ridge line, pondering the terrain before him, intently studying each craggy slope, each clump of fir trees, each rocky promontory. Harun ben Jazi was not, however, a shepherd. The animals at his feet were a borrowed flock, picked up from a villager to cover his activities. Ben Jazi was a sheikh of the Howetat Bedouin tribe, a first cousin of Abu Tayya, the Arab chieftain who had ridden with Lawrence, and the site upon which his wind-burned Bedouin eyes gazed with such intensity was a strip of black asphalt, the road to Jerusalem. That was the key to the city's existence, and the struggle for it was now to enter a new phase. The phase foreseen by Abdul Khader Husseini a few weeks earlier, when with gesturing of his hands he had vowed, "We will strangle Jerusalem." The disorderly, unorganized assaults on the road, which had already exacted their toll on Jewish traffic, were now to be replaced by more systematic, planned attacks. Abdul Khader had personally ordered Ben Jazi to survey every foot of ground along the road from Bab el-Wad to the Arab village of Kastel. With his borrowed flock nibbling the grass at his feet, Ben Jazi had drifted from crest to crest, silently staring down at the Jewish convoys snaking up to Jerusalem, calculating each natural ambush site along the route, each spot where one man can do the work of 100. Abdul Khader's original plan to throttle that Jewish traffic had called for a semi-permanent roadblock he could defend with a relatively small number of his holy strugglers. He abandoned the idea for 2 reasons. First, the British, he realized, would be compelled to break the roadblock. Second, Abdul Khader wanted to draw the villagers in the communities along the road into his campaign. And so he decided to launch individual attacks on each passing convoy and to allow the villagers who had aided the attack to join in looting the convoys afterward. Knowing well the mentality of his people, he knew that each success and its spoils would provide a spur to draw into his ambushes an ever larger number of village fighters. Their growing numbers would give him a steadily expanding strength to match the certain growth in the size of the convoy's escorts. Using the information Ben Jazi provided, Abdul Khader opened his campaign. He led the first major attack himself. His keffiyeh streaming behind him, he raced ahead of his men toward the passing convoy, gesticulating with his rifle to the rhythm of his Arabic war cries. Improvised at first, his attacks began to take on a well-planned pattern. One group of Abdul Khader's men, stationed near the foot of Bab el-Wad, would rush out as soon as the convoy passed and would throw up a roadblock to cut its escape route. Up ahead, the bulk of his men would hastily erect another barricade to force it to a halt. As Abdul Khader had predicted, the news that a convoy was trapped, the sound of gunfire, drew hundreds of screaming villagers to the site. While his guerrillas manned the roadblocks, the villagers, scenting the loot ahead, swooped down like a swarm of locusts on the convoy. Abdul Khader soon developed a relatively effective intelligence system. He hid a wireless set near the village of Hulda, the key assembly point for the Jewish convoys. A weather-beaten shepherd, a dirty-faced little boy, a black-robed woman were formed into a rotating guard to observe Jewish movements. They scampered back to the radio set with information on each departing convoy, its size, its length, its contents. That information was radioed to Abdul Khader's headquarters, where it was relayed to Benghazi through a smaller transmitter hidden in one of the dozens of grottos tucked into the cliffs above the Jerusalem road. His offensive caused the British little concern. For the British Army, the Jerusalem-Tel Aviv road had assumed a secondary importance to their main evacuation routes in the north to Haifa, in the south to the Suez Canal. A squadron of the Life Guards armored cars based in Jerusalem ran a 2-car patrol twice daily down the road. The patrol was called a swan. You'd boom down in the morning and boom back, recalled the squadron's commander. Then you do the same again just before nightfall. The safe passage of those patrols was sufficient in the eyes of the British command to constitute an open road. Abdul Khader's men were careful to interfere with them as little as possible. For the Jews, each convoy to Jerusalem was an ordeal, a brutal, desperate struggle to claw one more load of goods past Abdul Khader's increasingly effective ambushes. The survival of the 100,000 Jews in the city of David depended on the Haganah's ability to force 30 trucks a day up the gorge of Bab el-Wad to Jerusalem. 30 trucks. Yet as each week passed, the daily average fell under the pressure of Abdul Khader's attacks. As the weeks of that terrible winter dragged on, Jewish Jerusalem's well-being lay in the hands of a band of boys and girls of the Palmach. Called Furmanim because all their orders were addressed to an imaginary Mr. Furman in room 16 of Jerusalem's Jewish Agency building, they were the permanent guards of the convoys. They rode in the Haganah's flimsy homemade armored cars, 6 cars to each convoy, and the insignia they proudly sewed onto their uniform was one of those armored sandwiches in a pair of wings. They were kids, like Yehuda Lash. It was one of the paradoxes of that strange winter that his mother could cook breakfast for him before he left his Jerusalem home at 4 a.m. each day to risk his life in Abdul Khader's ambushes. He would always remember his mother walking him to the door in the pre-dawn blackness, her eyes full of concern. He was a convoy commander. He had just turned 20. The return trip was always the more difficult, crammed with sacks of flour, sugar, rice, concealed munitions. The heavily loaded trucks crawled up the road in low gear. The 16-mile trip from Bab el-Wad to Jerusalem averaged 3 hours. To smash the roadblocks along the route, the Haganah used trucks equipped with bulldozer blades. The Arabs began to mine the roadblocks and the shoulders of the road so that the besieged trucks couldn't extricate themselves. From their high perches, they poured fire into the thin, unprotected roofs of the Jewish armored cars. Reuven Tamir, another of the young Palmachniks making that run, recalled how in his car we would always sing as we came to Bab el-Wad. Then the singing would stop, and the silence was overwhelming. It was a terrible feeling. The only noise left was the sound of our motor. Tamir was caught in a disastrous ambush while escorting one convoy up the Bab el-Wad gully. Through the slits of his armored car, he could see the Arabs leaping from rock to rock, gesturing at them, daring them in Hebrew to come out of their cars. Behind them, 2 trucks were already ablaze, their Arab assailants leaping through the flames around them in a kind of frenzied, exultant war dance. One truck had been loaded with eggs. Egg yolks poured down its flanks in gashes of yellow sludge, steaming and spitting in the heat. Within half an hour, the ammunition in Tamir's car was gone, and the Arabs were hurling grenades at them from only a few feet away. Suddenly Tamir realized he didn't even have one bullet left to commit suicide. That day, however, the British intervened just in time to save Tamir and his convoy. Such intervention was rare. As the weeks passed, the road up from Bab el-Wad was littered with burnt-out vehicles. Scorched by Molotov cocktails, torn apart by mines, looted of every movable part, those stark metallic skeletons were a constant reminder of the price the Haganah was paying to supply Jerusalem. To the kids of the Furmanim, riding past their swelling ranks twice a day, each blackened wreck was a memorial to some friend whose youth had ended here, in the gulch of Bab el-Wad. On both sides of the road, our dead are piled up, wrote one of the Furmanim, a poet. The iron skeleton is as quiet as my friend. Bab el-Wad. Remember our names forever. Bab el-Wad, on the road to the city. Abdul Khader Hosseini was on the verge of realizing his goal. Jerusalem was slowly being strangled. For the city's Jews, the prospect of having to endure the rigors of a siege was becoming a real threat. 3 years after the end of World War II, the city that was supposed to be a symbol of peace for mankind had in its turn to face the prospect of food shortages, rationing, blackouts, all the appurtenances of civilian suffering that the cities of Europe were at last beginning to forget. The task of preparing Jerusalem and its citizens to withstand that suffering was assigned by the Jewish Agency to its legal counselor, a taciturn lawyer named Dov Joseph. It was a fitting choice. Joseph had borne Jerusalem a special devotion since his youth in Montreal. For 4 hours every afternoon during the long Canadian winters of his boyhood, while the rest of his neighborhood played in the snow, Joseph had attended Hebrew school, his youthful eyes staring up at the focal point of his classroom, a drawing of Solomon's temple as it might have been in the days of the Jewish kingdom. He had seen the city first, in 1919, in the pith helmet and bush jacket of a sergeant in the Jewish Legion, when for the first time he saw before him the stone remnants of the building that had called to him during the dark winter afternoons of his boyhood. Joseph felt an overpowering emotion, and his body began to tremble. 2 years later, he was back in Jerusalem for good, with, as his bride, the first Jewish woman to immigrate to Palestine from North America. He was an intense, often irritable man, tenacious in the pursuit of his goals. Above all, Dov Joseph was not a man to indulge his own weaknesses. In the painful days that lay ahead, he would show little inclination to indulge the weaknesses of his fellow Jerusalemites. His first act was to order an inventory of all the food stocks in the city's warehouses and stores. From then on, every truckload of food coming into Jerusalem was stored under his supervision in the safest warehouses he could find. With a pair of nutrition experts, Joseph calculated the basic foodstuffs Jerusalem would need to survive on a minimum ration for a day, a week, or a month. Then he and his aides set about the grim task of secretly printing up the cards, which in an emergency would entitle the city's population to the pitifully small rations they had allotted them. Even graver than the risk of famine in a besieged Jerusalem, however, would be the risk of dying of thirst. 90% of the city's water came from the springs of Ras Al Ain, 60 miles to the west. The 18-inch pipe and the 4 pumping stations required to get the water up 3,000 feet to Jerusalem lay in territory as Arab as the slopes of Bab el-Wad. Even the little additional water available to the city from one of its most ancient sources, King Solomon's pools, lay in Arab-controlled territory. Once the British left, the Arabs could cripple Jewish Jerusalem and force its surrender without a shot by depriving the city of the most vital element of daily existence, water. A bundle of dynamite sticks would be all they would need to do it. Fortunately for Joseph, one of the first regulations of the British Mandate in Jerusalem, had called for the construction of a cistern in every new dwelling built in the city. In December, he had made a secret survey of those cisterns. Now Joseph confiscated them all. He ordered 3 Leibowitz, a German-born water expert, to begin quietly diverting a part of the incoming water into them, sealing and locking each cistern as it was filled. Those cisterns, Joseph was convinced, would be his city's only means of hanging on if the Arabs cut the water. The city's sole electric power plant was also vital to the Jews of Jerusalem, who absorbed 90% of its output. It lay in a kind of no-man's land just south of the city. 30 tons of fuel a day were required to keep its diesel generators operating. While waiting for the moment the Haganah could take the plant, Joseph ordered its supervisor, Alexander Singer, to start building up an emergency fuel supply. Finally, since the city's principal hospital facilities on Mount Scopus might be cut off from the rest of Jerusalem by the Arabs, Joseph prepared a series of emergency operating theaters and clinics inside the Jewish city. To help supply them, a blood bank was opened. None of Joseph's tasks, however, was to cause the dour Canadian lawyer as much anguish as one lonely decision he took early in February. With the tempo of Arab assaults on the road rising daily, Joseph came under considerable pressure to evacuate Jerusalem's women and children to the coast, while they could still escape. There were sound reasons for doing it. Their evacuation would make the food and water problem immensely easier. The decision not to let them go was Joseph's alone. He took it because he reasoned the fighting spirit of Jerusalem's men would be raised if they knew that their homes and families lay helpless just behind them. Those men would have no illusions about their family's fate if the city were overrun. The pain of that decision, the awareness of the terrible moral burden that would be his if Jerusalem fell, would weigh on Joseph for months to come. But, as he would remark years later in recalling that decision, we did not favor the easy way. 6,000 miles and a world away, another group of men wrestled too with the problems of Jerusalem. They labored in the standardized dreariness of the committee rooms of the United Nations, and the problem before them was represented by an object as banal as a calendar. While Dov Joseph was deciding whether to evacuate Jewish women and children from his city, the members of the United Nations Working Committee on Jerusalem agonized over the fact that if the official holidays of all the religious communities and national bodies represented in Jerusalem were to be honored as such, the holidays of the little international city they were planning would exceed the number of days on the calendar. That preoccupation was indicative of the trivialities into which the United Nations planning for an international Jerusalem had slid. For 6 weeks, while the situation in the city deteriorated daily, the members of the United Nations Working Committee on Jerusalem had argued their way paragraph by paragraph through the legal charter with which they would order the birth of the world's first international city. They extended its limits to include Bethlehem and 3 Arab communities, so that its population would be made up of an equal number of Arabs and Jews. It was to be divided into 3 boroughs, one for Arabs, one for Jews, and one made up of the old walled city at the heart of it all, for the world. It would be demilitarized and run by a United Nations-appointed governor, aided by an elected legislative council. Justice would be administered by a court system complex enough to bewilder Jerusalem's most abstract theologians. The committee had even thoughtfully provided it with a flag, the United Nations flag with the seal of Jerusalem imposed upon it, and a Latin term to define its legal status for the world to which it would belong, corpus separatum. The Arabs remained adamantly opposed to the city's internationalization, as just another manifestation of a partition plan they rejected as illegal. The people of Jerusalem who are not sacred should not be punished because their city is, one of their leaders told the United Nations. The Jewish position, however, had shifted. The Jewish Agency, originally opposed to internationalization, was now actively fighting for its accomplishment. With the Arab ring around the city tightening, internationalization had begun to appear to some as perhaps the best way of assuring the physical safety and well-being of the city's Jewish population. The agency now sought to place before those nations and forces which had clamored for Jerusalem's internationalization the consequences of their action. If the Christian West wanted Jerusalem, it would have to pay a price for it, and that price would be men to keep its peace, specifically men for an international police force. From chancellery to chancellery, the agency's representatives pleaded for men to man such a force. They got nowhere. Finally, despairing, the agency's leadership, in a secret meeting at the United States Consulate, asked for the rapid dispatch of 500 U.S. Marines as the best way of bringing a police force into being. Their suggestion provoked nothing but consternation in Washington. The Truman administration, whatever its sympathies for the Jewish cause, did not want to bear the onus of sending American troops abroad in an election year. The greatest source of concern to the Jewish leadership, however, was the Palestine policy of the great power still in physical occupation of the land. The partiality displayed by the British police during the burning of the commercial center had not proven to be a passing phenomenon. Instead, to the angry Jewish population, it seemed that the British administration was growing increasingly anti-Semitic on the personal level and pro-Arab on the political plane. There were, of course, exceptions. The Jewish agency had an unknown ally in its campaign for a Jerusalem police force, British High Commissioner Sir Alan Cunningham. Despairing of maintaining order in the rest of Palestine, Cunningham hoped at least to salvage Jerusalem. That winter he wrote to all the archbishops he could think of, urging them to bring pressures to bear for the creation of a 3,000-man police force. His campaign was no more successful than the agency's. The Archbishop of Canterbury's response was to write a letter to the Times, an action which the High Commissioner grimly noted shook absolutely no one to the core. Francis Cardinal Spellman, Archbishop of New York, didn't even answer his letter. Cunningham's attachment to Jerusalem, however, led him to one decision that proved of capital importance to Jewish hopes in the city. By the end of January, he came under heavy army pressure to evacuate the city entirely and administer the mandate until its close from the port of Haifa. He refused and threatened to resign if London forced him to do so. Given the state of Jewish preparations at the time, his acceptance would probably have led to an Arab takeover of Jerusalem. There was justification for the Jews' suspicions about British sentiments. In the 2 months since partition, 50 Haganah men and women had been arrested in Jerusalem alone for bearing arms and had been sent to jail for it. At the same time, as Lebanon's consul had noted, the British authorities made little effort to prevent armed Arabs from circulating in the city. Richard Catling, the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, summed up British policy by observing, "We didn't mind the Arabs moving around with grenades all over their chests and cartridge belts hanging from their shoulders, just as long as they didn't bother us." When the Palestine government's Central Security Committee complained to Jerusalem's district commissioner about the increasing freedom with which armed Syrians and others congregate in public areas in Jerusalem, the only action the district commissioner was told to take was warning Arab leaders to keep their soldiers as unobtrusive as possible. Britain enforced a strict ban on importing arms into Palestine on the grounds that its owners fell equally on Arab and Jew. Yet, on January 9th, she signed a major arms contract with Iraq, accompanying the sale with a secret codicil authorizing the use of those arms to discharge Iraq's responsibilities vis-à-vis the Arab League. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that those responsibilities were in Palestine. While the Royal Navy maintained its rigorous patrols of Palestine's coastal waters to intercept illegal immigrant ships which might bring military-age reinforcements into the country for the Haganah, the British Army was closing its eyes to the infiltration of hundreds of armed Arab guerrillas into the country. Britain's spokesman at the United Nations and in Jerusalem piously denied any knowledge of that infiltration. The Jewish agents knew very well the British were lying. The British Army's intelligence summaries, stolen by the Haganah's agents each week, revealed that not only did the British know the infiltration was taking place, but they knew the date, the time, the location, and the approximate size of each infiltration. Behind that attitude lay the fact that Britain's Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, and his coterie of Arab experts were not yet resigned to partition's inevitability. If it proved unworkable, then the Palestine problem might yet be thrust back into their laps for resolution along lines more to Bevin.
End of side 4B.
More certain to demonstrate partition's fundamental unworkability than serious Arab military opposition to it. Increasingly, the reports flowing into the Foreign Office predicted just that eventuality. The author of many of these reports was Brigadier C.K. Clayton, Britain's senior intelligence officer in the Middle East. A blimpish hangover from Lawrence days, Clayton was, as one of his colleagues remarked, so absent-minded he could forget to wear his pants to the office. A mental trait or not, after all, highly prized in intelligence agents. Still, Clayton had been around a long time, and his signature had appeared on the bottom of so many dispatches that it had begun to take on an aura of infallibility. After all, hardly a meeting of importance took place in the Arab world without his portly silhouette drifting around its fringes in ponderous pseudo-anonymity. From his gleanings at these meetings came the grist for his dispatches, and in the winter of 1948 they were telling Bevin what he and his entourage wanted to hear. The Arabs were going to war with the Jews, and they were going to win. Like many British military men in the Middle East, Clayton tended to overestimate the Arabs and underestimate the Jews. It was a natural error. The British had, after all, trained the principal Arab armies, and as tutors could hardly be expected to disavow the value of their teaching. With that perspective looming on the Middle Eastern horizon, the Foreign Office was more than ever determined to do nothing to help partition along. Beyond that, the Foreign Office wished to adopt an attitude toward the Arabs' evolving military schemes which would not jeopardize the cornerstone of Britain's future Middle Eastern policy, Anglo-Arab friendship. To the frustrated Jews, however, it seemed that Britain's real aim in Palestine was to give substance to a prediction uttered one winter morning in the United States Consulate General by the government's Chief Secretary, Sir Henry Gurney. Looking calmly at his American host, Gurney declared it was a useless waste of time to talk about the United Nations' role in Palestine. By the time the United Nations arrives, Gurney predicted, Palestine will be up in smoke. Chapter 11. Golda Meir's 25 Stephans. The truck slipped through the black winter's night up to the edge of the lawn. 5 men, armed with planks and coils of rope, leaped out and advanced cautiously through the darkness. One of them switched on a flashlight. Its beam fell on 2 massive metal silhouettes. Behind them, an inscription over a doorway revealed the name of the institution to which those shadowy figures belonged, Jerusalem's Menorah Club, the meeting place of the men who had served with the Jewish Legion during the First World War. They were relics of that war. For 30 years enshrined there on the clubhouse lawn, they had been the proud incarnation of Britain's victory over the Ottoman Empire and of the Legion's part in it. Now Eliyahu Suchachever, a Polish engineer of the Haganah, had come to claim these souvenirs for a new struggle. Stripped down, sawed into pieces, those 2 captured Turkish cannons of the Menorah Club were going to serve as barrels for the first artillery pieces of Jerusalem's Haganah. The fact that the Haganah had to steal them from their honored moorings in the middle of the night, indeed the fact that anyone could label the instruments from which they were destined artillery, was indicative of the Haganah's poverty in heavy weapons. So urgent was the need for them that Jerusalem's chief rabbi had granted the workers in Suchachever's secret workshops a dispensation to labor on the Sabbath, while they converted these Turkish cannons into homemade mortars. Called the Davidka, after their inventor, David Leibovich, an agronomist from Siberia, those mortars constituted the sole piece of heavy artillery in the Haganah's arsenal during the winter of 1948. They fired a shell made from water pipes and packed with explosives, nails, and bits of scrap metal. Their range and accuracy, in the words of one Haganah man, were about the same as David's slingshot. In addition to the fact that they existed, the Davidkas had one signal advantage. They made an incredible amount of noise, enough to terrify anybody within hearing range. In garages, locked into attics, in apartments hastily converted into makeshift laboratories, other Jerusalemites labored that winter to turn out improvised arms for the defense of their city. In that enterprise, the Jewish community could call on the services of some of the world's best-known scientists. Joel Rakach and Aaron Kochalski, for example, abandoned the pursuit of the secrets of nuclear physics and molecular chemistry to give themselves over to more elementary tasks. In an apartment in Rehavia, the two masters of matter's most complex secrets worked day and night developing a better gunpowder for the Davidka. Nearby, two students in the chemistry and physics department at Hebrew University, Jonathan Adler and Avner Trenin, turned out homemade hand grenades and a variety of booby-trap devices for use in the Arab quarters of the city. To develop a detonator for his grenades, Adler used as a textbook the manual of another clandestine body, the Irish Republican Army. In a room lined with rubber sheeting in the Orthodox quarter of Mea Shearim, a deaf and dumb student named Emmanuel turned out lethal fulminate of mercury for Adler's detonators. Far more substantial were the efforts deployed by the Haganah along the coastal plain, where security was more promising. They were supervised by a Jerusalemite, Joseph Avidar, the son of a Ukrainian miller who had immigrated to Palestine at the age of 19. Using some of the machinery purchased in the United States by Chaim Slavin and benefiting from the technical counselors furnished him by the Sonneborn Institute, Avidar ran, among other things, a munitions plant covering almost 1,000 square feet of floor space. It was hidden underneath the kibbutz of Ma'agan Michael, north of Tel Aviv, built for the express purpose of providing a cover for its activities. The entrance to the factory was concealed in a laundry, in which the kibbutzniks supplemented their income by laundering uniforms for the British Army. Its extraordinary consumption of electric current was concealed by passing its cables through the kilns of the community's bakery. The bakery's smokestack was the underground factory's air vent. Avidar's greatest problem had been finding cartridge cases for the 9mm bullets he wanted to manufacture. He solved it by a unique stratagem, importing millions of lipstick tubes from an English cosmetics concern. By July 1948, his little clandestine factory would have produced 3 million cartridges. Outside Hadera, another workshop under Avidar's command made shells for a small mortar. The crating room of a Haifa orange grove served as a cover for the assembling of 50,000 hand grenades. One of the most important enterprises directed by the busy Avidar assembled the sandwich armored cars upon which the Haganah depended to keep the road to his adopted Jerusalem open. The armor that protected those cars was made of 2 4mm thick steel sheets, sandwiched around 50 millimeters of wood. Avidar was constantly besieged by inventors offering him a better lightweight plastic sheeting. He proposed to each of them a quick test to measure the efficiency of their inventions. He told them to hold a sheet of their plastics in front of their chest, while he fired a revolver at them from 25 yards. He never found a better armor plate than his heavy sandwich. In Tel Aviv, Haifa, and above all Jerusalem, the Haganah added to its arsenal by buying arms from its enemies. Hidden under truckloads of carrots or cauliflower, a few rifles and cases of ammunition thus reached the Haganah's hands, sold to them by the Arabs through Armenian intermediaries. The British in Jerusalem also turned out to be a worthwhile source of arms. At the end of January, a pair of British non-coms delivered to the Haganah a truckload of explosives and ammunition for nothing more concrete than a glass of cognac and a grateful handshake. Another non-com sold the Haganah his armored car, its turret packed with shells, gasoline, and small arms, for 1,000 Palestine pounds. A few carefully planned raids on the British Army's arms depots supplemented those acquisitions. Inspired by the purchase of their first armored car, the Jerusalem Haganah sent a group of men disguised as British soldiers into the Bevingrad security zone. They drove out with a brand-new Daimler armored car. Like the Flying Dutchman, the car began to mysteriously appear and reappear until Jerusalem's Arabs were persuaded the Haganah possessed a whole fleet of armored cars. The British also served as an excellent source of arms for the Arabs of Jerusalem. For 1,000 pounds, one British sergeant offered to close his eyes to their activities while he stood guard over his regiment's armory. A pair of policemen negotiated the sale of their armored car for the same sum during a stopover in a tobacco store in Upper Bekaa. On the lonely roads beyond the city, hold-ups of British trucks were regularly arranged in return for a few pounds. Prostitutes were sometimes used to take an arms depot sentry's mind off his work, while Haj Amin's men helped themselves to a few cases of the ammunition he was supposed to be guarding. Arab manual laborers in those depots patiently pilfered small arms and spare parts. The Jerusalem Arab community simply did not have the intellectual resources to match those furnished the Haganah by the Jewish community's galaxy of distinguished scientists. They were not, however, without their armaments experts. The British intelligence report signaled early in the winter of 1948 the arrival in Jerusalem of 25 Yugoslavian Muslims, veterans of the Wehrmacht. Their task, the report said, was to aid the city's defenders in making mines and explosives. Above all, the Arabs had the advantage of long, desolate frontiers across which it was relatively easy to smuggle arms. One such shipment was forwarded by Ibn Saud, king of Saudi Arabia. When Abdul Khader Husseini opened the shipment, he was speechless with fury. Saud had sent him a consignment of the primitive pre-World War I rifles with which he had conquered the Arabian desert. Angrily, Abdul Khader broke them one by one over his knee. The Arabs' principal local source of arms in early 1948 were the battlefields of Egypt's western desert. Even there, the intramural feuding that handicapped so many of their other endeavors came into play. Egyptians, Muslim brothers, Palestinians, acquisitive army merchants squabbled among themselves for the desert's harvest, outbidding each other with the Bedouins who scavenged the arms from the sands, hijacking each other's purchases. By Bedouin camel train, on the truckloads of fruits and vegetables, in the trunks of automobiles, along the desert tracks used by generations of hashish smugglers, those arms found their way back to Palestine. One way or another, a great number of them wound up on sale in Jerusalem's souks. During that winter of 1948, the demand for them was so great that prices lost all relation to value. By midwinter, a single rusty Mauser was sold for 100 pounds. 4 times the price of a brand-new Mauser in the Czechoslovakian paradise of Ehud Avriel and Abdulaziz Karim. Set firmly astride the historic Baghdad-Cairo axis, Damascus, capital of Syria, was the epicenter from which, by tradition, the multiple explosions of the turbulent past has radiated through the Arab world. A verdant miracle rising from the desert floor, Damascus could inspire such awe that legend held the prophet had turned away from its gates proclaiming, "One cannot enter paradise twice." From the conquests of the Umayyad caliphs to the conversion of Saul of Tarsus on a street called Straight, and to the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in 1918, 3,000 years of history were written upon its walls. Nothing was more natural than that in the early winter of 1948, Damascus should become the focal point of the Arab League's campaign to aid the Arabs of Palestine, the staging area upon which converged a strange migration of merchants, mercenaries, and impassioned volunteers. Capital of a politically and militarily independent nation, Damascus offered the perfect sanctuary in which to assemble, furnish, and train those volunteers, the base from which they could slip into Palestine, the headquarters in which the Arabs could prepare for a major assault on Palestine once the British left. The half-lit, teeming labyrinth that was Damascus's souk concealed the Middle East's most flourishing arms market. Pre-war French rifles, British Sten guns, Mausers of the Wehrmacht, even American bazookas were on sale there. Scraps of the uniforms of 6 different armies were heaped in indiscriminate piles next to the bolts of silk brocade for which the souk was known. Above all, Damascus was the theater in which the rival factions of the Arab world contended for its leadership. In the city's suburbs, not far from the modest mausoleum of the greatest Islamic general in history, Saladin, another general had set up headquarters in an old French army barracks. Appointed by the Arab League at its December meeting in Cairo, Ismail Safwat Pasha, a 52-year-old Iraqi, was supposed to be the supreme commander of all the Arab forces destined to intervene in Palestine. The Jihad Muqads of Haj Amin Husseini, the Volunteer Liberation Army being raised and armed by the Arab League, and eventually, should they enter the war, the regular armies of the Arab states. In fact, as Safwat Pasha soon discovered, in that anthill of conflicting political interests and ambitious men, his effective command was limited to the handful of officers who made up his headquarters staff. Like so many of his political counterparts, Safwat Pasha combined a mastery of hyperbole and the extravagant phrase with a determined refusal to face reality. Already he had promised his troops a triumphant parade to Tel Aviv. Confronted by a group of Palestinians who complained they lacked arms with which to attack passing Jewish convoys, he roared, "Then destroy them by throwing stones at their armored cars." Warned by his able young operations officer, a Jordanian veteran of the British Army named Wasfi Tell, that his triumphant march on Tel Aviv might turn to disaster because of the deplorable state of our forces, Safwat took only one precaution. He made sure Tell's report did not reach any Arab leaders, confidentially advising his young aide, "If some of the Arab governments read this, they will refuse to take the risk of sending their armies to Palestine." Everything was in short supply in Safwat headquarters except for the cases of papers and files which spilled through the offices. Chairs, tables, telephones were lacking. There was no radio to link the headquarters to the field. A swarm of Syrian and Iraqi officers buzzed around the building, seemingly more familiar with the science of political intrigue than with that of warfare. The distribution of funds, of commands, of rank, of operational zones, of arms and materials, all were objects of bargaining as intensive as any displayed in the city's souks. When the palavering at the headquarters was finished, the officers adjourned to the salons of the other pole of Damascus's political life, the Orient Palace Hotel. Half a century of plots had been hatched on the worn velvet easy chairs and sofas of the hotel's sitting room. In that winter of 1948, the Orient Palace remained faithful to its conspiracy-cluttered past. An air of intrigue permeated the place. It was ringed by an ominously evident collection of bodyguards watching over the enigmatic figures who drifted in and out. Groups whispered intently in corners, then froze into blatant silence at the appearance of some figure in the doorway. Through hastily opened and closed doors came glimpses of other men in rooms adjoining the salon, huddled over tables covered with coffee cups and maps. Perched on their stools in the bar, the intelligence agents of the Western powers observed the proceedings with feigned disinterest, which deceived no one. The arrival early in February of a client of particular mark signaled the importance of the role Damascus and the Orient Palace had assumed in Palestine's affairs. Together with his senior aides, Haj Amin Husseini moved into an entire floor of the hotel. Wrapped in that air of intrigue which seemed to flow so naturally from him, Haj Amin began to glide along its corridors, his movements carefully screened by half a dozen bodyguards. Occasionally, an indiscreet twist of his abaya revealed that he wore another garment under its folds. It was a bulletproof vest, the personal gift of the man who had until recently been his protector, Adolf Hitler. Haj Amin had reason to wear a bulletproof vest, for he had many a bitter enemy in Damascus. His undisguised ambition to turn Palestine into his personal fiefdom, the wave of assassinations which had accompanied his rise to power, his intransigence, the ferocity with which he could turn on his foes, had left him with few true friends among his Arab brothers. He was, commented Sir Alec Kirkbride, Britain's knowledgeable minister in Amman, like the Red Queen in Alice in Wonderland. He had so stirred up extremist sentiment in Palestine that he had to keep running faster, getting more and more extreme just to stay where he was. Since the Arab League meeting in Cairo in December, Haj Amin had insisted that the arms and money being collected by the League be placed at the disposal of his organization. He had come to Damascus to achieve two things. First, he wanted to convert his Arab Higher Committee into a provisional Palestine government to rival the Jewish Agency. Second, he wanted to thwart the plan set in Cairo to raise a volunteer liberation army. Operating from Syria with recruits raised in the Arab world, the army was supposed to begin a guerrilla campaign in Palestine before the British withdrew. If he could not block its creation, Haj Amin at least wanted its commander to be one of his faithful lieutenants. He had little success. Safwat Pasha accused him of misappropriating funds, of stealing arms, of nepotism, of substituting political loyalty for military skill in making appointments. The Mufti's organization, he shouted in one angry meeting, was swallowing up the arms and the money to support 2,000 men in Haifa alone, yet there were barely 200 fighters in that city. His fellow political leaders realized that with world opinion overwhelmingly in favor of the Zionists as a result of the Nazi Holocaust, the Palestinians would elicit little sympathy for their cause as long as they were led by one of Hitler's collaborators. The British and Haj Amin's political foes in the councils of the Arab League did not want an abundance of weapons in Haj Amin's untrustworthy armories. Besides, the British hoped that by shifting of the Palestine population from Haj Amin's uncompromising hands into the more responsible chancelleries of the Arab governments, some solution to the question might eventually be found. The British had led the Arab League's Secretary-General, Azam Pasha, and Syria's Prime Minister Jamil Mardam to understand that they would oppose the Liberation Army if it were Mufti-controlled, but were prepared to take a more lenient view of its activities if it was not. Faced with that array of opposition, Haj Amin's plans ran into trouble. King Abdullah's insistence that he wanted no part of a Mufti-led government in Palestine helped stifle that scheme. The Liberation Army had already gained so much momentum it could not be stopped. Bound to grow in importance, it would clearly have first claim on the Arab League's finances and arms. After a series of angry arguments presided over by Syrian President Shukri al-Kuwaitli, the army was given the responsibility for operations in all northern Palestine. Abdul Khader Husseini retained control of the Jerusalem area, and another faithful Mufti subordinate the countryside around Jaffa. But his fellow Arabs' choice for the commander of the Liberation Army was Haj Amin's cruelest disappointment in Damascus. With his scarred face, his thick neck, and his closely cropped red hair, Fawzi al-Kawukji bore a closer resemblance to a Prussian major than to an Arab chief. He was close-mouthed and uncommunicative. Among the many decorations which on occasion graced his uniform, the one he esteemed most was a black metal cross, the only mark of a true warrior in his opinion. He had won the Iron Cross, second class, 30 years earlier as a lieutenant in the Ottoman army in another Palestine campaign, fighting alongside the Prussians of General Otto von Kreis against the British. Since then, he had been an unqualified admirer of things German, a sentiment he had affirmed by marrying a German girl he met in Berlin during the Second World War. Convalescing in a German hospital from a wound he had received in Iraq, Kawukji had become a familiar figure in the nightclubs of the wartime Reich. One night on his cabaret rounds, his eyes fell on a striking young blonde. To win her attention, the elegant Oriental ordered to her table two of the rarest commodities in the Nazi capital, a bottle of Veuve Clicquot champagne, and a package of Camel cigarettes. From that night on, the pretty German girl and the 55-year-old Arab adventurer, 30 years her senior, were an inseparable couple. Born in northern Lebanon, Kawukji had served his military apprenticeship in the Turkish army. When the Ottoman Empire began to crumble, he went to work spying on the Turks for the British. Then, successively, he spied on the French for the British, on the British for the French, on the French and the British for the Germans. The high point of his military career had come during the Arab revolt against the British in Palestine in 1936. His frequently demonstrated prowess won him fame among the Arab population and the esteem of Haj Amin Hosseini. His popular following, however, was not altogether to the Mufti's liking, and equipped with arms and money, he was shunted off to Iraq to foment a rebellion there. Instead of promoting an uprising, the Mufti's aides later claimed, he swallowed up the arms, the money, and the rebellion. The Mufti prized civility and loyalty above all else in his aides, and Kawukji had failed on both counts. As a result, when the two men met again in wartime Berlin, relations between them were cool and soon deteriorated to a deep mutual dislike. In the chaos of defeat, Kawukji had managed to slip into France and later escape into Egypt. There he had announced, "He was at the disposition of the Arab people should they call on me to take up arms again." And so they had. As commander of the Liberation Army, as much for his value as a counterbalance to his enemy Haj Amin Hosseini, as for his capacity as a military chief. After all, if his career had inspired a popular legend, it had not inspired an inordinate amount of confidence in his fellow Arab leaders. The measure of their trust was the one stipulation that went with his appointment. At the request of the Syrian government, Kawukji was not to take command of his troops on Syrian soil, but only inside Palestine. The Syrian government feared that, bought at the last moment by some rival political faction, Kawukji might be persuaded to make a wrong turn and march on the ministries of Damascus instead of the kibbutzim of Palestine. On the radio, by enormous newspaper ads, with fiery speeches in their mosques and coffee houses, the young men of the Arab world were called to volunteer for Kawukji's army and for the defense of Al-Quds, the holy city of Jerusalem, whose spires were woven into the rugs upon which so many of them recited their daily prayers. Those calls promised to volunteers the not inconsiderable sum of 60 Syrian pounds a month for private soldiers and Syrian army pay scales for non-coms and officers. From the crowded slums of Cairo, from the cavernous souks of Aleppo, from the banks of the Tigris and the Euphrates, the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, the volunteers responded, setting out on the road to Jerusalem, adventure and loot. From the south, up the routes used by pilgrims to Mecca. From the west, out of Mosul and Baghdad, across the wastes of the Iraqi desert, from the east past the snow-tipped crest of Mount Hermon, a noisy migration descended on Damascus. They came in convoys of open trucks, dilapidated old buses, covered with flags and flowers, and old bed-sheets painted with patriotic slogans. They rode through the city, a jubilant cavalcade of noise, of shouting men, chanting rhythmic slogans, singing, above all firing their weapons into the air. They were the huge silver buses of the Nairn Company, their flanks eroded by sandstorms from their trips across the desert from Damascus to Baghdad. There were taxis from all over the Arab world, some so overloaded that their mufflers seemed to scrape the asphalt. There were motorcycles and bicycles, camels, horses, and even an occasional mule. Often a bold banner hanging from the flanks of a truck or a bus identified its occupants as the Lions of Aleppo or Falcons of Basra. Packed into that stream of vehicles, parading through the streets of Damascus, was an incredible array of human beings. There were young students from Beirut, Cairo, and Baghdad, burning with youthful fervor. There were idealists and patriots, middle-class intellectuals in business suits or jodhpurs, and a kafir out to avenge what they considered an injustice to their people. There were young Syrian politicians like Akram Hourani and Michel Aflaq, founders of the Ba'athist Party, persuaded that Palestine would prove the ideal crucible in which to mold their ideas. There were Egyptian Muslim brothers as anxious to overthrow their country's rulers as they were to march on Tel Aviv. Iraqis, thrown out of the army after Nuri as-Said had crushed the Rashid Ali uprising. Notorious Syrian Francophiles who had served all the French and Vichy secret services. Veterans of the Mufti's 1936 rebellion. Circassians, Kurds, Druzes, Alawites, spurred more by the lure of pillage than by a passion for the Mosque of Omar. Communists out to infiltrate the fledgling army. There were thieves, adventurers, brigands, homosexuals, nuts, all the quacks of the Arab world with their hate in their hearts for the British, the French, their local governments, and even the Jews. The pariahs of the Arab world for whom the jihad was a call to plunder instead of to arms. Their destination was a bleak rolling plateau of red sandstone, foothills, and wind-blown topsoil, 30 miles southwest of Damascus. Set in that desolate scene, behind a village of flat-roofed mud houses, were a few dreary remnants of Syria's French occupation, the barracks of the Katana military camp. Soon some 6,000 volunteers had been assembled in its primitive stone buildings. To their ranks were added a small group of British deserters, escaped German prisoners of war, Yugoslav Muslims sentenced to death by Tito for having served in the Wehrmacht, men for whom this crusade offered above all a refuge from the police forces searching for them. No central authority governed the camp or instilled a common discipline in its disparate recruits. Trained officers were desperately short. Command was more or less abandoned to the self-styled leaders arriving at its gates at the head of their private bands. The new arrivals were thrown into a semblance of a uniform from the leftover stocks of the Syrian army and scraps of American, British, and French apparel dredged from the souks. Arms and ammunition were lacking, and when they were available, often failed to work. One section of recruits was set to work doing nothing but cleaning rusty rifles with the lemons of the Palestine they had come to conquer. Training was haphazard, the shortage of ammunition limited rifle instruction. Recruits who were able to fire half a dozen rounds at a target and toss a hand grenade or two were considered well-trained. In the shortest supply of all was money to pay for Katana's burgeoning operations. The states of the Arab League, which had been so quick in Cairo in December to vote for a £1 million sterling war chest, to which they had subsequently added an additional £1 million, had actually paid in little more than 1/10 of their pledges. Azam Pasha, Secretary-General of the League, sometimes felt his days were divided between writing promissory notes to sustain Katana and writing letters urging the Arab governments to honor their commitments. The clamor and confusion of the Syrian scene in that winter of 1948 would inspire diverse reactions, but none more succinct than that of the little Englishman who, from the hilltop of another Arab capital, commanded the Middle East's most professional military force. To John Bagot Glubb Pasha, commander of the Arab Legion, Damascus that winter had become a madhouse. The same problem, preoccupying the harassed Secretary-General of the Arab League in Damascus, would disturb the leaders of the Jewish agency in Tel Aviv that winter. One January evening, they were summoned to hear a report by Eliezer Kaplan, their treasurer. Kaplan had just returned from a fundraising trip to the United States with his pockets virtually empty. The American Jewish community, so long the financial bulwark of the Zionist movement, was growing weary of the incessant appeals for aid of their Palestine brothers, he reported. The time had come, Kaplan said, to face a bitter reality. In no case could they count on more than $5 million from America in the critical months ahead. That figure hit the group gathered around Kaplan like a thunderbolt. One by one, their glances turned toward the stubby man who had followed Kaplan's report with ill-disguised impatience. David Ben-Gurion was better placed than any of them to understand how serious were the consequences of what Kaplan had just said. The rifles and machine guns for which he had sent Aod Avriel to Prague could hold back the Palestinian Arabs. But against the tanks, artillery, and aircraft of the regular Arab armies, he was sure the Yishuv would face one day, they would be useless, however courageous its soldiers might be. Ben-Gurion had drawn up a plan to equip a modern army. To carry it out, he needed a minimum 5-6 times the sum mentioned by Kaplan. Springing from his seat, he growled to the men around him, "Kaplan and I must leave for the United States immediately, to make the Americans realize how serious the situation is." At that moment, a quiet female voice interrupted him. It belonged to the woman who had found her Zionist faith taking up a collection in Denver, Colorado. "What you are doing here, I cannot do," Golda Meir told Ben-Gurion. "However, what you propose to do in the United States, I can do. You stay here and let me go to the States to raise the money." Ben-Gurion reddened. He liked neither interruptions nor contradictions. The matter was so important, he insisted, he and Kaplan should go. The other members of the agency executive, however, supported Golda. 2 days later, with no more baggage than the thin spring dress she wore and the handbag she clutched in her hand, she arrived in New York on a bitter winter's night. So precipitate had her departure been that she had not had the time to take the convoy up to Jerusalem to fetch a change of clothes. The woman who had come to New York in search of millions of dollars had in her purse that evening exactly one $10 bill. When a puzzled customs agent asked her how she intended to support herself in the United States, she replied simply, "I have family here." 2 days later, trembling on a podium in Chicago, Golda Meir found herself facing a distinguished gathering of the members of that family. They were the leaders of the Council of Jewish Federations, drawn from the 48 states of the Union. Their meeting and her arrival in the United States had been a fortuitous coincidence. Before her, in one Chicago hotel room, were most of the financial leaders of the American Jewish community, the very men whose aid she had been sent to seek. For the carpenter's daughter from the Ukraine, the task before her was an intimidating challenge. She had not been back to the United States since 1938. On her earlier trips, her associates had been dedicated Zionists and socialists like herself. Now she faced the whole enormous spectrum of American Jewish thought, much of it indifferent or even hostile to her Zionist ideals. Her friends in New York had urged her to avoid this confrontation. The Council's leadership was not Zionist. Its members were already under great pressures for funds for their own American institutions, for hospitals, synagogues, cultural centers. They were weary, as Kaplan had discovered, of appeals from abroad for money. Yet Golda Meir had insisted. She had telephoned Henry Montour, director of the United Jewish Appeal in Chicago, and despite the fact that the speaker's program that evening had been drawn up long in advance, announced that she was on her way. Then, pausing only to buy a coat with which to face the American winter, she had set out for Chicago. Now Golda Meir heard the toastmaster announce her name. At the sight of her simple, austere figure moving to the speaker's stand, someone in the crowd murmured, "She looks like the women of the Bible." Then, without a text, the messenger from Jerusalem began to speak. "You must believe me," she said, "when I tell you that I have not come to the United States solely to prevent 700,000 Jews from being wiped off the face of the earth. During these last years, the Jewish people have lost 6 million of their kind, and it would be presumptuous indeed of us to remind the Jews of the world that 700,000 Jews are in danger. That is not the question. If, however, these 700,000 Jews survive, then the Jews of the world will survive with them, and their freedom will be forever assured. But if they did not," she said, "then there is little doubt that for centuries there will be no Jewish people, there will be no Jewish nation, and all our hopes will be smashed." In a few months, she told her audience, a Jewish state will exist in Palestine. We shall fight for its birth. That is natural. We shall pay for it with our blood. That is normal. The best among us will fall. That is certain. But what is equally certain is that our morale would not waver, no matter how numerous our invaders may be. Yet she warned, those invaders would come with cannon and armor. Against those weapons, sooner or later our courage will have no meaning, for we will have ceased to exist, she said. She had come, she announced, to ask the Jews of America for $25 to $30 million to buy the heavy arms they would need to face the invaders' cannon. My friends, she said, in making her plea, we live in a very brief present. When I tell you we need this money immediately, it does not mean next month or in 2 months. It means right now. It is not to you, she concluded, to decide whether we shall continue our struggle or not. We shall fight. The Jewish community of Palestine will never hang out the white flag before the Mufti of Jerusalem. But you can decide one thing, whether the victory will be ours or the Mufti's. A hush had fallen on her audience, and for an instant Golda thought she had failed. Then the entire assembly of men and women rose in a deafening wave of applause. While its echoes still rang through the dining room, the first volunteers scrambled to the platform with their pledges. Before coffee was served, Golda had been promised over $1 million. They were made available immediately in cash, a fact without precedent. Men began to telephone their bankers and secure personal loans against their own names for the sums they estimated they would be able to raise later in their communities. By the time that incredible afternoon was over, Golda was able to telegraph Ben-Gurion her conviction that she would be able to raise the 25 Stephans, $25 million in the code they had chosen, using the name of American Zionist leader Rabbi Stephen S. Wise. Astounded by her Chicago triumph, the American Zionist leadership urged her to set off on a cross-country tour. Accompanied by Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Franklin D. Roosevelt's former Secretary of the Treasury, she set a grueling pace, speaking sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. From city to city she moved on her pilgrimage, renewing before each of her audiences her dramatic plea, eliciting from each the same spontaneous, overwhelmingly generous reaction she had produced in Chicago. And from each stop, a telegram went back to Tel Aviv tallying the Stephans raised during the day. From time to time along the way, other telegrams went out from her hotel room. To Ehud Avriel in Prague, Shiel Federman in Antwerp, and others seeking to buy equipment for a Jewish army, they brought the most reassuring news those men could hope to receive, the details of the bank transfers which would allow them to go on with their purchases. Only once, in her extraordinary pilgrimage, did she falter. It was in Palm Beach, Florida. Looking at the elegance of the dinner crowd before her, their jewels, their furs, the moon playing on the sea beyond the banquet hall's windows, she suddenly thought of her soldiers of the Haganah, trembling in the cold of the Judean hills that night. Drinking black coffee on the dais, thinking of the contrast between that scene and the one before her, tears came to her eyes. These people don't want to hear about fighting and death in Palestine, she thought. But they did. And so movingly, that before the evening was over, the gathering at Palm Beach had pledged her $1.5 million, enough to buy a winter coat for every soldier in the Haganah. The woman who had arrived in the United States one bitter January night with $10 in her pocketbook would leave with $50 million, 10 times the sum Eliezer Kaplan had mentioned, twice the figure set by David Ben-Gurion, 3 times the entire oil revenues of Saudi Arabia for 1947. Waiting for her airplane at Lydda Airport was David Ben-Gurion, the man who had wanted to go in her place. No one appreciated better than he the magnitude of her accomplishment in the United States or its importance to the Zionist cause. "The day when history is written," he solemnly told her, it will be recorded that it was thanks to a Jewish woman that the Jewish state was born. Chapter 12. Salvation Comes from the Sky. With gratifying regularity, the bellhop delivered the little slips of paper to the client in room 121 of Prague's Hotel Alkron. Issued by the city's Zivnostenska Bank, they confirmed the transfer from the Chase Manhattan Bank in New York, via a Swiss bank, of a steady stream of dollars to the bank account of Ehud Avriel. That was his share of the harvest of Golda Meir's American trip, a prodigious flow of funds, which in a month and a half had allowed Avriel to purchase 25,000 rifles, 5,000 Bren guns, 300 machine guns, and 50 million cartridges. The mind of the man who had come to Europe with a toothbrush and a copy of Faust to buy arms, however, no longer thought in terms of 10,000 rifles, but of dozens of tanks, airplanes, and guns. Avriel had learned of the change in the Haganah's fortunes in a flying visit to Tel Aviv to acquaint Ben-Gurion with the possibilities he had discovered in Czechoslovakia. "You don't have to worry about money anymore," Ben-Gurion told him. "Just tell me what we can do." A new phase in the purchase activities was opening. Now they were going after heavy weapons wherever they could find them. Golda Meir's dollars were sent to Geneva's Pictet & Company, a bank in which the Haganah, capitalizing on the fluctuating exchange rates of Europe's currencies, converted them into Swiss francs, then to Italian lira, gold, and back to dollars, a complex circle whose profits would allow Ehud Avriel to buy a few extra rifles with each purchase he made. To direct the expanded arms-buying operations, Ben-Gurion set up a full-scale purchasing mission with its own experts, organization, and communication system. Geneva, with its reputation for discreet financing, was headquarters. Ben-Gurion sent to Geneva to run it one of his most trusted friends, a Russian with a mania for secrecy so deeply rooted that before opening his safe, he looked in the mirror to make sure who he was. Shaul Avigur was a Haganah legend. A survivor of the first Zionist combat on the soil of Palestine, the Battle of Tel Hai. Founder of the first illegal immigration network, his most recent exploit had been successfully smuggling 15,000 Romanians and Bulgarians into Palestine. Shaul Avigur, in his Geneva headquarters, soon began to run up on all the biggest telephone bills in Switzerland, calling New York, Prague, Buenos Aires, Mexico. The telephone was his only means of communication, as the Haganah had felt it imprudent to install in Switzerland one of the secret radio transmitters with which it linked most European cities to Tel Aviv. The network's code name was Gideon, for one of the judges of biblical Israel. It had been established for the illegal immigration program, and now it provided secure communications for Avigur's arms buyers. It was located on the roof of an orphanage in Monte Mario, one of the 7 hills of Rome. 5 times a day, its 36-foot antenna relayed to Shoshana, the Haganah's Tel Aviv headquarters, the reports of Avigur's agents filtering across Europe in search of arms for the soldiers of Jerusalem. If those reports confirmed the success of Avigur's and Avriel's purchasing activities, they spoke increasingly that winter of another problem facing the Haganah's arms agents. It was one thing to buy arms in Europe. It was another to find a ship willing to risk running them past a British naval blockade into Palestine. Most maritime insurance was written or rediscounted in London, and agents prepared to insure Palestine-bound ships were hard to find. Besides, losing a precious cargo of arms to Britain's naval blockade was a disaster the Jewish agency could not afford. And so, Ben-Gurion's arms purchasers concluded they would have to stockpile arms in Europe until the British mandate expired, then try to rush them eastward before the state they were meant to defend could be overrun. Ben-Gurion grew more impatient with the problem as every day went by. He bombarded Avriel and Avigur with insistent, angry cables, urging them to find a way to smuggle at least some of their arms past the British into Palestine. It was not easy. Schiel Federman, the Santa Claus of the Haganah, finally chartered a Danish freighter, by pretending its destination would be Istanbul, not Tel Aviv. Federman turned it into a cornucopia of military stores with all the supplies he had plucked from the war surplus warehouses of Antwerp. Half-tracks in wooden crates labeled tractors, in Turkish, with an Istanbul address, jeeps, trucks, water tankers, helmets, socks, tents, camouflage nets, pack racks, all neatly crated and marked with a fictitious Turkish destination. Then he ordered 40 tons of soft coal brought to the dock. Federman's men patiently dumped the contents of the coal sacks one by one into the ship's holds until a dusty black mattress covered Federman's Istanbul-bound shipment. When he had finished, he announced to the ship's master that the coal was destined for Tel Aviv, implying that if he didn't want to go there before heading for Istanbul, he could unload the coal himself piece by piece. On the eve of the ship's sailing, the indefatigable Federman learned of the existence of a lot of field telephones in perfect condition that he had somehow overlooked in his foragings around Antwerp. Their asking price was $40,000 cash. Federman didn't have that sum. The only banker he knew in the city refused to give it to him. Federman, however, was a resourceful young man. He went to a Jewish survivor he knew in what had been Antwerp's world-famous diamond-cutting setter. At Federman's friend's request, the quarter's Jewish diamond merchants began drifting into his shop, bringing all their available cash with them, wrapped in old newspapers or tucked in little suede diamond sacks or battered jewelry boxes. In half an hour, Federman had his $40,000. Ehud Avriel spent 3 months looking for a ship willing to take a proportion of his purchases to Palestine. He finally located a tramp steamer called the Nora in the Yugoslavian port of Brno. To get his cargo of Czech rifles past Britain's customs inspectors, Avriel covered them with a commodity chosen to dull their professional curiosity: 600 tons of Italian onions. Avriel's wretched tramp steamer, however, provided him with more than transport. One day, in the offices of the Yugoslavian shipping agent who had located the Nora for him, a clerk whispered to Avriel, "Congratulations, I see you found another ship. We wrote orders to put your second shipment of rifles on the Lino." Avriel's bushy eyebrows raised just a bit. He had ordered no second shipment of arms through Brno, but he had a very good idea who had. Abdul Aziz Kerin, the Syrian officer who had preceded him in the offices of Prague's Zbrojovka Brno Arms Works, must, he reasoned, have found a ship to carry his arms to Syria. No British blockade would hinder the movements of his ship. Someone else would have to undertake the reduced scale of the combat that his people faced in Palestine. It could prove decisive. Air transport might well be the only reliable means of supplying the isolated Jewish colonies scattered throughout Palestine, and even if worse came to worse, Jerusalem itself. The Jewish leader had been obsessed with the idea of laying the foundations for an air force, but he had been unable to solve one problem. How do you build an underground air force in an occupied country? The answer was given to him, surprisingly, by his next-door neighbor in Tel Aviv, a 29-year-old RAF veteran whom Ben-Gurion had once bounced on his knee. Aaron Remez had flown for the RAF for 4 years, providing air cover at the Normandy landings, escorting bomber command flights over Germany, attacking the V-bomb sites. None of those experiences, however, had produced a shock to rival the one he had received on his return to Palestine. It came on his first sight of his father. He was behind the barbed wire of a British concentration camp, guarded by men wearing the uniform of the country for which Remez had risked his life for 4 years. Embittered, Remez returned to Tel Aviv and drafted a 15-page memorandum for his next-door neighbor. It was a proposal for the establishment of a Jewish Air Force. That document, 4 private pleasure planes, an air taxi, and 20 pilots, were the foundations on what would become 2 decades later the most proficient air force in the world. Remez's memorandum had, in a sense, answered the question that had plagued Ben-Gurion by ignoring it. You didn't build an underground air force in an occupied country, he wrote. You build it up outside, while preparing inside the country the structures to receive it. Set up a foreign-based organization to buy planes, he urged. They would have to rely on the outset on recruiting non-Palestinian volunteers, Jewish and non-Jewish, to fly them. Conceal them on secret airfields, using fictitious companies to provide them a cover. Negotiate landing and fueling rights for those dummy companies. In Palestine, Remez proposed setting up a Haganah air service. Its cover would be an organization whose headquarters were in a simple office building at 9 Montefiore Street, the Palestine Flying Club. The club had a primitive hangar at Lydda Airport, sheltering its 4 monoplanes and a de Havilland Dragon Rapide, used as an air taxi between Tel Aviv and Haifa. The club's president became the Haganah Air Service's first commander, and Remez his operations officer. Remez began rounding up all the Palestinians he could find with flying experience. Around the country, settlers set to work building 10 primitive dirt landing strips to receive the air service's planes, when they had them. With a longer perspective, Remez began to lay plans to occupy the RAF's Palestine bases when the mandate expired. The most notable achievement of his fledgling service in those early weeks, however, took place not in Palestine, but in the Office of the War Assets Administration in Washington. There, one morning shortly after the partition vote, the Air Service's first foreign recruit, a 31-year-old flying enthusiast from Bridgeport, Connecticut, named Adolf Al Schwimmer, handed the WAA a check for $45,000 and received in return 3 gray slips of paper. They were the titles to the Haganah's first real planes, 3 practically brand-new Constellations, each of which had cost $500,000 to build. To that trio of planes, Al Schwimmer soon added 15 C-46s for short-haul transports. His burgeoning little collection of planes, painted with the insignia of 2 companies that the former U.S. Air Transport Command Major had established, Service Airways and Panamanian Airlines, were hangared in Burbank, California, and Millville, New Jersey. There was no question, however, of using those planes in Palestine. Yet, as Abdul Khader Husseini's attacks on Jewish transport increased in numbers and effectiveness, the need for some kind of air service, however limited, grew. One day Remez learned that the British wanted to sell 20 RAF Oster observation planes for scrap metal. They were not C-46s, but they had wings and a motor, and some of them at least could be made to fly. He arranged for their purchase by a friendly scrap metal dealer who handed them over to the Palestine Flying Club. By cannibalizing their parts, Remez's mechanics were able to put a dozen of them into flying condition. As each plane was finished, it was painted in exactly the same manner as one of the Flying Club's pleasure planes, a Taylor craft to which the Osters bore a fortunate resemblance. Then Remez and his men stenciled onto his wings the serial letters of their Taylor craft, VP, PAI, and put it into service. Soon a fleet of 13 VQ PAIs, 12 Osters, and the original Taylor craft were flying around Palestine. The British Civil Air Inspectors never discovered the explanation behind the astonishingly active life of VQ PAI. Thus, salvation of a limited sort at least began to arrive from the sky for Palestine's isolated kibbutzim. Those planes scouted the countryside around them for Arab ambushes, flew water to the Negev, and dropped emergency supplies to ammunition-short settlements. They even began night flights into primitive strips illuminated by the headlights of parked trucks. The effectiveness of the Flying Club's delivery service was limited by the accuracy of its aim and its drop techniques. Karmi Charney, the rabbi's son born next to the Bronx Zoo, who had had such difficulty talking his way into the Haganah, witnessed one unfortunate drop at the kibbutz of Har Tuv, outside Jerusalem. It consisted of a sack of World War II German arms. The sack fell into the kibbutz's one outdoor bathtub, shattering the tub and bending the rifles hopelessly out of shape. In Jerusalem, The Haganah carved a rough 2,000-foot dirt runway out of a wadi floor next to the Monastery of the Cross, below the hill on which an Israeli parliament would stand one day. Getting in and out of that little strip was the most difficult challenge the pilots of the air service faced. For the Jews of Jerusalem, the putt-putt of the little planes, slipping regularly in and out of the improvised strip, became a comforting part of daily existence. Soon they had given them an affectionate nickname, inspired by their triangular landing gear. They called them Primus, because they looked as fragile and unstable as the little three-legged kerosene stoves on which so many Jewish housewives cooked that winter. Chapter 13. We shall become as hard as stone. Tonight, Lipschitz, you don't go. Shimshon Lipschitz was not a man to ignore lightly such an injunction from the woman who had ordered every detail of his Orthodox household for 18 years. Above all, his wife's warning concerned his own safety. Like hundreds of other Jerusalemites in the winter of 1948, Lipschitz could not make the half-mile walk from his home to his place of work without exposing himself to sniper fire. Yet his wife's words threatened something that was a source of great pride to Shimshon Lipschitz. Since December 1st, 1932, he had never missed a day's work. He did not intend to miss one now. Resting a chunky hand on his wife's shoulder, he announced, "Lipschitz has never missed a day. I'm going." The destination to which Lipschitz's determination drove him was an ordinary 3-story red stone building on Hasolel Street, a few steps from Zion Square and the heart of New Jerusalem. It was the headquarters of the Palestine Post, the foremost English-language newspaper north of Cairo. Caught between the Jewish extremists whose terrorism it deplored and a mandatory administration whose policies it criticized, the Post was Zionism's most articulate public voice in the Middle East. Since its first edition had reached the streets of Jerusalem in 1932, Lipschitz had been the Post's chief printer. With his soft gray eyes that could sweep over banks of inverted type as surely as a rabbi scanning the verses of his Torah, and with his deft, heavy hands, Lipschitz had assembled the blocks of lead that had recorded an epoch period in his people's history. From Nazi Germany's Crystal Night to the triumph of Partition Night 2 months ago, those hands and eyes had followed the ghastly tragedy of the death camps and the struggle for a Jewish salvation. In a few months' time, they would hold the type announcing the fulfillment of his and Zionism's dream, the announcement of the birth of a Jewish state. On this January night, the columns of lead awaiting his hands contained only a liturgy of Palestine's petty violence. The Haganah, in preventive retaliation, had dynamited an Arab home in Sheikh Jarrah. The British had seized the Haganah post in Yemin Moshe. An Arab ambush had damaged an undisclosed number of trucks at Bab el-Wad. As he did every evening, the Post's assistant editor, Ted Luria, paused at Lipschitz's bank to check the layout of the night's story. Then Luria cast his eyes at the front page. In the outer right-hand column of that page was a little box held open until the last moment for late news breaks. Today it was empty. On such a quiet evening, Luria had every reason to hope it would remain so. Satisfied with his paper's latest compilation of the minutiae of Palestine life, Luria picked up his coat and set out for a ritual evening cup of coffee at the Café Atara. 2 miles away, in the Arab village of Shofat, on a ridge north of Jerusalem, an anxious man paced the side of the road. In the darkness, Abu Khalil Jenno could see the black figures of the village women squatting on their haunches along the road. They stared at him as he puffed nervously on the first cigarettes he had ever smoked. Those cigarettes and the British police uniform he was wearing were keys to the act Jenno was soon to perform. He was, in a sense, going to fill the little blank space in the front page of the Palestine Post for February 2, 1948. He was going to offer Jewish Jerusalem Abdul Khader Husseini's reply to the destruction of the Semiramis Hotel and the Irgun bombs at Damascus and Jaffa gates. Terror bombing had been contemplated by the Mufti's men as early as October 1947, when his subordinates submitted to the Arab League a map of Jerusalem and a list of 160 objectives they boasted they were prepared to destroy. Nothing had come of that initiative, however, and it was not until the wave of successful Jewish bombings threatened to shatter Arab morale that Abdul Khader ordered his men to organize terror bombings inside Jewish civilian areas, wherever possible. In Jerusalem, he mixed a team of spies into the city's street cleaners to look for a suitable target for his first effort. To prepare his explosives, Abdul Khader called on an intense 31-year-old Jerusalemite with blue-green eyes and straight blonde hair deeded to him by some forgotten crusader for a bear. The most remarkable aspect of the un-Arabic appearance of Fawzi al-Qutb, however, was his fingers. They were lean and strong, and they were never still. They were forever picking apart some object, dancing over some irregular form, as though their nervous movements represented the only means of expression available to the dour, taciturn personality that commanded them. Since Qutb's adolescence, their principal activity had been playing with explosives, and Qutb's life seemed to have been given over to one maniacal obsession: blowing up his Jewish neighbors. Using hand grenades he had made from old Turkish artillery shells, Qutb began his career at 15, attacking the primitive buses shuttling back and forth between the new city and the old. Later he decided to celebrate with a dinner the purchase of his first British Mills grenade. Before the first course was served, however, Qutb grabbed the grenade and dashed off to hurl it into a nearby Jewish cafe. Only then could he savor his meal. During the 1936 rebellion, he would boast he had personally hurled 56 grenades at his Jewish neighbors. With his restless fingers and inventive mind, he became a master of the hand grenade, constantly devising ways to render it more murderous and more effective. Using a rope and a coil, he discovered a technique to lower a grenade from a rooftop and explode it outside some unsuspecting Jew's window. One of his favorite tricks was to stuff a homemade grenade into a child's rubber balloon. Its fuse was set so that the balloon would catch fire first. The puff of flame would bring people running to see what was burning, just in time to have the grenade explode in their faces. The British finally became aware of Qutb's activities, and he fled to Damascus and then Baghdad. Later, during the war, he went to Nazi Germany on the Mufti's invitation. There, the Mufti provided him a unique opportunity to develop his savage talents by enrolling him in an SS commando course in Holland. After a year's training in the most refined techniques of terrorism, he was ordered to lead a 4-man team of German saboteurs into Palestine. He refused. The German reaction to his ingratitude was swift. Blindfolded and handcuffed, he was taken by the Gestapo to an unlikely location for a young Arab terrorist. Qutb was dumped into a Jewish concentration camp outside Breslau. There he starved and suffered for 3 months along with the wretched human skeletons around him. Only the Mufti's personal intervention with Heinrich Himmler prevented him from accompanying them on their final journey to the gas chambers. Released from the concentration camp, he went to Berlin to prepare Arabic propaganda for the Nazis. When the Russians surrounded the city, Qutb stole the uniform from the body of a dead German soldier, put a fake bandage on his arm, and headed south. He got as far as Salzburg, Austria, where he was taken prisoner by the Americans. 4 months later, his real identity established, he was released. Qutb made his way from port to port, looking for a boat to take him to Palestine. The one he found in Marseille was already crowded with passengers. Undismayed, Qutb called upon his concentration camp experience and managed to pass himself off as a survivor of the gas chambers. Thus, with 1,500 Jewish refugees as traveling companions, he finally set sail for the Promised Land. Since Abdul Khader Husseini's return, Qutb had been at his old friend's side as the Arab's explosive expert, the intensity of his anti-Jewish sentiments in no way diminished by memories of his concentration camp days. His first assignment had been to pack, with half a ton of TNT, the stolen British police pickup truck that Abdul Khader counted on using to open his Jerusalem offensive. To get the truck into the Jewish city, Abdul Khader had the services of 2 British deserters, Eddie Brown, a former police captain, who claimed that his brother had been killed by the Irgun, and Peter Madison, a blond former army corporal. Because Abdul Khader did not fully trust the Englishmen, Abu Khalil Jenno had been chosen to follow the truck in a second car and light with a cigarette the fuse peeping from the driver's panel. Now, still puffing uncertainly on his practice cigarette, Jenno awaited the arrival of the booby-trapped truck. In the darkness, he heard one of the villagers whisper, "That's the one who's going to do something big in Jerusalem tonight." My God, thought Jenno, if they know, everybody in the city must know. Silently, he reviewed the plan. The 2 British deserters would go in first, passing a British and a Haganah checkpoint on their way. They would park the truck in front of the target and wander off as if they were going to get a drink in a nearby cafe. 5 minutes later, Jenno would follow. He would park 100 yards from the target, light a cigarette, casually stroll back, and light the fuse. The booby-trapped police van finally arrived. With the 2 Englishmen at the wheel, it set off to deliver its load of TNT to Jerusalem. Jenno started the Vauxhall. As he did, a group of black-robed women rushed wailing out of the shadows. Like priestesses chanting the incantations of some ancient rite, they mumbled a verse of the Koran. Then, in a final blessing, they splashed a bowl of goat's milk under the wheels of the departing car. Ted Laurier was crossing Jaffa Road when he noticed a British police truck swing into Hasolel Street, clipping the concrete traffic island with its rear wheels as it went. That guy, thought the assistant editor of the Palestine Post, is in a hell of a hurry to get somewhere. He crossed Zion Square and marched up Ben Yehuda Street to the Café Atara. At the instant Laurier began to push open the door to the cafe, a deafening roar shook the center of the city. Laurier stumbled, then with his newspaperman's instincts, he jumped up and sprinted to the phone to find out what had happened. To his fury, the Palestine Post's number was busy. He hung up and called again. It was still busy. Seething with impatience, he was starting to dial it a 3rd time when an excited voice behind him furnished Laurier the explanation for his busy signal. "My God," the voice shouted, "the bastards have blown up the Post!" By the time Laurier reached his newspaper, sheets of flame were already gushing out of the press room, and a stream of his wounded friends were staggering up the smoke-clogged stairs. The street around the building was a sea of broken glass. Its red stone facade had been scorched sand-yellow by the blast, and like ink blots, great black splotches stained its surface. From the buildings around the Post, householders stared unbelievingly through their shuttered windows at the scene below them. A pair of American newsmen, Fitzhugh Turner of the New York Herald Tribune and John Donovan of NBC, helped pull the wounded from the press room. Laurier rushed to the clinic where they were taken to oversee their treatment. At midnight, Laurier's wife tugged his sleeve. "Ted," she said, "what are you going to do to get the paper out?" He looked at her, his blue eyes incredulous. "Are you crazy?" he asked. "Your job is to get the paper out," she replied coolly. Laurier realized she was right. He set up a temporary newsroom in a nearby apartment. Within an hour he had located another printing press. 2 of his reporters picked their way through the debris, looking for carbons of the night's stories, while their girlfriends retyped the scraps they were able to salvage. By 6 o'clock in the morning, faithful to its daily rendezvous with the people of Jerusalem, the paper was on the street. It was a bedraggled, sad little sheet, reduced to 1 page, but it proudly bore the logotype of the Palestine Post. Abdul Khader Husseini had demonstrated he was capable of penetrating the heart of the city, but he had not succeeded in his major goal. He had not silenced the Palestine Post. In the Hadassah clinic, The grey eyes that had swept over so many banks of type were swathed in bandages. Shimshon Lipschitz was one of the score of victims of Abdul Khader Hosseini's bomb. The man whose wife had tried to keep him from going to work would be half blind for the rest of his life. Yet, like the paper he worked for, Shimshon Lipschitz would have his triumph over the disaster of this night. His one remaining eye bolstered by a magnifying glass, he would be back at his printer's bank in time to set in place the blocks of type announcing the birth of a Jewish state. Whether he was in Jerusalem, Damascus, Beirut, Berlin, or as now Cairo, the daily routine of Haj Amin Hosseini never varied. Precisely at sunrise, he rose from 3 brief hours of sleep, turned east, and kneeling upon the threadbare prayer rug given him 4 decades earlier by his father, began the first of his daily prayers. That prayer rug was the only material possession to which the ascetic Haj Amin attached any importance. Money and physical goods were for him tools with which to bend others to his will, never vehicles for his own pleasure. His prayer accomplished, Haj Amin performed the series of calisthenics, which along with an abstemious diet had kept his 55-year-old figure as trim as it has been in his days as a cadet officer in the Turkish army. Then he exercised a curious passion for a man who had condemned scores of people to death with a nod of his head. He walked to the chicken coop he constructed in all of his residences and happily scattered a ration of grain before his favorite animals. His chickens fed, Haj Amin withdrew to a private sitting room, where for 3 hours he read and wrote reports. Then, just before 10 o'clock, he made his way to the core of his headquarters, an enormous sitting room, its walls lined with dozens of spindly wooden chairs. There, in an atmosphere impregnated with the haze of cigarette smoke, the pungent aroma of Arabic coffee, and the hiss of whispered conversations, the Mufti's supplicants waited, shifting from seat to seat in a mysterious game of musical chairs whose rules only they seemed to understand, whose moves were signaled by a quick nod, a hand pressed deferentially to the heart, or a cautiously overblown Arabic greeting. Among the men who had waited there that winter to offer their services to Haj Amin was a young captain in the Egyptian army. "Patience," the Mufti had counseled the ardent young captain. "Your time will come." He was right. The captain's name was Gamal Abdel Nasser. This morning, a special excitement animated the salon. Abdul Khader was coming. He had returned to Cairo to make his first report to the Mufti on the progress of his campaign in Palestine. When his stocky figure appeared at the door, he was almost swept off his feet by his excited admirers and was accorded the supreme honor of being passed through the salon directly into the office of his kinsman, Haj Amin. The report he had to deliver was bound to please the man who had sent him to Palestine to drive the Jews into the sea. His efforts to close the road to Jerusalem were increasingly successful. With the Palestine post-explosion, he had demonstrated his capacity to penetrate the heart of the Jewish areas of the capital. Encouraged by that success, he announced that he was preparing to strike a new blow in the heart of Jewish Jerusalem, a blow so devastating that this time he hoped it would drive the city's Jews to sue for peace and deliver Jerusalem to the Arabs. The Mufti was elated. Bestowing a paternal blessing on his kinsman, he ordered him to spend a few days in Cairo, checking on arms supplies and visiting with his family, installed in a villa not far from his own. A bachelor's degree from the American University in Cairo had not kept Abdul Khader from the social traditions of his people. He had met his wife for the first time in her father's house on the morning of his wedding, when he timidly lifted the veil from her 15-year-old face. Since then she had given him 4 children, and despite a strict observance of custom that kept her veiled in front of all but her husband's most intimate friends, she was his most fervent supporter. The laundry, the linen closet, the cupboards of her home were crammed with rifles, detonators, pistols, and explosives, confided to her keeping by her husband's friends. For 5 days, she followed with an understanding complicity his efforts to scavenge a few extra rifles and machine guns for his partisans. On the morning of his departure, she pressed into his hand a miniature Koran. Wherever he went, he always carried a Koran, which she had offered him. His first he had lost just after his serious wound in 1936, and the second he had misplaced just before returning to Cairo. She begged him to keep this newly purchased Koran in his shirt pocket over his heart, where she was sure it would keep him safe in the days ahead. She followed his departure from the terrace of their house, her 4 children lined up beside her. Seeing him wearing the grey suit they had bought together in calmer days at Cairo's Sednawi's department store, she suddenly thought it might be an omen of better times to come. Abdel-Khader waved. Then, with a last smile, he climbed into his car, off to Jerusalem, off to strike the blow he had promised the Mufti, the blow he hoped would drive the Jews of Jerusalem to surrender. At about the same time, in a beautiful February dawn, 360 miles northeast of Cairo, another man and wife prepared to bid each other farewell. They stood side by side in Tel Aviv's central bus station, their hands barely touching, seemingly bound by a troubled silence in a world of their own. The man wore a khaki shirt and shorts. He was of medium height, with horn-rimmed glasses and a prominent nose. At the first sound of the armored bus's engine, he bent down and kissed his wife. "Shalom," he said, and climbed aboard. David Shaltiel, too, looked back for a last glimpse of his wife, but he did not smile. He had good reason not to. 24 hours earlier, David Ben-Gurion had entrusted to him the most important command in Palestine. He had chosen him to replace Israel Amir as the Haganah's commander-in-chief in Jerusalem. The Jewish leader had personally briefed Shaltiel on his assignment. Reiterating his order that no Jewish soil was to be abandoned, he ordered Shaltiel to defend the Jewish areas in the city house by house and street by street. The population must be obliged to stay put. If some families had to be evacuated, they would have to be replaced by others. Where possible, he would put Jews into abandoned Arab houses to stake out a claim to the areas the Arabs had left. Militarily, he was to strive to build a continuous line of Jewish settlements in the city by occupying Arab neighborhoods jutting in between Jewish quarters. If he could do it without getting into a clash with the British, he was to take over Sheikh Jarrah and secure communications with the Jewish institutions of Hebrew University and Hadassah Hospital on Mount Scopus. Above all, he was to maintain open communications with the Jewish quarter of the Old City, Mount Scopus, the Dead Sea Potash Works, and the satellite settlements around the city. Ben-Gurion had then reminded him that the Jewish Agency accepted internationalization of the city. He was to acknowledge the authority of the United Nations Commission if it arrived, and cooperate with it. It was a staggeringly difficult assignment, and no one knew it better than the worried man who climbed aboard the Jerusalem bus on February 6, 1948. David Shaltiel was a man whose career had been an accumulation of contradictions, but perhaps the greatest among them was that he should have been chosen to defend the city that meant so much to so many Zionists. No one could have been more unrepresentative of that movement than he. He had received his military training not only in the Haganah's clandestine ranks, but also in one of the world's harshest proving grounds, the enlisted ranks of the French Foreign Legion. The setting in which he had learned at first hand the rigors of combat bore a haunting resemblance to the Judean hills to which he was now destined. It was the Rif Mountains, and his foes then, as now, were Arabs, the savage warriors of Abd al-Krim. Shaltiel was the offspring of an old Sephardic family that had settled in Hamburg, Germany. His father ran a modest leather goods business. Their adherence to the tenets of orthodoxy was so rigorous that on the Sabbath all work was forbidden. The young Shaltiel could not even carry a handkerchief in his pocket. Instead, it was sewn into the sleeve of his coat by his mother, making it a part of his clothing and reducing the effort required to use it. He revolted early against his religious upbringing. At the age of 15, on Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish calendar, he deliberately ate his way through his first piece of non-kosher food, selecting for his act of defiance the impurest dish of all, a slice of pork. Then he sat back and waited to see if God would punish him. God's failure to do so developed in Shaltiel a lifelong scorn for institutional religion. His rebellion soon extended to his parents' bourgeois existence, and he emigrated to Palestine. For a while he worked in the tobacco fields, his home one half of a rented cot, slept in during the day by the worker who paid the other half of the rent. He later became a hotel bellhop, and briefly the first butler employed in Tel Aviv. Without any deeply rooted Zionist ideals to sustain him, he soon grew bored with the Spartan, unsophisticated Palestinian existence. Fed up because everything's already done, he drifted to Milan, where he spent a year working for a textile firm. Industry held no more attraction for him than Palestine's tobacco fields, however, and on his first vacation, Shaltiel decided to try and find a shortcut to prosperity on Monte Carlo's gambling tables. The shortcut he found was to poverty. Despairing, ready for a new adventure, he celebrated his 23rd birthday by enlisting in the Foreign Legion. 5 years later, he emerged as a master sergeant with a Médaille de la Mérite on his chest. Exercising a privilege open to him as a Legion veteran, he settled in Paris, working as a salesman for Shell Oil. There he developed a deep and lasting appreciation for things French, and above all, for those things coming from the kitchens and vineyards of France. The rise of anti-Semitism in Nazi Germany drew him back to the Zionist movement. He helped build camps to prepare young people to emigrate to Palestine. In those camps, he developed his first real sense of belonging to Zionism, and it eventually returned him to Palestine. He found a job guarding the cats and rabbits awaiting vivisection in the laboratories of Hebrew University. The veteran of the Rif War, however, turned out to be a singularly inept guardian for those animals. Touched by their plight, he opened their cages one day and let them flee. He became a construction worker. One day he was spotted by a friend standing in line looking for a new job and was sent to the Haganah. Soon he was back in Europe purchasing arms. In November 1936, he was arrested on a train at Aachen by the Gestapo as he was trying to smuggle 100,000 marks out of Germany. For weeks he was shifted from one prison to another until he had known torture in 24 different Gestapo headquarters. He kept his sanity by studying Hebrew from a little grammar he hid under his straw mattress. It was at Dachau, however, that the best in David Shaltiel's character came out. The man who had such a deep love for life's pleasures found in that ordeal spiritual resources he had not thought he had. He became a prison leader, bringing hope and a sense of shared, collective existence to his compound. It was a measure of the horror of that existence that the best job in the compound was burying the dead, because the grave diggers divided the corpses' clothes among themselves. Shaltiel reorganized things so that the fittest dug the graves and the neediest got the clothes. Finally, released shortly before the Second World War, he returned to Palestine. He quickly rose through the ranks of the Haganah, launching its counterintelligence, where he became an avid foe of the Irgun. In 1942, when Rommel's army menaced Cairo, he was named the Haganah's commander in the port of Haifa. Through all those adventures, Shaltiel remained a fastidious, elegant man with a fine appreciation of life's pleasures. He was an adamant Epicurean in a land where gefilte fish and dried beans was considered a gastronomic dish, an aspiring aristocrat in a society whose idols were trade union secretaries and farm managers. 2 Bibles, one of his closest friends remarked, were always at his bedside, the real one and the Guide Michelin. In the Haganah he remained, despite his rank, essentially an outsider. The long marches under the Sahara sun, the Spartan barracks of Sidi Bel Abbes, had left Shaltiel an apostle of orthodoxy in military matters. His kind of officer was the coolly poised young Saint-Cyrien of the Legion who had marched him off to fight the Rif in polished boots and freshly pressed uniforms, not the indifferently dressed sabras of the Palmach, who were as ready to argue about an order as to execute it. His concept of soldiering, the enemies he had made in the Irgun as a counterintelligence officer, his lack of old Zionist ties, all those things would work against David Shaltiel in Jerusalem. None of them, however, would prove as much of a handicap as one salient shortcoming. A shortcoming overlooked by David Ben-Gurion when he had picked him for the Jerusalem command. In his long military career, David Shaltiel had never exercised direct command over more than a platoon of men in battle. The first battle David Shaltiel fought in Jerusalem was not with Abdul Khadr's partisans, but with the bureaucrats of the Jewish agency. His predecessor had operated from 2 rooms in the agency basement, running his command like a big informal tribe. Shaltiel wanted at least 5 times that. "It is impossible in these difficult times," an agency official wrote him, "to destroy our administration, and nothing must be done in relation to rooms without the decision of the proper committee." Shaltiel walked in and requisitioned the rooms he wanted. He set up a formal chain of command. Everyone on his staff was assigned a specific title and function. All orders were to be written down, he decreed. He instituted uniforms with ranks clearly marked for his headquarters, and insisted on a gesture that was an anathema to the easygoing soldiers of the Haganah, the salute. Less than a week after his arrival, Shaltiel faced his first crisis. A sergeant major of the Highland Light Infantry arrested 4 Haganah men in a post involved in frequent exchanges of fire with the Arabs. An hour later, the 4 were handed over to an Arab mob. One of the 4 was fortunate. The mob killed him with a bullet. His 3 companions were stripped, emasculated, then hacked to death. A furious Shaltiel issued a proclamation saying, 4 Jews were murdered in cold blood by the British. And he ordered, from now on, every Haganah man in Jerusalem must oppose with his arms any attempt of arrest or search by the British forces. The next day he summoned his officers to a formal command conference. Jerusalem, he reminded them, was built of a stone so hard the Arabs called it Mizi Yehudi, the head of a Jew. We shall become as hard as that stone, he vowed. The result of Shaltiel's first reforms, his apparent toughness, was to give a new sense of purpose to his subordinates. For the first time, thought one young officer, we have a commander who knows where we are going. Despite his outward boldness, however, Shaltiel was deeply concerned by the situation he had found. The measure of his concern was the first request sent by the new commander of Jerusalem to Tel Aviv. It was for 3,000 sweaters. So ill-equipped were his men that some of them were catching pneumonia, standing guard during the bitter Jerusalem winter nights. Everything seemed to be in short supply. Arms, ammunition, men, food, everything, Shaltiel mused, except the growing ranks of his enemies around him. Jerusalem, he sardonically confided to a friend, is going to become our bloody little Stalingrad. At least one corner of Jerusalem was already undergoing an ordeal so harsh that it would indeed enter the city's legends as its little Stalingrad. Since the Arabs had cut the route of the number 2 bus line, their sole link with the rest of the city, the inhabitants of the Jewish quarter of the old city, seemed condemned to fall sooner or later in the ruins of their besieged ghetto. To galvanize its residents, the Haganah sent the quarter a new commander, a 33-year-old officer of Russian origin. Avraham Halperin was a particularly fortunate choice for the assignment. He was a pious young man, the scion of a family of Russian rabbis. Smuggled into the old city with the aid of a bribed British soldier, Halperin was shocked by his first glimpse of his command. A group of his new soldiers, clutching long poles in their fists, were threatening to drive an unruly pack of civilians back into the quarter. Since the Arabs had barricaded the area, 500 of its 2,200 residents had taken advantage of the British offer of a safe one-way passage out of the old city. If that flow continued, Halperin thought, soon the only things left in the quarter for the Haganah to defend would be the stones of its synagogues. Halperin was determined to avoid using force to hold his frightened civilian population in the quarter. They were, for the most part, either very young or very old members of the different communities of Orthodox Jewry. Keep their lives as normal as possible, he reasoned, and they'd forget their desire to flee. He summoned the chief rabbi of the Ashkenazi community and offered him Haganah funds to pay his followers for sitting and studying in a yeshiva, a religious study group. When the chief rabbi of the Sephardic community heard the news, he immediately demanded equal treatment from Halperin. Then a third rabbi came to see him. The members of his community were too old to study, he said. What could the Haganah commander do for them? Halperin reflected for an instant. Set them to reciting the Psalms, he told the rabbi, and he would pay them a shilling a day. The older children were integrated into the fence of the quarter. They stood watch on the rooftops while the Haganah trained. Those roofs were their natural playgrounds, and when the British imposed a curfew, it was the youngsters who circumvented it, scurrying from rooftop to rooftop with messages. They learned judo, how to climb walls, how to jump from house to house. Above all, they were sent out to buy and filch bullets from the British for the Haganah's dwindling stores. Each morning, a band of them would assemble at Haganah headquarters for a few shillings, then scamper off to the British strongpoints. They would come back, one Haganah girl soldier remembered, a wild grin on their faces, crying, I bought bullets, give me more money. And, she could add, we lived on those bullets. Halperin put most of the rest of his population to work building fortifications and linking up the tightly packed houses of the quarter by knocking holes in the walls between them. A passionate student of archaeology, he had found in his ancient texts hints of underground passageways that could give his men a safe and secret means of moving from one strong point to another. He set dozens of people to work uncovering them, building an invaluable network of secret tunnels. One of the best of those tunnels passed through the women's section of the mikveh, the religious baths. The quarter's rabbis were horrified at the thought that Halperin's men might come plunging through that passage while their women were bathing. To pacify them, Halperin installed a locked grill in the passage, keeping the key himself. He would not open it, he promised, except in case of pikuach nefesh, life or death. Halperin's communications were woefully primitive. The 2 telephones in the quarter were tapped by the British. Anyone in Jerusalem, if he knew the correct wavelengths, could eavesdrop on his lone transmitter. For a while, Halperin's only means of getting his secret messages out of the quarter was by stuffing them into the ear of a dog who liked to go into the new city. The tactic worked well until one day the suspicious Arabs caught and killed the dog. Above all, the existence of Halperin's command depended on the twice-weekly convoys the British escorted into the besieged quarter past the Arab barricades. The Haganah used every trick imaginable to sneak arms and ammunition aboard those convoys under the prying eyes of the British inspectors. A few men were even smuggled in on a false-bottomed truck until their hiding place was discovered. Soap bars were packed with gelignite. One day the Haganah's mess hall received several sacks of a strange grain that looked like rice. When at lunchtime a cook sprinkled a few grains on a hot skillet, they began to explode. I knew then the stuff wasn't for making soup, he later recalled. Water was short. Each man received 1 pail of hot water a week in the mikveh. Beyond that, he had to make do with a few drops splashed on his face and beard every morning. Those painful days had their memorable moments. One of them occurred just before Purim. The quarter's population was enriched by the unexpected arrival of a barber and a prostitute. Ah, there was such happiness, remembered one Haganah boy. We all stood in one line waiting for a shave and a haircut, then we stood in another line waiting our turn for her. Inevitably, Halperin's efforts to bring the quarter's civilian population under his control led him into conflict with the elderly rabbi who had presided over the quarter since 1935, Rabbi Mordechai Weingarten. Weingarten was a short, stout man with a full beard, plain-rimmed glasses, and a slow, ponderous manner. For over 200 years, his family had lived in the old city, and 5 generations of Weingarten women had been married in the sprawling home on the edge of the Jewish quarter, which was now his. Since his election as chairman of the quarter's Jewish council, he had run the area like a patriarch. His style far closer to that of the Arab sheiks who shared the old city with him than it was to the socialistically inclined young Zionists beyond the old city's walls. Through his hands were funneled the £5,000 worth of charitable assistance provided to the quarter each month by the Jewish Agency. With that money he ran his schools, a hospital, and a kitchen for the quarter's destitute, presiding over them all with the firm, paternalistic hand of a man who could remember the birthday and wedding anniversary of almost every citizen in the quarter. Weingarten's role had led him into close and sympathetic relationships with the British and the Arabs, relationships which the Haganah had found increasingly disturbing in the changing circumstances since partition. One day, shortly after Halperin's arrival, Weingarten's £5,000 failed to arrive. Perplexed and angry, he called on Halperin to demand why. Halperin informed the aging rabbi that he, Halperin, would henceforth administer those funds. Weingarten was shocked. He was, he knew, being deliberately cut off from the source of his authority. Some time later, Halperin in turn called on Weingarten. As the two men chatted over a cup of coffee, there was a knock at the door. Weingarten got up to answer. Halperin glanced out the window and saw a British officer. A few minutes later, as he stepped out of the rabbi's courtyard into the street, Halperin was surrounded by British soldiers. The officer who had knocked on Weingarten's door moved forward. "You are under arrest," he said. Chapter 14. A Flash of White Light. No Arab military victory in Palestine during the winter of 1948 would rival that represented by a single sentence in an official document issued in the distant corridors of the United Nations. Only armed force, it read, will be able to enforce the partition plan. That phrase constituted the principal conclusion of the first report submitted to the Security Council by the United Nations Operating Committee on Palestine. More than his ambushes at Bab el-Wad, more than his penetration of Jewish Jerusalem, it was Abdul Khader Husseini's most significant achievement since his return to Palestine. The Jewish Agency had tended to publicly dismiss the Arab threats to oppose partition by force during the debates of autumn of 1947. The conviction had arisen among many states that once the world body had made its official pronouncement, the Arabs could somehow be brought to accept it by diplomatic pressures and the lure of economic aid. Now Abdul Khader's campaign had made it clear that the Arabs really meant to fight, and a wave of consternation had begun to sweep through the ranks of partition's backers. There was a serious question whether the United Nations had the right under its charter to employ force to implement partition. In any event, no one wanted to provide men for such a force. Britain was out of the question. France was exhausted. Truman had ruled out the use of United States troops and was horrified at the thought of Soviet troops in the Middle East. The smaller nations had no desire to pull the big powers' chestnuts from a fire of their own making. Yet the idea that the fledgling international body, at the United States' behest, had thrown up an unworkable resolution to its first grave problem was a dismaying thought. In the United States, the administration was split into hostile camps over partition, with the White House supporting it and the State and Defense Departments opposing it. So bitter were their arguments that Truman's White House aides accused their State Department rivals of basing their decisions on anti-Semitism rather than diplomacy, and the others reciprocated by charging that the White House viewed the issues in terms of United States domestic politics instead of United States national security. The rallying point of the State Department's opposition to partition was the chief of the department's Near and Middle Eastern Affairs Division, Loy Henderson. A courtly, old-school veteran of service in the Soviet Union, Henderson viewed the issue in terms of the deepening Cold War. The Arabs' resentment, he reasoned, would prove so profound they would open the Middle East to Soviet penetration and ultimately perhaps to Soviet control of its immense oil reserves. Like his colleagues in Britain's Foreign Office, Henderson was not resigned to the finality of the UN partition plan. He had, in fact, resolved to make one more effort to stop it. The unhappy prospects conjured up by the United Nations report gave him the occasion for which he had been searching. He ordered the State Department planning staff to reappraise the chances of partition's success in the light of what had happened since the plan was voted. Not surprisingly, the memorandum produced by the planning staff concluded that partition as set up was unworkable. The United States, it pointed out, was not obliged to support partition if force was required to make it work. Therefore, it recommended that the administration take steps as soon as possible to suspend the partition plan. The memo won the support of Secretary of Defense James V. Forrestal III. Like Henderson, a foe of partition, he was above all concerned with partition's effect on the United States' access to Middle East oil. Without it, he feared, the Marshall Plan would fail, the United States would not be able to sustain a major war, and in a decade, he predicted, the nation could be forced to convert to four-cylinder cars. Forrestal arranged a meeting with Henderson and Assistant Secretary of State Dean Rusk. There was already sufficient evidence, he argued, to publicly declare partition unworkable. Henderson agreed, but he was wise enough to know that any such declaration would get nowhere unless it was accompanied by an alternative proposal. He provided it. It called for a 10-year United Nations-run Palestine trusteeship in the hope that somehow, after a decade of communal existence under United Nations rule, Palestine's two warring communities might agree between themselves on a formula for their future. Paradoxically, implementing that plan would require the forces the United States was unwilling to provide to make partition work. The Joint Chiefs of Staff estimated that 100,000 troops would be needed to impose it, and a substantial United States contribution would demand a partial call-up of reserves. Henderson and his colleagues put the plan into a formal memorandum to be submitted to the White House for presidential approval. It was a zealously guarded secret. Such a sudden and complete reversal of policy on the part of a nation primarily responsible for getting partition through the United Nations would stun and shock the world, and its premature disclosure, Henderson realized, would bring intense Zionist pressure on the White House. Despite all precautions, however, the Jewish Agency realized the United States was beginning to have second thoughts about the resolution that had promised their long-sought Jewish state. The United States had already imposed an embargo on all arms shipments to the Middle East. With Britain still freely selling arms to the Arab states, the move was bitterly resented by the Zionists. If the United States should now reverse itself on partition, and above all push a new plan through the United Nations, it would be a deadly blow to Jewish hopes. The Zionists might find themselves forced to abandon their plans for a state or carry them through in defiance of the United States and the United Nations. To their dismay, the Zionist leadership discovered that at that crucial juncture the doors to the office of the man who had been their greatest bulwark in the United States, and in whose hands a decision to abandon partition would ultimately lie, were closed to them. Exasperated by the continual pressures to which they had subjected him, prompted by a cordial personal dislike for their principal American spokesman, Rabbi Abba Hillel Silver, Harry S. Truman stubbornly refused to meet with the movement's leadership. Despairing, the agency sent an SOS to London to the elderly, half-blind scientist who had led the Zionist movement for so many years. If anyone could get into Truman's office, the agency leadership reasoned, it was Chaim Weizmann. He had met Truman only once, in November 1947, but between the two had passed an extraordinary current of sympathy and understanding. Weizmann sailed immediately for New York, and for over 2 weeks, confined to his bed in the Waldorf Astoria with a fever, strove to arrange a meeting with Truman. He failed. The doors of Truman's office remained closed even to him. Broken-hearted, Weizmann was preparing to leave the United States when late one evening, the president of B'nai B'rith visited his hotel suite. A year before, he recalled, he had met in the office of a Kansas City lawyer a man who might be able to help them. He was not a Zionist, he warned, and in calling him they might be clutching at straws. Still, anything seemed worth trying. While Weizmann watched, he walked to the telephone. Hundreds of miles away, a telephone rang in a darkened bedroom. The rumpled figure on his bed groping for the call was the most ordinary of men. His concerns that night had been those he shared with millions of other Americans just like him. His family, his income tax, wringing a living from the modest menswear shop he ran at Main and 39th Streets in Kansas City, Missouri. He was Jewish, but apart from an interest in my suffering people across the sea, he had never been an ardent apostle of Zionism. Yet, all the ambitious hopes of that movement were going to hang on the answer he gave to his telephone ringing in the night. For Eddie Jacobson once had been the business partner of Harry Truman. And on that winter night in 1948, he was one of the few men in the world to whom the office door of the President of the United States was never closed. For David Rivlin, as for hundreds of other Jerusalemites, the Saturday night of February 21, 1948, on Ben Yehuda Street, would always seem like a miracle. Saturday night on Ben Yehuda was one of Jewish Jerusalem's most faithfully cherished customs. It marked the end of the city's rigorously observed Sabbath, when, its shops shuttered, its streets deserted, Jerusalem scrupulously honored God's day of rest. At Sabbath sundown, the city burst back into life. Lights winked on, cinema marquees lit up, restaurants opened their doors, and by the hundreds Jerusalemites swarmed to the city's center to wander up and down Ben Yehuda Street, drifting from cafe to cafe in a happy, talkative, bustling crowd. That Saturday night, the crowds were back on Ben Yehuda, celebrating, it might seem, the few days of quiet the city had just enjoyed. Even the weather had cooperated. It was a lovely, star-speckled winter's night, softly warm after weeks of penetrating cold. David Rivlin decided to spend the night in his favorite cafe, the Atara. There he met one of his closest friends, Avram Dorion. A special bond united the two men. Rivlin, a seventh-generation Palestinian, had married Dorion's sister, the only other member of his family to survive Hitler's gas chambers, so that the girl could get a Palestine immigration certificate. Learning that Dorion was taking the early morning convoy down to Tel Aviv, Rivlin suggested he spend the night in a spare bed in Rivlin's room a few steps up Ben Yehuda Street. That would save him the dangerous walk back to his hotel in the Arab neighborhood of Talbieh. Dorion accepted. He drifted out of the cafe early to get a good night's sleep. Rivlin stayed until closing time. Walking up the street to his flat, he stared up again at the clear dark sky and exulted in the quiet of the night. What a blessing, he thought, to pass a Saturday night on Ben Yehuda Street, its pleasures unmarred by the sound of gunfire or explosions. His eyes half closed, Avram Dorion stumbled over the unfamiliar route to his friend's bathroom. He turned on the tap and splashed a handful of cold water onto his face. Sleepily, he stared up into the mirror before him and for a moment studied the outlines of that face. It was a strong, commanding face, with a prominent nose and sorrowful, brooding eyes, hinting at the tragedies that had marred his life. That face was also the key to the career to which he had so long aspired. Dorion wanted desperately to be an actor. In his suitcase in the next room was the negative of his first film, the first concrete step toward his life's goal. Its celluloid coils could permit him to dream that February morning that the face framed in the simple bathroom mirror before him might one day stare down upon the crowds from the marquees of New York, Paris, and London. Perhaps it might even be his destiny to represent on the screens of the world the face of a Jewish nation. No actor, after all, had a better claim to portraying the spirit of that nation than he did. He had fought in the Jewish Brigade. His family had died in Hitler's ovens. Stirred by his thoughts, Avram Dorian sleepily reached for his razor and began to shave the dark stubble from his face. A few doors down the street, 42-year-old Mina Hochberg clamped her hands on her hips and stared at the youth before her. "Eat," she commanded her young nephew. He was off to Tel Aviv in the morning convoy, and Mina Hochberg was not going to send him back to his mother on a cold February morning without a warm breakfast in his stomach. A mile away, over at the Haganah's Romema roadblock at the western entrance to the city, Shlomo Chorpi had been on duty barely half an hour when the 3-truck British Army convoy, headed by an armored car, labored up the incline from Bab el-Wad. Affixed to the bumper of each truck were the metallic yellow squares that were the identifying code for British military traffic moving in Jerusalem that Sunday. A tall, fair-haired young man, in the greatcoat and blue cap of the Palestine police, leaned down from the turret of the armored car and jerked a thumb toward the trucks behind him. "They're okay," he shouted to Chorpi. "They're with me." One of Chorpi's guards poked his head into the cab of the first truck and exchanged a word with his British driver. Then he pulled back and nodded to Chorpi. With a friendly gesture, the roadblock commander waved them on down the Jaffa Road toward the center of Jerusalem. The tall blond young man in the turret of his armored car was not English. He was an Arab, named Azmi Jaouni, and the act he was about to accomplish was so ghastly he would spend the rest of his life atoning for it in a Cairo insane asylum. The 3 trucks trailing along behind his armored car were the instruments of the decisive blow Abdul Khader Husseini had promised the Mufti a fortnight earlier, the blow he hoped would force the Jews of Jerusalem to clamor for peace. There were, however, real Englishmen in the convoy. Eddie Brown and Peter Madison, the 2 deserters who had helped destroy the Palestine Post, rode in the trucks behind Jaouni's armored car. This time it was money, not vengeance, which accounted for their presence in Abdul Khader's convoy. They and 2 comrades were essential to the mission. In fact, Brown and Madison had refused to leave until they had received half of the 1,000 pounds sterling they had been promised by the Mufti for their part in the action. Each of their trucks had been carefully packed with over a ton of TNT by Fawzi al-Qutb, Abdul Khader's explosives expert. He had seeded each charge with a vicious addition of his own devising, a mixture of 200 pounds of potassium and aluminum powder packed in a dozen oil cans. Their presence, he had calculated, would raise substantially the temperature of the explosion and send a spray of miniature Molotov cocktails through the damaged area. His fuses were fixed onto the dashboard of each truck. Qutb had passed them through a metal tube so that once ignited, they could not be cut or ripped from their charges. They peeped now from the panel before each driver. A quick gesture of the driver's well-paid fingers just before they jumped from their trucks, and the fuses would begin an irreversible 60-second burn. A sharp report somewhere out in the desert woke David Rivlin. He staggered sleepily onto his little balcony overlooking Ben Yehuda. It was, he would always remember, a lovely bright morning. He looked up toward King George V. The only person he saw in the deserted, silent street was a milkman carrying his bottles from door to door. He looked to the right. Zion Square stood empty, the rooftops that ringed it catching the first rays of a beautiful sunny day. Then he looked down into Ben Yehuda directly below his balcony. 3 military trucks were stopped there. One was in front of the Hotel Amdursky a few doors away. The second was just behind it, in front of the Vilenchik building. The third was right under his window. Rivlin went back to his bedroom and sat down on the edge of his bed. As he did, a thought overwhelming in its simplicity struck him. "My God," he gasped, "we're going to be blown up." At almost that instant, Fawzi al-Qutb's TNT exploded in a blinding flash of white light. The stone facade of the 6-story Vilenchik building bulged slowly outward, then tumbled into the street. The interior of the Hotel Amdursky collapsed in one slow, majestic movement. Across the street, 2 apartment buildings crumbled to the ground as if they had been clouted by some gigantic sledgehammer. Hundreds of people were hurled from their beds. For almost a mile around, window panes were shattered. Then, as the echo of the explosion ricocheted across the shocked city, the first sheets of flame began to scamper over the wreckage. Mina Hochberg had been on her balcony, watching her departing nephew when the trucks blew up. The image of the young man, for whom she had just prepared a warm breakfast, disappearing down the street, was the last she saw. She was instantly decapitated by the force of the blast. At number 16 Ben Yehuda, on the 5th floor over Goldman's restaurant, Uri Safir, a young Haganah soldier, woke up on his bedroom floor in a cloud of dust, smoke, and plaster. Safir's first thought was for his dog. He called out to the animal. There was no answer. Before him was a gaping hole where the bedroom window had been. He dragged himself to it and peered down through the dust and smoke to the street below. There, running nervously around the wreckage, he saw his dog. Part of the window frame still dangled from the ledge beside him, flapping from it like a flag over Ben Yehuda Street, where the trousers he had been wearing the night before. A blood-soaked figure staggered into the room. It was his father. Uri wrapped him in a blanket and started carrying him downstairs. Everything along the way seemed totally destroyed, except for one sight which struck Safir's eyes. A dozen eggs, resting serenely intact on someone's kitchen table. David Rivlin remained where he was, seated on the edge of his bed without a scratch, thinking to himself as he gasped for breath in the settling dust, "I'm alive. I'm alive." The balcony, on which he had been standing 30 seconds before, had completely disappeared. Then, from the apartment next door, he heard someone groaning. He staggered toward the sound. It came from a Stern Gang prison escapee, buried under a heap of plaster. Rivlin helped drag his naked body out of the rubble, then went to look for a blanket to cover him. Groping his way through the smoke and dust toward his apartment, he came on the figure of a half-naked man, swaying uncertainly in a doorway. His face had been shredded into an unrecognizable mass by the explosion. From the hole, where the man's mouth might have been, Rivlin heard a gurgling noise that he thought was his name. He looked down and saw that the man was wearing a pair of his own pajama bottoms. Rivlin began to cry, because he realized at that instant that what he saw before him was all that was left of the handsome face of his friend, who had longed to be an actor, Avram Dorion. As the magnitude of what had happened on Ben Yehuda Street became apparent, the stunned population's fury turned on the British. The Irgun issued orders to shoot any Englishman on sight. Gunfights broke out all over the city. At noon, after losing almost a dozen men, the British finally did something they had never done before. They ordered their troops to stay out of Jewish Jerusalem. The explosion was by far the heaviest blow the Arabs had succeeded in directing against the Jews of Jerusalem. Yet for all its horror, its results were the opposite of those Abdul Khader Husseini had set out to achieve. Instead of driving them to sue for peace, the tragedy united Jerusalem's Jews in a new determination to resist. Their outburst against the British would aid that determination by leading the mandatory authorities to more or less abandon their efforts to patrol the Jewish areas of the city as they had weeks earlier its Arab neighborhoods. All day, the search for the living and the dead went on in the ruins of Ben Yehuda. In the Hotel Atlantic, On the wall above what had been its staircase, a Zionist flag had somehow survived the explosion. It hung there all day in the winter sunshine. Someone had placed a cardboard sign underneath it. On it, in large letters, were the words, "Silence, so we may hear the wounded still under the rubble." Late that night, two drunken Englishmen huddled morosely over a bottle of whiskey in the Auberge des Pyramides, one of King Farouk's favorite nightclubs on the outskirts of Cairo. Eddie Brown and Peter Madison had come to Cairo to collect the balance of the wages due them for their day's work. Now, their usefulness ended, the Mufti of Jerusalem had nothing for them but a cold smile and an empty hand. Instead of the £500 sterling they had come for, they were contemptuously thrown out of his villa. Slobbering in their scotch, they prepared to disappear for the rest of their lives, condemned to live in fear of the vengeful hand of the Irgun wherever they would go. For Eddie Brown and Peter Madison had given the Irgun much to avenge. 54 people had been killed by the explosives they had helped deliver to Ben Yehuda Street that quiet Sunday morning. Reckoned in terms of their wages, that came to just under £10 sterling, a human life, not quite the price of the whiskey they would drink that night in Cairo. Chapter 15. An Unlikely Lawrence. John Bagot Glubb Pasha, commander of the Arab Legion, stared with unconcealed distaste at the grey city slipping past the windows of his Humber. Those were not his domains, those chill and dreary streets. His kingdom lay elsewhere, in the solitude of the desert. It was only there, on the silent wastes, under an unending sky, that John Glubb was truly at home. He was an unlikely Lawrence, this little man with a high-pitched voice who was sunk into the leather upholstery of his diplomat's Humber. Yet, of all the long line of British Arabists that had followed the Master East, he was indisputably the greatest. No Westerner alive had mastered the intricacies of the Bedouin dialect as completely as Glubb. He could hear a Bedouin's history in the inflections of his accent, and read his character in the folds of his kafir. He knew their lore, their customs, their tribal structure, the complex web of unwritten law governing their lives. Glubb had discovered his life's passion in the aftermath of World War I. His face still bearing the scars of the bullet that had clipped off the tip of his chin, he went out to Iraq as a tribal affairs officer. Summoned to Transjordan to sort out the warring Bedouin tribes on the country's southeastern frontier, he had fallen in love with the tribesmen whose disputes he was supposed to arbitrate. Their life had become his. Mounted on fast-moving Hajin camels, Glubb led elite members of his long-range desert patrol himself, matching his endurance to theirs. He slept, wrapped in a goatskin on the desert floor, a rock for a pillow. His rations were their meager patties of desert bread, made of meal dampened with water, baked over an open fire with camel's milk and rancid sheep's butter. Through the lonely nights, he squatted cross-legged by their campfires, listening and questioning, patiently accumulating his enormous knowledge of their disappearing race. So complete was Glubb's emulation of their habits that whenever he sat down to a meal or a conference with his Bedouins, he began to pluck imaginary lice from his chest and squash them Bedouin style between his thumbnails. Over the years, he had grown into a kind of Bedouin himself, preferring solitude to company, silence to small talk. Glubb shunned Amman's social life, preferring to save himself for the moments he could escape the city and flee back to his Bedouins and their silent sands. In March 1939, he had been given command of the Arab Legion when its founder, Colonel F.G. Peak Pasha, retired. Against everyone's advice, Glubb had decided to build his illiterate Bedouin tribesmen into an elite mechanized force as the core of the Legion. Under his supervision, the Legion grew from 2,000 men in 1939 to 16,000 in 1945. They fought alongside the British against the Vichy French in Syria and against their brother Arabs in Iraq, winning the admiration of friend and foe alike in both conflicts. Their commander was a complex, complicated man. His face was anything but fierce, a small, unmilitary mustache, plump cheeks, pale blue eyes and graying hair parted neatly in the middle of his head. He had soft, almost feminine hands, and a shy, reserved manner. Yet he had a ferocious temper. Once, in a fit of fury, he had beaten a sheik so badly with a camel stick that he had to send him 20 camels the next day to make amends. More than one of his officers had fled his office with an inkwell or paperweight flying past their ears. He was a hard-driving, ascetic man who insisted on meddling in every aspect of the Legion's affairs. Few of the men who had served with him would ever claim to have fully understood him. "You never knew what was going on with Glubb," one of them later commented. "His mind had begun to work like an Arab's. He was, all subtleties. He had the kind of lucid mind that could understand the illogic of the Arabs and anticipate it. He knew they would act from their emotions, and he knew what those emotions were. He dealt as an Arab with a king's palace, as a Bedouin with the tribes, as a British officer with London. No one except Glubb knew everything that was going on." Glubb's presence in the Black Humber was the measure of that. Beside him was King Abdullah's Prime Minister, Tufik Abu Hoda. Their destination was Whitehall, and a secret meeting with Britain's Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin. Abu Hoda had chosen to entrust the task of serving as his interpreter to Glubb, rather than to a fellow Arab. The two men were immediately ushered into the enormous office in which on so many occasions over the decades the map of the world had been altered with a few words or a judicious pen stroke. As soon as he was seated, Abu Hoda began his plea for another alteration in that map, a minor one by the standards of that somber room, but one of major concern to the sovereign who had sent him to London. King Abdullah, he told Bevin, was being urged by numerous Palestinians to move into the West Bank after the British mandate in Palestine expired, and to lay claim to those areas assigned to an Arab state under the partition plan. He carefully stressed the interest shared by England and Transjordan in preventing the return of Haj Amin Husseini to Jerusalem. Obviously, he pointed out to Bevin, Abdullah would never undertake so major an action without the concurrence and support of his principal ally. The British Foreign Secretary thought for just an instant. Like John Glubb, who had translated Abu Hoda's words, he was persuaded of the value to Britain of a stable Hashemite monarchy in Transjordan, united by blood to Britain's other Middle East ally, Iraq. It seemed the obvious thing to do, he told the Prime Minister. Then, almost as an afterthought, he appended one word of caution to the approval he had just given to Abdullah's program. "Don't go and invade the areas allotted to the Jews," he said. John Glubb now had an additional approval to secure in London if Abdullah's hopes were to be realized. The Arab Legion, on which King Abdullah was going to have to rely in the months to come, had been allowed to run down from its wartime peak of 16,000 men to 4,000. Glubb wanted to build it up to 7,000, and to expand its mechanized regiment to a division by purchasing 50 to 75 armored cars. Even more important, the Legion had always relied on the British Army in Palestine to provide its maintenance, support, workshops, and logistics. All that would have to be replaced when the British withdrew. He turned to his countrymen. 3 months later, on the eve of Britain's departure from Palestine, the results of John Glubb's visit to London would become apparent. Thanks to a threefold increase in the Arab Legion's subsidy, John Glubb and his Bedouin warriors would hold in their hands the fate of Jerusalem. It was not the discomfort that annoyed Pablo de Azcárate quite so much as the indignity of it all. His rank and the eminence of the organization he represented entitled him, it seemed to the Spanish diplomat, to a more elaborate welcome to the city than the one he was getting. Azcárate had frequently thought about his official entry into Jerusalem, order it in his imagination with a loving concern for detail and protocol absorbed in his years as an international civil servant. Often had he dreamed of his first magic glimpse of its marvels, the Mount of Olives, Gethsemane's gardens, the ancient ramparts. Reality was turning out to be considerably less romantic than all that, however. The only spectacle to greet the first representative of the United Nations to reach